Our protagonist had an exceptional talent with a sword. There was nothing he couldn't learn and nothing could escape his blade. He worked so hard that he often had bloodstains on his palms. After dropping out of high school, he spent 20 years honing his skills with a knife. Becoming the best swordsman in the country, the waiter shouted that table 3 Zamik's courser was ready in the busy restaurant. The waiters heard an alarm inside the kitchen. Momentarily pausing their work meanwhile, our protagonist was inside the kitchen, wearing pads, focused on cutting a fish. One of the waiters excused himself and approached him, saying the phone alarm had been going off. Our protagonist realized head set it to vibrate. When he looked at his phone, he saw a notification from a game, making him wonder if it was the one he had deleted earlier, and if something was wrong with it. The waiter informed him that a guest had arrived, to which our protagonist instructed the waiter to say he wasn't there. Moments later, a man entered the kitchen and pointed out he wasn't buying the excuse. A chubby man entered, stating that it was time for our protagonist to give his answer. He believed had given our protagonist enough time to think and insisted it shouldn't be a difficult request for someone who handles swords daily. When our protagonist didn't respond, the chubby man laughed and accused him of being insensitive. He ordered his men to bring forward a suitcase, saying the requester should show sincerity. First, a man opened the suitcase. Revealing it was full of money, the chubby man proudly announced it was an advance payment of $300 million. And if our protagonist completed the task properly, there would be more. Without a word, the protagonist swiftly swung his knife, slicing through a large fish hanging in front of him, horrifying the chubby man. The protagonist calmly told him that the kitchen was a place where cleanliness was paramount, and it wasn't for someone as dirty as the chubby man. He then ordered him to leave, as pieces of fish slammed onto the floor. The chubby man, stunned, shouted that the protagonist really was the sword saint. As he expected, he grabbed his sharper knife from the counter in anger, making his men step back in fear. The chubby man, along with his bodyguards, stormed out of the kitchen. Before leaving the restaurant, the chubby man warned the protagonist not to think he was giving up, promising he'd be back soon. Later, after the restaurant had closed, the protagonist was out back smoking. His coworker joined him, saying the down payment was 300 million won and that if it were him, he would have accepted it on the spot. The coworker asked why he turned it down. The protagonist replied that all his life, he had only sliced fish heads with a knife, and asked his coworker what he knew about being a thug. His coworker suggested that he was just using his reputation as a swordmaster and wondered if he was seriously planning to kill someone. He advised the protagonist to scare them enough to get the money, buy a house and open a shop, telling him he needed to live like a human too. But the protagonist simply replied that even if they offered billions, he would still pass. Suddenly, his phone received another notification. His coworker teased him, asking if he was dating someone because of all the notifications. The protagonist replied it was a game. His coworker asked if he was still playing Divine Protection, to which he admitted he quit. Just then, someone called out, asking where they were going. Without cleaning up, his coworker told him it was their boss and that he was leaving first. Alone, the protagonist smoked, thinking back to when he was young. His family went bankrupt and since then, had been working non-stop. He guessed had been too focused on earning money, but his phone kept buzzing, the notifications becoming excessive. Annoyed, he pulled out his phone, wondering why it kept ringing. He briefly thought he might have reinstalled the game after a night of drinking, deciding to delete it again. He chuckled when he saw a message about the Demon King's invasion of the academy, knowing those guys had been invading the academy for years. But then, accidentally, he clicked on the game. It opened with a welcome song, and the game prompted him to touch the screen to enter. Nostalgic, he noted that the soundtrack was still the same, and the female characters were still as beautiful as ever. Suddenly, the screen became corrupt. Was it lag? Before he could react, a bright, powerful light shot out of the phone, sucking him in. Moments later, his coworker came out of the restaurant, looking for him. The coworker saw the protagonist's phone lying on the ground and wondered where he had gone, puzzled that he left his phone behind. The boss yelled from inside, asking where the chef was. The coworker, unaware of what had happened, joked that it seemed like the chef went to the bathroom, not knowing he had been sucked into the game, now with a 100 transfer complete displayed on the screen. There was nothing special about the game, just a typical pay-to-win model with an auto-hunting system, a mass-produced mobile game that needed no further explanation. Our protagonist played it for one reason: he was captivated by the female character's appearances. He got swallowed up by the game, finding it ironic that he ended up spending a fortune on it. After playing through multiple cycles, he wasn't even a playable character anymore, not even an NPC. Instead, he became a background character whose whereabouts were unknown. In that world, his name was Kong Jioma. One day, he accidentally bumped into someone, and when he turned around, surprised, he saw it was a woman. He quickly asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was fine. Fortunately for him, the game Divine Protection was set in Korea. The names, locations, and geography were all the same, with only minor differences in a few characters. The similarities helped him adapt easily, and for a year, he lived in that world, forgetting whether it was a game or reality, enjoying a life he couldn't experience in his previous one. That was until that fateful day. He returned to his apartment, where his parents welcomed him, calling him their pride, the great swordmaster, and showed him an acceptance letter to a prestigious academy. He asked his parents if they could put it away, but they insisted, saying no matter how many times they saw it, they were proud of how well they had raised him. His mother then asked if he had packed everything, to which he replied that he'd finish soon. His mother excitedly told him to go ahead. That day, his modest dream of living a normal life shattered into pieces. He sighed in his room, knowing the day was almost here. He had asked countless times if he could avoid it, but nothing changed. Tired, he began packing his things, thinking about how happy everyone was. He couldn't refuse looking at their family photo. He wondered how Kong Jioma had gotten accepted into such a prestigious school. His father once told him that his divine power had manifested last year, and he took the entrance exam right after his mother had asked if he didn't remember before he possessed Kong Jioma. That divine power had already appeared, allowing him to pass the entrance exam to Hokan Academy. Staring at the acceptance letter, he wondered if the real Kong Jioma was a genius. Divine power was a special ability that humans could use, much like skills in a game. However, not all humans possess divine power, as it is usually inherited genetically. Society was divided into 3 segments based on this: the privileged, the commoners, and the poor. Hokan Academy was born to maintain the power of the elite. Though it was established under the pretense of hero cultivation, it had long since become a school exclusive to upper-class families. Recently, a special admission system was introduced for non-hero families, and Kong Jioma was admitted as one of those students. He wondered why heroes were still necessary, though he knew the answer: the Demon King. He mused that this world wasn't reality, but training heroes for war felt too real. It reminded him of what it would feel like to re-enlist. He called forth his divine power, and a system window popped up in front of him. Still feeling unfamiliar looking at the divine power Kong Jioma had unlocked, he saw it was painlessness, which reduced pain for 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. He couldn't believe he had crossed into this world with something so underwhelming. Every time he saw it, it depressed him. It was nonsense, but then he remembered the divine power he had been granted when he possessed Kong Jioma's body, the blessing of the sword god. Its activation time was infinite without a cooldown, but it only worked with a sword less than 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide. He was in disbelief. He had the blessing of the sword god, and his name, Kong Jioma, literally meant blood demon. He wondered if the universe was playing a joke on him. Had never encountered such a blessing in the game and thought the elaborate name clashed with the ridiculously simple effect. It seemed absurd to even call it a divine power, but what stood out most was the activation condition: a sword less than 30 centimeters long and less than 5 centimeters wide. It was clearly referring to a sashimi knife. Were they implying he should cut sashimi in this world, too? Frustrated, he realized life never went as planned. He then asked himself if he had packed everything. Suddenly, he remembered he had forgotten his equipment. In the game, even the lowest grade or rank weapon cost tens of millions of won, while an average C rank cost hundreds of millions. That meant rank and S rank items were treasures in themselves. He knew the tuition alone was exorbitant, and he didn't want to spend money on something he was being pushed into yet. The academy required equipment, and if he showed up without anything, he'd leave a bad impression on the first day. Sighing, he decided to visit Daikso. As he stood up and walked out of his room, he recalled his first master, who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won, often saying, "A true master never blames their equipment." On the day of the entrance ceremony, where the student's equipment was inspected, he stood in uniform, staring at the instructor in confusion. The instructor looked at the sashimi knives on the counter and asked if they were really his weapons. He replied calmly, yes. The instructor, thinking it was a prank pulled by upper-class students, felt the need to establish discipline. He then shouted, asking if the academy was a joke and if the student truly believed a kitchen knife was an acceptable weapon for the class placement test. Remaining composed, he simply repeated, "It's my weapon." The instructor, stunned for a moment, angrily addressed him as student, but he calmly explained, "He's a special student from a modest family. The tuition alone must have been a huge burden on his parents, and he couldn't possibly afford an expensive weapon on top of that." Hearing his explanation, the instructor noticed the color of his tag, which indicated his status as a special admission student. Those from non-upper class backgrounds, understanding the financial burden of the tuition, were taken aback. He found it shocking that an institution supposedly promoting equal education rights would push away such a sincere, filial student. The young man then spoke with gravity, saying, "Blaming your equipment is something only amateurs do." The instructor froze for a moment, knowing the phrase, "A master never blames their tools." Such words didn't seem fitting for a teenage boy, and the instructor felt that Gioma had already reached mastery in some aspect of life. His unyielding spirit carried the weight of someone who had lived far beyond his years. It was almost as if a god stood before him. With that, the instructor approved his weapon, and Gioma thanked him. Meanwhile, some upper-class students glared at Gioma in anger, outraged that a special admission student like him had even made it to the academy. They whispered among themselves, asking how someone like him could possibly belong there. But before any commotion could arise, the instructor shouted for them to be quiet and told the students that once the evaluation was over, they were to move swiftly and promptly. As Gioma walked past the line, the instructor sternly reminded everyone that, depending on their actions, he could be their angel or their devil. Hearing this, Gioma felt a wave of post-traumatic stress disorder from his past as the words echoed in his mind. A moment later, Gioma decided to take a break and sit down on a bench, reflecting. He expected hostility but still found it unsettling to experience firsthand. Regardless, he had completed the equipment inspection and survived the entrance ceremony. Now, the only thing left was the class placement exam. Looking around at the academy, he still couldn't believe he had made it here. This was the school he'd be attending for the next 3 years, the Hero Training School, Hacken Academy. As he took in the impressive size of the campus, he thought it was much grander than the game graphics had shown. If he exaggerated, it felt as large as a small town. Smiling to himself, he felt a sense of surrealism. He was attending a school meant for the upper class, something unimaginable back when he had to drop out of high school due to his family's financial struggles on Earth. Suddenly, an announcement instructed students to gather at the training hall by 1 p.m. for the class placement exam. He opened his bag, knowing the entrance ceremony was over but also knowing the real challenge lay in the placement exam. Looking at his sashimi knife, he reminded himself that an exam is still an exam, and he'll need to familiarize himself with it. He realized he hadn't used a knife since arriving in this world because he hadn't needed to. Memories of his master came flooding back, reminding him that even for a single day one must never put down their knife. His master had even told him to hold it while sleeping. Gioma chuckled, thinking he had absorbed another one of his master's habits. But he also wondered if a year's break from wielding the blade had dulled his skills. Despite living by the knife for 20 years, he then unsheathed the knife slightly. Feeling its edge, a small smile appeared on his face as he realized the blade was in better condition than he had expected. Deciding to test it, he fully removed the cover, planning to cut a few practice strokes, but as soon as the cover came off completely, powerful energy surged from his hand and flowed through the entire sashimi knife. The system notification flashed before him: the weapon meets activation conditions. The blessing of the sword god is activated. But just as he processed that, another message appeared: the level of the physical body and weapon is too low. Suppression was activated to initiate synchronization. In shock and disbelief, he could barely think. All he had done was draw the knife, and yet the blessing of the sword god had already activated. The system displayed a message: synchronization is complete. May the blessing of the gods be with you. Suddenly, he felt an unbearable surge of power and screamed in agony as the blessing of the sword god activated within him. The energy crawled through his body, causing excruciating pain. He knew that if it continued, he would die, but the power didn't stop. All he could do was endure. Suddenly, a bright, powerful light exploded in front of him. When he opened his eyes, the school around him had shattered like glass. Stunned, he stood in shock, wondering what the hell was happening. His grip on the knife loosened, and as soon as it hit the ground, the shattered world restored itself, leaving him even more surprised. He realized that the moment he let go of the knife, everything returned to normal. Suddenly, his head and body throbbed with pain. He understood that the divine power had activated, but he wondered if the world-breaking effect had something to do with the sword god's blessing. The backlash from the activation was immense, and he knew that his divine power of painlessness could only help with mild muscle soreness, not this kind of overwhelming pain. He looked at his shaking hand, realizing that if every activation felt like this, the power was unusable. An announcement rang out, instructing students to gather at the training hall immediately. He debated whether he should pick the knife back up. He couldn't just leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground, and he tried to comfort himself by thinking maybe it only hurt during the first activation. Nervously, he reached for the knife, wondering if he'd be okay the moment he touched it. He screamed again as the power surged through him, and in agony he shouted, "What the fuck is this?" Meanwhile, in the training hall, students were gathering, and the professors were mingling, laughing, and discussing how much they had spent on their children's admission. One of the professors noticed a figure and commented to another, "Look, Clinch has made quite the journey." The seven-starred hero Siegfried von Nibelung was standing nearby. The others greeted him. Recognizing him as a descendant of Aaron Nibelung and the direct disciple of the founding hero, Vala Joaquin, Siegfried, however, remained silent, staring at them, which made the professors feel awkward as they returned to their seats. Siegfried sighed and glanced beside him as someone approached. The seven-star hero sage, Media Poison. She greeted him, saying it had been a while, and asked if it had really been half a century. He replied that he could see she still hadn't started dressing like an academy director and joked that turning 70 hadn't changed her much. She teased back, saying every woman wants to remain beautiful until they die, and offered to make him look 10 years younger with her blessing. He dismissed her offer, remarking that despite her upcoming 70th birthday, she still hadn't grown up and humans should value their inner nature playfully. She called him an old fart and pointed out how he hadn't changed in 50 years, which annoyed him, prompting him to call her an old hag. Smiling, she teased that he had changed a lot if he was willing to attend events like these, and he grumbled that he used to hate even breathing the same air as the egoistic bastards present. She guessed his granddaughter must be quite pretty to have made him attend. Siegfried stayed quiet and mentioned that it looked like things were about to start. Meanwhile, in the center of the training hall, students were chatting and introducing themselves. Gio mastered silently, observing them. He wondered if he was the only one with black hair, and if he was the only special admission student among the nobles. He remembered the students from the equipment inspection and how they had glared at him with disdain. The memory made him feel lowly and out of place. Suddenly, everyone's attention shifted to someone entering the hall. A bright, radiant presence moved through the crowd, and Gio Ma's eyes widened in shock as he saw who it was. Every man she passed seemed entranced by her, but Gio Ma knew better. She was Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor and the main heroine of the game, the very reason he had spent a fortune on it. Subspace, created by the ancestral hero Balar Jachwan, was a dimension formed alongside the establishment of the Academy. It was a reality separate from their own, where the rules of the real world did not apply. Even murder was overlooked. Siegfried asked the media if the theme for the event was a subspace battle royale. She confirmed, explaining that subspace battles were a tradition at their school. However, this year they were trying something different with a battle royale format, where participants would be split into groups of 10. Siegfried remarked that it meant it was a survival game. Media responded that there were no restrictions on equipment, to which Siegfried commented that it would just be a free-for-all for the privileged types with access to better gear. Media quickly told him not to bring it up, explaining that she had compromised as much as she could. She also added that, whether he liked it or not, the Academy was mostly funded by nobility, and she had gone through a lot of trouble just to introduce the new system. Giamat's attention shifted to Abel, noticing how unnervingly beautiful she was. He thought of her as a character out of a 2D game but realized it was something more. He mused that the men who tried to approach her were fools had he not known better. He might have done the same having played the game to some extent. He knew Abel was a player with the miracle blessing M, meaning she was tied to the game's protagonist. He reflected that beautiful people always hit someone by their side, and someone like him, a special student, was not on their level. He preferred avoiding involvement to prevent a noisy school life as he pulled out his book. He recalled the 3 principles he had set for his future: complete his studies without incident, secure a conventional job, and live a safe life. The book mentioned that the most coveted occupation was hero, offering an extremely high salary, which made him wonder what kind of hardships came with it. Remembering how even the sight of a knife made him tremble, he closed the book, thinking that heroes should protect the world while he found a more comfortable job. An announcement suddenly echoed, informing students that the class assignment exam for the 783rd year at Hacken Academy was starting. It explained that this year's exam, as previously announced, would be a battle royale. Among the 10 randomly assigned cadets, the first-place winner would be assigned to the Star class, second and third places to the Dragon class, and 8th to 10th places to the Ordinary class. The class assignments would be based on these results. Scores would be automatically assigned, and there was no time limit. Geoman noticed it was just like the game, and his goal was to secure a spot in the Ordinary class, so he planned to finish quickly. The subspace generation device activated, consuming everyone as they entered the subspace. The exam began with the system wishing them the blessings of the heroes. Geoman resolved to avoid using his knife if possible. A short while later, students were being evaluated by the system as they exited subspace, securing their class rankings. Meanwhile, others were still fighting inside. Media told Siegfried that, because of his granddaughter's bloodline from Chongchong and Jialgan, her results would be significant. Siegfried simply asked why she was bringing it up now. Media pointed out an impressive time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds achieved with a Syrinx weapon. Siegfried noted that Abel sought a fair assessment. Media responded that Abel, although a stickler for fairness, still ranked among the top 10 in Academy's history. Siegfried proudly stated that this was only natural, given the bloodline of Nablong, and stood up, announcing it seemed to be wrapping up, so he was leaving. Media informed him there was still one group left, but Siegfried dismissed them as offspring of the pigs and walked away, saying he would see her next time. Media cryptically replied that she would see him in the afterlife. Suddenly, a powerful sensation stopped both of them in their tracks, and everyone felt it. Media asked Siegfried if he sensed it too, and he replied that it was unbelievable. He scanned the stage and the surroundings, noting there wasn't a place in the entire building where that sensation wasn't felt. Then, once again, they experienced a surge of immense power and saw the subspace above them tear open. Both stood in shock as they witnessed the subspace shattering into pieces. 2 students were thrown from it, leaving the crowd stunned. The students crashed onto the stage, shattering the ground on impact. No one could believe that people had fallen out of subspace. Then, a brilliant light appeared above them once more, prompting Siegfried to look up in concern. Something fell from the subspace and pierced the ground near one of the collapsed students. The media quickly called for the medical staff to check the vitals of the cadets who had emerged. Meanwhile, the sashimi knife near Guillaume's head shined brightly. Before the confrontation, he was facing his teammate, muttering "bastard," thinking that the results were inevitable and predetermined. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, their enemy grabbed his teammate and slammed him into the wall, shattering it to pieces. He stared at his squad, realizing, unfortunately, that he had been caught in the squad of death. He knew their enemies were the infamous twins of malevolence from the Iron King family, Mao Jun and Mao Shan. Though they possessed innate talent, their brutality and deceit knew no bounds. He was furious that these bastards had been toying with them for 30 minutes, and he wondered if he appeared so weak that he wasn't even worth their attention. Shan glanced at the man in his grasp, realizing he was dead, and tossed the body aside, bored. He began counting the students he had killed, asking June how many were left. As June stepped on a student's neck, Shan noted the student was still alive, but June simply crushed him to death, replying that it was more or less over. Shan, annoyed, reminded June that he had caught 4 of them. June apologized, pointing to the side and telling Sean he could have that one. Sean turned to look at the trembling girl and agreed, saying he would accept it. He, watching in disbelief, noticed that the girl, who had been sitting quietly in the corner, seemed to be in a panic, her will to fight entirely gone as Sean approached the girl. He teasingly told his brother June to look at her, commenting that she was to his taste and expressing curiosity about the sound of her screams. Sean excitedly shouted that he was dying to find out, while the girl remained frozen in fear. June, half-jokingly, told Sean that even though he was his little brother, he was such a pervert. Sean then scares the girl, asking where he should start tearing her apart. It was at that moment that he shouted at the twins, calling them bastards to get their attention. He demanded to know why they were going so far, even in subspace, and asked if they were psychopaths. But then he realized, too late, that he had stepped forward without thinking. Sean, amused, asked June if there was one more student left. June pointed out June's name tag and remarked that he was a special student, which, to them, was a lowly bastard. The brothers turned to stare at him, smiling creepily. Sean, still grinning, told June he would take care of him quickly. June agreed, reminding Sean to rip out his tongue since he had insulted them. Sean, still laughing, said he would, walking closer to him. Panicking, he frantically considered what to do. He wondered if he should use the blessing of painlessness, but then realized that since the twins had been desecrating corpses for 30 minutes, avoiding pain for just 30 seconds wouldn't help. Suddenly, a bright light shone from his bag. Surprising him, he remembered the sashimi knife he had inside, but he knew that holding the sword would activate the blessing of the sword gone. He hadn't even made it half a day since deciding to live an ordinary, uneventful, and safe life. Sean noticed him reaching into his bag and mockingly asked what it was. When he pulled out the sashimi knife, the twins were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They couldn't believe it and taunted him, asking if it was a joke. The girl, watching in terror, stood frozen in fear. Sean adjusted his stance, shouting that since he was at least a little amusing, he would make his death as painless as possible. He then leapt into the air, appearing above him, shouting that he would smash his head first. Realizing he couldn't be picky, he opened his legs wide and hoped for the best. He activated the blessing of painlessness for 30 seconds, along with the blessing of the sword gone, while removing the knife's cover. He knew that painlessness would counteract the pain caused by the blessing of the sword gone for 30 seconds as Sean launched his robotic hand towards him, tauntingly asking what he could possibly do with a pathetic knife like that. He knew that if he couldn't cut, he would die. He worried about the sashimi knife's ability to cut through Sean's heavy equipment, thinking that Sean wasn't a fish but a person. He remembered once asking his master why gangsters in movies wielded sashimi knives, wondering if they really used them to cut people and not just fish. His master had called him a crazy bastard, telling him it was only in movies and that even a god couldn't make it work. But he added that if he slashed it right, it would still cut as the power of the sword god surged through his body. A strong, bright light was released. He swung the knife, slashing at Sean's arm just as Sean yelled at him to get lost. Sean was shocked to see his arm severed, and it fell, slamming to the ground in front of Gioma. Back when he was still on Earth, he once called his boss to ask about gangsters. In the middle of the call, a sharp object was suddenly thrown at him. He shook in fear, as he realized it was a knife now lodged in the wall behind him. The man reminded him to call him master and asked why he was curious about such things. He knew that his first master had been a former thug. As atonement, the man had cut off one of his own wrists and later opened a sashimi restaurant, saying he wanted to bring happiness to people through his knife skills, and his master's skills were indeed impressive. Curious, he asked his master why gangsters in movies always wield sashimi knives. He wondered if it was like that in real life too. His master replied sharply, telling him that someone with experience in knife skills shouldn't be asking such questions. He explained that if someone stabbed a person with a white chef's knife, the skin would immediately contract. His master then asked if he thought it would even come out easily. He explained that a sashimi knife, being narrow, could stab multiple times and be withdrawn effortlessly. When he asked why they didn't just slice since they could slice fish, his master yelled that fish could be sliced because they lay down still. If they were standing, he wouldn't even be able to slice bread in one go. He then mentioned that in manga it always looked like a clean slice. His master hit him on the back, reminding him to call him master, not boss, and told him that even if the god of knives were involved, it wouldn't work that way. But in his current situation, as he sliced Shun's arm with the sashimi knife, it worked perfectly. Shun was in shock, staring at his falling arm alongside his brother Young, while the girl looked on in stunned disbelief when Shun's arm hit the ground. The pain hit him all at once, and he screamed in agony. Shun cried out for his lost arm, pleading for help as he saw his opponent approaching him stammering. Shun shouted at him to stay away, but he continued to advance. Shun, now in terror, turned and ran, screaming for someone to help him. Young, frozen in horror, watched as his younger brother tried to flee. When Shun neared his brother, Jiomon moved swiftly, slicing Shun's head cleanly in half with terrifying ease. Young, paralyzed by the sight, stared in disbelief at his brother's severed head. He screamed out Shun's name, filled with both rage and sorrow. Meanwhile, Jiomon stood silently, and the girl continued to watch, wide-eyed and shocked. Young reminded himself that this was subspace and that Shun wasn't really dead. He tried to calm down, thinking that his brother's death didn't matter here, but as he stared at Shun's lifeless body, he noticed something odd. His opponent seemed like someone who had just used a knife on a person for the first time. He also noticed the man's ragged breath and trembling, wondering if the events were just a coincidence. Regardless, Young realized he needed to watch out for that knife. Grabbing Shun's hand equipment, Young thought his brother's downfall had been due to carelessness. He put the equipment on his own arm and shouted that the weapons were at their best when used with both hands. Young then activated the Blessing of Resolution, which amplified his defense, the Blessing of Intervention, which increased his jump power by 200, and the Blessing of Spirit, which significantly boosted the power of his punches. Confidently, Young yelled that those were rank blessings that commoners could only dream of. He taunted Jioma, saying that even an S-rank weapon wouldn't be able to pierce his armor and that he wasn't like his little brother, Shun. Meanwhile, Jioma was enduring the pain, quietly counting down from 23. Young launched himself forward, shouting that he had been standing there dumbfounded the whole time. He asked mockingly if Jioma was mumbling his last words. Laughing, Young declared he would smash his head in, but Jioma didn't even flinch. When there were only 6 seconds left in his countdown, Young was suddenly cut to pieces. Stabbed repeatedly with the sashimi knife, Young shook in agony, slowly dying. Jioma remained in the same position, still counting down. At the final second, just as Young died, he wondered in his last moments what kind of being his opponent was. As the countdown reached 0, the system notified him that the effect of the Blessing of Painlessness had ended. He screamed in pain, clutching the sashimi knife. Later, he opened his eyes and saw that he was in a room. He asked himself if it was a hospital and sat up, feeling pain coursing through his body. Just then, a man entered the room. Upon seeing him awake, the man immediately stepped out, reporting that he had regained consciousness. This surprised him. Soon after, several people entered the room, and he was stunned. These were faces he had never seen in person before but somehow recognized. He remembered 50 years ago that these were the same people who defeated the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander. They were the 7-star heroes, the strongest of mankind, Siegfried, and the Academy's head sage, Media Poison. He wondered on Earth they were here. Siegfried was the first to speak, asking him for his name. He replied, "Kong Jio Ma," but Siegfried, with a serious expression, quickly cut to the point, asking him, "What on earth did you do?" Kong Jio Ma hesitated, knowing that the sensation he had felt during the battle wasn't just in his imagination, it was real. He looked at Siegfried and noticed he was holding a sword. Realizing the gravity of being noticed by such a monstrous figure, Jio Ma responded that even if it was a pocket dimension, he judged that the twins' actions went too far. Still, and he thinks his response was excessive, so he'll accept any punishment without complaint. He then stared back at Siegfried, who was still fixated on him. The media broke the silence, calling Siegfried an old fool and asking him how he planned to handle a young one. She leaned in closer to Jio Ma, adding that even though Siegfried spoke harshly, it was he who had cleared his blocked blood vessels while he was unconscious. With a playful tone, she commented that they say people only get more stubborn with age, and sweetly asked him to give her a break for the sake of her face. Siegfried, clearly flustered, shouted at Media, reminding her not to mention it. Media hugged him, teasing, "The old fool is embarrassed. Leaving Gyoma wondering why Siegfried had done such a thing for him. It dawned on him why his body felt so light, or perhaps, as damp as a wet feather. Media, meanwhile, gazed happily at his shoulders. With a gleam of excitement, Media explained that while he was unconscious, they extracted the footage of what happened and watched it with the staff. The sight of him throwing himself to protect that poor female student, and he were literally the prince she dreamt of. She then playfully added, he was the prince himself, before Siegfried interrupted her. Making her irritated, he insisted she show some dignity, though Media didn't seem too bothered. She went on to explain that she's not saying they'll make an issue out of his actions during the exam, so he shouldn't need to worry. And honestly, those twins from the Mao family only got into the academy by buttering up the elders, but they've said they'll withdraw on their own. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing he wouldn't have to deal with them at school anymore. The Media then told him that they had come to deliver some news. He asked what it was, and Media smiled, replying that he was the top scorer and congratulating him. Gyoma blinked in disbelief, asking what they meant by that. He couldn't believe it. His vision of a safe, sound, and secure future was fading away before his eyes a moment later. In Media's office, she told Siegfried that in her nearly 20 years as head of the academy, it was the first time something like this had ever happened. She recalled Gyoma's response when he said he didn't like being the top scorer, which shocked both of them. She asked if he understood what it meant to be in the star class, reminding him that while the elders were furious, the top cadet's decision was based on a result directly graded by the space itself. He thought for a moment but still replied that he didn't like it, prompting her to ask again if he truly didn't understand. Siegfried meanwhile silently observed the exchange. Siegfried snapped back to attention when Media addressed him directly, asking if he was upset that Gyoma took the top spot instead of his granddaughter. She reminded him that he had seen the footage himself. He replied that it was foolish to question the judgment of the subspace, which was imbued with the will of the founding hero. The academy had chosen Gyoma as the top cadet, and they should simply follow that decision. Siegfried reflected that if Gyoma's skills had been outstanding, he would have understood. If Gyoma's physical abilities were exceptional, he would have accepted it, and if his experience had been remarkable, he would have agreed. But what he saw in this young boy, who had barely reached adulthood, was something more. His movements embodied a concept of swordsmanship that Siegfried had pursued his entire life. A level of mastery, yet the unsettling feeling he had when he unblocked Gyoma's meridians lingered. Gyoma's body, soft and unconditioned as though it had never undergone training, seemed to contain something that shouldn't have been there. Siegfried sighed, realizing that even at his age, he couldn't believe he still had such a competitive spirit, especially toward a boy the same age as his granddaughter. Siegfried was startled again when he heard Media praising Gyoma's delicate features and the way he heroically cut down enemies to save a woman in distress. She added that if she were just 10 years younger, or even now, she wondered if she could still try to win him over. She asked Siegfried what he thought, but he simply responded by asking if she knew what college cadets call girls like her these days. Intrigued, the Media urged him to continue, daring him to open his big mouth. When she asked him again what they called someone like her, he set down his coffee cup, making her even more excited. Calmly, he told her, "They call you a beach." Media, enraged, stood up and attacked Siegfried, shaking the entire room. The next day, Gyoma arrived at his wolf class. He knew it was the best compromise he could have made. He remembered how Media had ordered someone to send him to the upper class, but he insisted on joining the tiger class. The Media had shouted that the top cadet couldn't be sent to the tiger class, but he had argued back, questioning why not when the academy prided itself on equality. Media had responded that, despite that, the tiger class was off limits, and instead, she promised to keep his request a secret, knowing that if the elders found out, they would cause an even bigger fuss. Gyoma sighed as he opened the classroom door, frustrated because his plan had been to quietly complete his studies in a lower class without getting caught up in the power struggles of the upper ranks. At least this arrangement was still within his expectations. As he entered, the door suddenly slammed shut, causing a loud noise. He looked around and noticed his classmates staring at him. They stared for a moment, but when they saw the color of his name tag, they quickly averted their gaze and returned to their usual activities. As he walked to his seat, he thought to himself that they should keep ignoring him, just as he preferred. When he finally sat down, He was amazed that everyone was completely ignoring him. He figured that Headmaster Media had managed to keep things under wraps. Feeling relieved, he happily pulled out his book, thinking that being a loner had its perks. Maybe this was a good thing, but just as he began to settle in, he heard someone approaching. When he looked at his side, he saw the girl from the subspace exam. She thanked him for what he did back then. He stared at her silently for a moment, realizing he didn't remember her. She quickly reminded him that she was the girl from the exam. He found it odd that she was using such formal language when they were the same age, and replied that there was no need to thank him, as anyone would have done the same in that situation. Although it seemed like he had saved her, he knew deep down he was only trying to survive and felt hypocritical. He then mentioned that they hadn't properly introduced themselves. Introducing himself as Kang Jio-ma, she responded that her name was Chloe. He said it was nice to meet her, still surprised they ended up in the same class. She greeted him in return while he quietly wondered who she really was. He had played through most of the game's story, but he didn't recognize her name. As far as he knew, the later stages of the game focused on the battle against the demon tribe, so it was unexpected to meet a new character now. Then he realized that Chloe might just be a background character like him. Jio-ma asked if she could keep what happened during the exam secret, to which she immediately agreed. She seemed about to say something else when a teacher entered, loudly instructing everyone to take their seats. Jio-ma told Chloe they could talk later, and she nodded in agreement. The teacher congratulated them on their admission and told them they should be proud, as they were all chosen to carry on the will of the founding hero Valor Joaquin. He introduced himself as Lee Won-bin, the chief instructor of the Wolf class. Lee explained that since it was their first day, they would start with some basic physical training and instructed them to change into their training clothes and gather at the training ground in 30 minutes. When one student asked what the training would be, Lee replied it was simple: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by 10 laps around the training ground. He then shouted for everyone to change and gather, to which they all responded with a resounding yes. As the students began to file out of the room, Jio-ma stayed seated, wondering if the training was designed to turn cadets into bald-headed soldiers. He approached Lee, who asked what was on his mind. Jio-ma, hoping to find a way out of the tedious training, replied that he was feeling a bit sick. Lee thought for a moment before telling him that, as the top cadet, the basic training wouldn't be very useful for him. He suggested that Jio-ma attend star class training on his first day, mentioning that the headmaster had granted him permission to attend all classes. Shocked, Jio-ma thought to himself, "Media, you damn old hag." Laughing it off, Jio-ma quickly said that he just needed to use the restroom urgently and was only feeling a bit sore. Lee chuckled and replied that he appreciated Jio-ma's straightforwardness, saying he would see him at the training ground, to which Jio-ma replied, yes. Later, as Jio-ma ran around the training ground, he was utterly exhausted. Lee shouted at the group that this was just light work and that they should move faster. But Jio-ma found himself falling behind. Feeling like he was dying just then, Chloe appeared beside him, asking if the training was too difficult since he looked unwell. He laughed weakly, replying that he was fine. She asked what lap he was on, and he guessed it was his 5th. Surprised, he asked her what lap she was on, as she seemed to be running behind as well. To his shock, she replied that she was on her 9th lap. She then encouraged him to keep going, shouting that he could do it, before speeding off, leaving Jio-ma suffering and exhausted. Days later, in Jio-ma's dorm room, empty water bottles littered the floor and surfaces. He slammed another one down on the table and cursed. He was starving. A week into academy life, he had encountered an unexpected problem. At the cafeteria, he had rushed to the counter, shouting that he was hungry and ordering a pork belly rice bowl in a hurry. However, the cafeteria lady stared at the meal ticket box next to him. That's when he realized the food wasn't free. Embarrassed, he told her head get the ticket right away and asked if she could prepare the meal in advance, but he froze when he saw the price of 50,000 won for a pork belly rice bowl. The other items on the menu ranged from 25,000 in won to 150,000 in won. He stood in horror, unable to believe the prices. Back in his dorm, he drank the last drop from his water bottle and angrily tossed it aside. He thought $50,000 for a pork belly rice bowl was outrageous. His living expenses were nearly gone, and he remembered refusing pocket money from his father. Staring at the empty bottles on the floor, he rolled onto his bed, cursing himself for not accepting the money when he had the chance. For days, had been surviving on the cheapest water from the campus store. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, showing his physical state had increased to 12 as his physical condition improved. The sword specifications relaxed, activating a blessing for swords 32 centimeters or shorter and 6 centimeters or less in width. Smiling, he stood up and looked at himself in the mirror, admiring his abs and thinking the effort hadn't been wasted. He wondered if the blessing of the sword god had cleared his blood vessels, feeling as if he were evolving despite his progress. He knew the blessing hadn't fully expanded. If he continued improving step by step, he might be able to handle a short sword soon. Staring at the sashimi knives on his counter, he recalled how terrified he had been of holding a blade during the entrance ceremony. Now, if he wasn't holding a knife, his hands itched, making him wonder if this was the blessing's influence. Scratching his head, he asked himself why he felt so proud. Just then, someone knocked on his door. When he opened it, he found Chloe standing there. She asked if she had disturbed his rest, to which he replied no, as he was just lying down. He asked what was going on. She explained that she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria all week and was worried he might not be feeling well. He awkwardly replied that he usually didn't eat food made by others, although in truth, he loved food made by others and was starving. She nodded, understanding, and told him not to worry. Then she suggested that if he was up for it, they could buy ingredients from the campus store and make dinner together without hesitation. He grabbed his jacket and told her they should go, leaving her confused. He asked if she was inviting him to dinner, and she confirmed. A bit surprised, he happily led the way, telling her that he was good at cooking and would handle it. He asked if her dorm was across the way, to which she replied yes, still chasing after him as he walked with excitement. Later, in Chloe's dorm, she exclaimed how delicious the food was. Gioma smiled and said he was glad she liked it. She complimented him on how quickly and skillfully he had prepared the meal. Admitting she had only ever boiled fish and never thought she'd get to taste cooking like that, he quietly stared at the empty plates. Pleased earlier, he had asked if he could check her fridge, and she had agreed. When he opened it, he noticed it was full of fish. She explained she was from a seaside area, which made sense to him. He smiled, realizing he was itching to cook again. Deciding to treat himself, he thought about slicing some sashimi but hesitated due to the sword god's blessing. Laying the kitchen knives on the counter, he asked if she had a longer knife. Chloe was confused, but when he explained that his weapon was similar to those kinds of swords, she understood. She handed him a knife and asked if it would work, but he decided to stick with the kitchen knife. Grabbing the knife, he decided to finish in 30 seconds. Activating the blessing of painlessness, he focused on the sashimi, remembering that he had once been the best swordsman in the country. He activated the sword, God's blessing, and sliced through the fish, finishing in 21 seconds. In that time, he scaled the fish, split the bones, removed the entrails, and filled the flesh. The result was so perfect it felt like a masterpiece, and he was proud to still have his skills. Chloe asked how he was so good at cooking, and he replied that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. She then asked what a part-time job was, surprising him. He asked if she didn't know what it was, and she apologized. He told her there was no need to apologize, attributing the confusion to their difference in status. Changing the subject, he told her he was glad she enjoyed the meal, and she nodded happily, offering to wash up since he had cooked. He thanked her and left her to it. As she rushed to the sink, he walked to the window and stared at the moon, feeling full and satisfied. Humming a tune to himself, however, he was interrupted by the sound of plates falling, followed by Chloe's repeated apologies. He wondered if she had ever done the dishes before, thinking back to when he was her age and doing the same chores. Suddenly, a note fell onto the table, flipping open when it landed. Surprised, he realized it was Chloe's diary. The round handwriting and cute stickers made him think she was just like any other girl her age. He intended to put it back, but the air flipped it open, revealing an entry. He read that the person who saved her during the exam turned out to be in her class, and his name was Jill Ma. The entry said her heart raced whenever she saw him, and she didn't know how to approach him. He smiled, thinking it was cute, realizing that this was why she hadn't been able to talk to him before. Curious, he flipped through a few more pages. His eyes widened in shock when he saw a page written repeatedly, "I love him." At that moment, A loud crash came from the sink. He turned to see Chloe standing there. Terrified, she asked him in a trembling voice if he had seen her diary. Heroic families gain honor by slaying monsters, receiving society's admiration and solidifying their positions, yet, within these stagnant institutions, vested interests often exploit the weak under the guise of authority. When public authorities fail to condemn such exploitation, one heroic family steps into the shadows. The Auditor de Cecilia family. This family operates covertly, aiming for justice while combining order maintenance with assassination. Those born into the Auditor family undergo mental conditioning before puberty, suppressing their emotions and enduring grueling training to become assassins. Chloe was only 15 when she first killed. She had been startled to see a man tied to a pole, but the old man at her side forced her forward, placing a sword in her hand and making her deliver the fatal blow afterward. He reminded her not to deny her talents as an assassin. These were words she had heard repeatedly. Even before adulthood, the constant training warped her mind, casting a deep shadow over her heart. By the time her sense of self had been worn away, leaving only fragments of emotion, Chloe was ready to enroll at the Joaquin Academy. At the academy, where students were assigned to classes based on individual skill, members of the Auditor family, despite their exceptional abilities, were always placed in the common class due to a long-standing tradition and an agreement with the academy. Although the Auditor family operated in the shadows, their skills far surpassed those of the Dragon class. Chloe's grandfather had ordered her to remain unnoticed. The family's strict control took away her personal freedom, forcing her to follow the path of an assassin. She obeyed without a word, believing that nothing would change no matter what she did. At least, that's what she thought until she met Jiao Ma during the subspace battle royale. Chloe encountered death for the first time, though it wasn't real in that space. Despite the gravity of the situation, she wasn't afraid. Having long accepted her fate, she faced death calmly, no longer struggling against it. But something shifted when she saw Jiao Ma fight. It was as if a storm had parted, letting sunlight break through for the first time. She felt the desire to wield her sword for someone else, not just out of duty. It was Jiao Ma's will that stirred something warm within her. She recalled a childhood memory, a fairy tale she had secretly kept hidden by her bedside. It was about a prince rescuing a princess from a castle. Her face flushed as she realized the connection. An unfamiliar feeling filling her chest, love. In the present, Jiao Ma found himself cursing under his breath. Watching as Chloe seemed lost in thought, he laughed awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. But her silence and unblinking stare only made him feel more uncomfortable. He realized something had gone wrong, wondering if it had been when he first saw her vulnerability or when he foolishly joined her for dinner. Trying to salvage the situation, Jiao Ma made a polite comment about the evening, hoping to lighten the mood, but she remained fixated on him. He thanked her for the dinner, preparing to leave, but her gaze lingered on him, and she asked if he had seen it. Confused, Jiao Ma asked what she meant. Chloe removed her gloves, and her attention shifted to the diary on the table. Realization hit him. She was referring to her diary. He attempted to downplay the situation, suggesting that she must have worked hard on her studies, but she corrected him, making it clear she was talking about her personal diary. He felt a surge of unease. How had she known he had seen it? He wondered if she had somehow seen him reading it without him noticing. Then something else struck him. Chloe was using formal language again, despite his earlier insistence that she didn't need to. She suddenly seemed like a completely different person. He quickly denied seeing anything, but Chloe asked him again if he was sure. He repeated his denial, but she pressed him not to lie. Realizing there was no point in denying it further, he admitted that he had seen it. For a moment, she simply stared at him, and then, to his shock, she slowly drew her katana from its sheath. Horrors surged through him as he glanced down at the edge of the roof. They were on the 4th floor, and if he jumped, he knew he'd be smashed to pieces. Looking around, he realized there was only one exit, the door next to Chloe. He was trapped. A loud scraping sound broke the tension, and when he peeked over his shoulder, his blood ran cold. Chloe was dragging her katana along the floor, walking slowly toward him like a puppet. Her movements were devoid of emotion. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was she even aware of what she was doing? Her pupils were still, and her red eyes looked lifeless. That's when it hit him. She had all the signs of a yandere. He recalled her energetic personality, so full of life that it could change in an instant. Was this a split personality? The realization that she might be a yandere with a split personality was terrifying enough, but the fact that he had triggered this shift by opening her diary made it worse. He knew the situation was dangerous. She would likely chase him until she succeeded in killing him, so he had to find a way to escape and ensure his survival. He could sense that Chloe's killing intent was even stronger than the Mao brothers, making him curse under his breath. Academy life was turning out to be far more dangerous than Head expected. He needed to get out of this situation first. His thoughts raced, and then he remembered that he still had 9 seconds left on his painless blessing. However, his sashimi knife was back in his room, and the knife he had used earlier was too far away. If he tried to reach for it, he was certain he'd lose an arm or worse. Suddenly, Chloe raised her katana, and in a panic, he stepped back, hitting the table behind him. His eyes fell on a small cutter lying there. She leaped at him, swinging her katana with deadly precision. Desperate, he grabbed the cutter, knowing full well that talking his way out of this was unlikely to work. As he prepared to defend himself, a system notification appeared, showing that his mental state had risen. Along with this, his ingenuity increased, and words and actions became temporarily imbued with an aura of intimidation. The restraining power adjusted to fit him, and the divine protection of the sword god was activated. As they met in the middle, he tried a different approach, commenting on her hair, saying it was slightly too long and that he would trim it a bit in that moment. They both released their slashes simultaneously. Later, Chloe woke up in her bed, searching for looking around her room. She remembered him standing by the window while she was doing the dishes. She had been sneaking glances at him. Panic set in when she suddenly recalled her katana, but seeing it resting safely next to her study table, she sighed in relief. She often lost consciousness when handling the katana, a side effect of her conditioning. Her thoughts drifted to the old man, who had always praised her for her talent as an assassin, telling her not to worry after each kill and reminding her to never deny her abilities. Frustrated, she slammed her face into her pillow, calling herself a fool for fainting. Embarrassed, she thought about Gioma, wondering if she had said anything strange when she lost consciousness. Then, her eyes fell on the cutter lying on the floor. Confused, she held her hair up to her face and realized it had been cut shorter. Glancing at the trash bin, she saw the cut strands of hair and guessed that Gioma must have cleaned up before leaving. Blushing, she thought to herself how kind Gioma was in hurry to grab her diary, eager to write down her thoughts before she forgot. As she scribbled, her entry focused on how much she admired him. Meanwhile, Gioma was outside the dorm, struggling and vomiting by the side of the path. He was relieved to have survived the situation with Chloe but knew he had pushed his blessing too far, going 5 seconds over the 9-second limit, which left him physically ill. He tried to suppress the nausea, but it was no use. He ended up throwing up everything he had eaten for dinner sitting on a nearby bench. He felt the hunger return, his entire meal now gone. As he stared at the moon, Gioma reflected on Chloe and her abilities. Normally, swordsmanship is about striking decisively to end a fight. But the way Chloe fought was different. Her blade relentlessly targeted vital points, almost as if it were designed for ambush tactics. He realized that had she ambushed him, his head would have been taken off without a doubt. Feeling threatened, he had instinctively aimed for her nape during their encounter. Thankfully, the cutter he wielded was short, so he only managed to cut her hair. He sighed, relieved that he had cleaned up the situation quickly and that there shouldn't be any further complications. Though he admitted to himself that finding stability, safety, and security in this world was proving far more difficult than he anticipated. He reflected on how much harder it was to simply lead an ordinary life when he was first thrown into this strange, shameless game-like world. He hadn't lacked ambition for someone who had once reigned at the pinnacle with nothing more than a sashimi knife. Giving up on the romantic idea of living as a man had been a tough choice, but he knew that everyone had their assigned role. He then thought about the game he was now living in. The blessing of miracles was the unique blessing of the game's protagonist, who Gioma had yet to encounter. Alongside it was the blessing of valor from Valor Hoken. He remembered that these were the only 2 legendary blessings in the game, and their contents were intuitive. The protagonist wielded both the holy sword and the demon sword, Bamung in contrast, Gyoma could only use sashimi knives, a fact that made him wonder if any further explanation of his fate was even necessary. Slapping his face to refocus, Gyoma reminded himself of his goal since entering the academy. The constant encounters with unrealistic characters and bizarre situations had distracted him from what he came to achieve. He realized that he had been sidetracked by various events and began to wonder if there was anyone ordinary in this world at all despite having a vague understanding of the key characters in the game. Gyoma still felt his knowledge of this world was lacking. After all, it had only been a little over a week since he entered the academy. According to the game story, the main character's blessing was due to activate soon. With the enrollment process almost complete, Gyoma knew the real story was finally about to begin. Gyoma knew the general plot of the game, but having never seen the ending gave him an advantage. At least up to the midpoint he decided that no matter what happened, he should stick to the official route. If things strayed too far off course, it would waste whatever benefits he might gain from his knowledge. He recalled that the story took a much darker turn in the second semester of the third year, when the birth of a hero would cause the demon race to unite under their demon lords and threaten the academy. This would lead to a full-scale war between demons and humanity. He remembered the game's typical /U00E9 fantasy plot, and, as someone who had once sought a charming, youthful life he never got to experience, he had deleted the game halfway through. Now, though, the realization that this terrible war was real chilled him, making him wonder if he, too, was doomed to die in it, but he shook off those thoughts, deciding that with nearly 3 years left, he needed a more realistic goal than mere escapism. He couldn't allow himself to die quietly in this world. He needed to get stronger and survive. Most mass-produced games like this one tended to have happy endings, and he guessed that the protagonist would save the world. But he couldn't rely on that alone. He needed power to protect himself. He couldn't live with the constant fear of dying in a war caught up in events beyond his control. That meant training, but he would have to do it without drawing too much attention. If he stood out, he risked being conscripted to fight against the demon army, something he needed to avoid at all costs. He also reminded himself to be cautious with the blessing of painlessness. Though he picked up the sashimi knife out of necessity, the strain on his body from using the blessing was too great. A system notification appeared, showing his blessing stats, and though the performance looked impressive, there was a lot of new information he wasn't sure how to interpret. He focused on the stats, noting that his physical, mental, and weapon ranks seemed to represent his levels of growth. His eyes landed on the assimilation rate, but when he tried to check what it meant, the system blocked his access, telling him that conditions had not yet been met. It didn't seem important for now. What mattered most was his physical training. He needed a new weapon. Relying solely on the blessing of painlessness for 30 seconds wouldn't work forever, and he also needed to train with swords that didn't meet the conditions for the Sword God's blessing. Next month's practical combat training would replace the midterm exams, and the reward for excelling was the Murasama, a brank sword. Gyoma knew that if he could handle it skillfully, it would be enough to carry him through graduation. Its specifications didn't meet the activation conditions for the Sword God's blessing, so it wouldn't put as much strain on him as his primary weapon. Realizing he had more to do than he thought, Gyoma was suddenly interrupted by someone calling his name. When he turned, he saw Abel standing nearby, telling him that he was sitting in her spot. He froze in shock. Staring at her, speechless, sweat ran down his face as he struggled to respond, and for a moment, he couldn't move. Abel asked if he could shift over a bit, snapping him out of his daze. Embarrassed, he moved aside, wondering why he had been staring so blankly at her. Abel told him there was no need to leave the bench completely, just to make a little space. He obliged. Still at a loss for words, he shyly wondered what she meant by her spot. Weren't benches public property? Was this something related to the Academy's class system? He knew getting involved with Abel, the heroine, would only complicate the main story, so he resolved to avoid her, even though it was awkward. But when he saw her lips, he cursed silently. She really was beautiful. He was startled when Abel mentioned that the spot offered the best view of the stars. He didn't respond immediately, still staring at her and trying to reconcile her appearance with the Abel he knew from the game. The memory of Abel being the swordsman's granddaughter and the protagonist's difficult-to-approach love interest made him uneasy. Abel then asked if his weapon was also a sword, surprising him when he asked how she knew. She explained that her grandfather had told her. She added that swordmasters had a certain look in their eyes, and as she stared at him, Geomat felt his face grow hot. She then handed him her sword, offering him the chance to hold it. He took it, commenting that it didn't feel particularly heavy. Abel sulked in response, turning away, leaving Geomat to wonder if she was really upset. Abel was harder to get used to than had anticipated. Was this truly the same Abel he remembered from the game? Abel turned her gaze back to him, asking if he knew who she was. Geomat wondered if Abel was being suspicious of him, even though there wasn't a single student at the academy who wouldn't know who she was. He responded vaguely, saying he knew her roughly. Abel, however, pointed out that she didn't know him at all, which left him unsure of what she wanted. She remarked that it seemed unfair for him to know her name when she had no idea who he was. When he hesitated, Abel teasingly suggested that he might be a demon lord spy disguised as a student, sneaking into the academy. After all, she continued, there didn't seem to be any other reason for him to be sitting there alone at that hour. Her words left him wondering what she truly meant, but before he could ask, she raised her sword at him, leaving him in disbelief. He tried turning the question back on her, asking what she was doing, but Abel simply replied that she had been exercising and training. Pointing at him, she asked what kind of exercise he had been doing. Flustered, he said he was practicing breathing, which left her momentarily stunned and confused. As the conversation shifted, Geomat noticed wounds on her hands, and when Abel realized he was staring, she quickly hid them behind her back, growing shy and falling silent for a moment. Geomat broke the silence, telling her that she was quite dedicated to her training, to which she agreed. She confessed that few people understood the pressure of inheriting the blood of Nibelung. She felt the need to always be perfect because, in her world, even the slightest flaw could lead to harsh criticism. Abel asked if he knew she wasn't the top student that year. She admitted that losing someone for the first time in her life had been a humbling experience. However, she found it refreshing in a way. Still, she was curious about who had beaten her, vowing to take them down the next time they met. Her bold statement stunned Geomat, causing him to cough in shock. He awkwardly suggested that it wasn't necessary to take them down, but Abel quickly dismissed his words, saying it was a matter of pride. She had even begged her grandfather to tell her who the top student was, but found out that they weren't even in her class and had skipped the top student's swearing-in ceremony. Abel expressed disbelief that a second-place student like herself could tolerate such a thing. Snapping out of her train of thought, Abel suddenly realized she had been sharing all of this with someone she had just met. Geomat asked why she was telling him all of this, to which she replied that he seemed weak. She went on to explain that her family motto was to be strict with the strong and merciful to the weak, leaving Geomat staring at her in disbelief. Abel added that the students in her class were so bland she didn't really have any friends, making Geomat realize why she had seemed so cold toward the protagonist in the game. Stretching her body, Abel stood up, saying she should head inside and bid him goodbye. Just before walking away, she turned and shouted, asking when he would tell her his name. He responded that he didn't want to, causing her to shout at him in frustration as she left. The next day, Geomat sat in class, reflecting on how his academy life had been flowing by smoothly and steadily. He kept a low profile, especially around Chloe, who had blended in well and even made friends. On the other hand, he avoided eye contact with her out of fear, still shaken by their last encounter occasionally. When their eyes did meet, Chloe's new friends would glare at him coldly. However, the disdainful looks didn't bother him much anymore. After all, he wasn't the only exceptional student in the Tiger class. There were simply too few of them, and for some reason there was a general reluctance among the exceptional students to stand out. Geomat guessed this reluctance stemmed from a kind of inferiority complex. Reflecting on his decision, he felt relieved that he hadn't chosen a higher class. This was the time when students in the Star and Dragon classes began forming factions and engaging in heavy political maneuvering, something that even made Geomat's head spin when he thought about it back when he played the game. The intrigue had been enough to make anyone's tongue whack, and as a commoner, the idea of being assigned to those upper classes was chilling. Looking at the black card in his hand, Geomat smiled, feeling glad that he was finally eating well again. He thought about what he should have for today's meal, remembering how the media had given him the card, explaining that it was supposed to be his reward for being the top student. She had apologized for the delay, and now Geomat couldn't help but feel thankful. As he stared happily at the black card, he thought that the level of favor he had received was so great it almost warranted bowing in front of the headmaster's office 3 times a day for the first time. He sincerely thanked media in his heart. Geomat questioned whether he was faithfully fulfilling his duties as a student. Reflecting on his actions so far, he felt confident that he hadn't done anything to disrupt the main scenario, which gave him a sense of accomplishment. With that in mind, he decided that if he could continue like this for the next 3 years, he might just reach the future he envisioned for himself. Later, during class, their instructor taught them about the history of the First Demon War, which had broken out 700 years ago. The hero Valor Hoken, foreseeing the need to cultivate the next generation of heroes, established the academy with his 7 disciples. The instructor emphasized that this part would be on the exam, but Geomat felt sleepy. He vaguely remembered the details, recalling that Valor Hoken had fought against Lekun, the right-hand man of the Demon Lord and commander of the First Legion. After 20 years of bloody conflict, Valor Hoken emerged victorious, but at great personal cost. He lost an arm and could no longer fight. The war had been brutal, with no clear victor on either side. Fortunately, a ceasefire was reached, and Hoken established the academy to train future generations of heroes. The instructor went on to explain that the First Demon War had resulted in a non-aggression pact between humans and demons, leading to 700 years of peace. One student asked if they would see another war in their lifetime, but his friend jokingly replied that he was more worried about what to wear to tomorrow's party. Geomat, however, knew that the end of this long peace was fast approaching, though no one else seemed to realize that everyone had become so accustomed to peace that it felt natural. But Geomat knew better. He considered giving media a hint, but he feared it could lead to unforeseen consequences. The media often spoke about wanting to step down as academy director, but Geomat knew she was crucial to the upcoming events. Her unique divine protection, the poet's blessing, made her the first to detect the impending threat, and she would be the first among the 7-star heroes to rush to the front lines to protect the students. Although Geomat hadn't played that far in the game, he remembered reading on Kumawiki that media would be the first of the 7-star heroes to be sacrificed by the Demon Lord's army. Back then, seeing it online hadn't affected him much. He had simply thought of it as another game event. But now, with everything feeling so real, the thought of media's fate weighs heavily on him. He wished, in some way, that she hadn't been so perceptive. The instructor announced the end of class, reminding everyone to study hard for the midterms in 2 weeks. As students began leaving the room, a commotion stirred outside. Other students asked what was happening, and Geomat, curious, wondered what all the noise was about. Suddenly, someone shouted in excitement, asking if it was them. Alarmed, Geomat quickly checked the date. His heart sank as he realized what was happening. It was May 15th. He rushed out of the room as a crowd began gathering, his mind racing. If his memory served him correctly, today was the day. It was the enrollment date of the world's protagonist, Leon Man Reinhardt, the day when the cracks in the long 700 years of peace would begin to show. He confirms that the protagonist's face is indeed central to the entire plot. He remembers how, in the game, every woman seemed to fall for him. If this game had been adult-rated, Leon wouldn't have needed to fight the Demon King. He'd have died from exhaustion long before that, he thinks with a smirk. He tries to convince himself to think good and kind thoughts because just thinking about Leon makes him imagine explicit scenes. He also recalls that the women drawn to Leon are impressive: Rachel Demora, the niece of the Spear Saint, Saki Ryoso, the daughter of the Bowmaster, and even Abel von Nibelheim, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. The so-called protagonist's party members are nothing short of remarkable, which annoys him to no end. Must be nice having a fan club that could double as an elite army. He mutters under his breath. He also knows that Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, will be among the first to be drafted in 3 years. However, calling it a draft is putting it nicely. It's practically mandatory enlistment, something he himself had experienced before. He then wonders just how strong the Demon King must be, considering even Valor Haken had only managed to seal the First Legion commander. He assumes the protagonist won't lose because if that happens, it would be unthinkable. I mean, if the hero loses, who's supposed to pick up the slack? Me? No thanks. Just then, Leon, who was busy talking to a girl, suddenly looks at him, catching him off guard, but Leon flashes a sweet smile, making him feel at ease, reminding him that he's in Miracle Blessing M, where the protagonist will handle everything one way or another. Ah yes, the plot armor smile. It's like he's saying, don't worry, my charisma stat is maxed out. He realizes that Leon's face is almost inspirational, convincing him of this before he even notices it. Suddenly, someone calls out to him from behind, and he turns to see who it is. Later, at the training grounds, he repeatedly swings his practice stick as expected. Pushing beyond his limits doesn't activate his blessing, and he concludes that he needs at least basic swordsmanship skills. He recalls that, a moment earlier, Chloe had approached him, asking if she had done something wrong. Head wanted to say that his head felt like it was about to part ways with his neck, but knowing they'd be spending the next year together, he simply replied that it was nothing. She asked if he truly meant it, and he said yes, thinking it was best to keep things civil. There was no need to make unnecessary enemies. Rule number 1 of survival, don't upset the girl who looks like she could bench press you. He reminds himself she sighed in relief, which left him wondering who Chloe really was. Despite her sometimes cold demeanor, he had sensed an air of sorrow in her sword, as if the blade itself was pleading to be saved. Yet the killing intent radiating from its edge was so intense that it made his skin crawl. Yup, definitely not the type to argue with over dinner plans. She then asked if it was all right to treat him to dinner that evening, explaining that she really wanted to treat him. Shyly, she added that she wasn't as good at cooking as he was. He recalled her cold, murderous stare from before, yet now saw her puppy dog eyes, pleading with him to say yes. Her expression made it difficult for him to refuse, but he knew that, although he felt bad about turning her down, accepting might result in him waking up in a fridge the next morning. I'd prefer not to become tomorrow's leftovers, he thought to himself. An idea came to him, and he asked if, instead of dinner, he could request a favor. Surprised, she asked what favor he wanted. He replied that she was the only one he could ask. She blushed and shyly asked if he really meant she was the only one, then asked what the favor was. He told her he wanted her to teach him swordsmanship. Knowing that he needed a skilled instructor and that Chloe was incredibly strong, he thought it was a perfect excuse. Plus, Eve been watching those How to Survive Yandere videos, for research. Minutes later, Chloe arrived at the training grounds and asked him how he got there, saying she had been waiting over in a different spot. He replied that he had just arrived and asked when she got there. She excitedly responded that she had also just arrived around 6:30. He reminded her that they weren't supposed to meet until 8, but she only laughed. Ah, early by an hour and a half? Totally not alarming at all. He stared at her for a moment, and she asked if she looked strange. Stammering, he replied no. He hadn't noticed it before, probably because he'd only ever seen Chloe in her school uniform. But now he could see that she had solid muscles, which explained her strength. Despite this, she was still quite cute, and he realized this was a rare opportunity. He handed her the wooden sword, which she accepted, but then she asked if they weren't going to use real swords. He was taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Did I mishear? Who trains with real swords when they're not actually fighting for their lives? He explained that it was just a training session, and using wooden swords was better to avoid getting hurt. She laughed as if she had just learned something amusing and playfully told him he was nice, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Nice. Is that code for easy prey? He wondered nervously. She then gripped the wooden sword tightly and swung it down, but the force was so strong that it sent a gust of wind through the air, making him sweat in horror. Oh good, she's going easy on me by creating a personal tornado, he thought. Realizing just how powerful she was, even the air seemed to tremble from her strike. Realizing he needed to be cautious, he checked his blessing again by opening his status window. His body was still growing steadily, and while the sword's length wasn't an issue, he wondered if blessings came with additional effects as they upgraded. A blessing upgrade, maybe something like invincible against crazy sword swingers? That would be nice right about now. He couldn't quite remember as he stared blankly at his status window, pondering how much more he needed to grow for the unknown parts to reveal themselves. Chloe noticed him spacing out. She asked if something was wrong and approached him, her voice snapping him back to reality. He quickly apologized, realizing he was the only one who could see the system and must have looked like he was losing focus. He then told her that, since this was their first lesson, she should take it easy on him. She agreed, and he gripped his wooden sword tightly, raising it as he asked if they could start. Okay, easy mode activated, right? Right? They faced each other, and he remembered that, in his past lives, everything he learned came from Hansen experience. He decided to trust the saying, seeing is believing. To truly master a skill, he knew he couldn't hold back. He had to be ready to dedicate his entire being. It was this mindset that had helped him adapt quickly to the academy. Having trained from a young age as he readied himself, he saw Chloe release a strong aura, and he felt sweat cling to his palms. His stance felt awkward, but he knew the final stroke of a sword must always aim to strike the opponent. Suddenly, she dashed toward him, leaving him stunned. Did she just teleport? Or am I already losing my mind? When her sword was about to hit his head, he barely managed to tilt his head just in time to avoid it. He cursed under his breath in fear. She was incredibly fast. He wanted to remind her that he had asked her to go easy on him. What happened to easy? This is more like hardcore mode. She swiftly caught the sword with her other hand and swung it with great force, making him raise his sword in defense. His arms shook from the impact, but he was relieved that he had finally managed to move in time. Without warning, she appeared above him, leaving him wondering when she had even moved. Is she secretly some sort of ninja? She kept getting faster, and as he swung his sword down to block her strikes, he wondered if the first blow had been the only one she held back. He managed to block her attack, but the force was so great that his wooden sword began to crack. Of course it did. Who knew a light practice session would involve my sword self-destructing? He retreated while continuing to block, realizing that her onslaught wasn't going to stop. Each of her strikes was heavy, and he knew that if he got hit even once, it could be fatal. If I survive this, I'm buying a suit of armor and never leaving the house again. He was nearing his limit, but he couldn't find an opening to counterattack. Finally, his wooden sword snapped in half. Both of them stared at it in shock. Chloe stuttered an apology, explaining that she had tried to go as easy as she could, but ended up breaking it. Breaking my sword is considered easy? I'm almost afraid to ask what difficult looks like, he thought, staring at the broken weapon. She called out to him when he didn't respond, and then she froze in horror as she saw him emitting a powerful aura. The system then showed him that the weapon condition had been met, but it warned him that his weapon had been damaged and an error had occurred. It then indicated that a suppressive force was being used to adjust the user's personality, and his humanity level was decreasing. Oh great, now I'm losing my humanity. How could this day get any worse? Suddenly, he was pulled inside his mind, or he found himself standing in the kitchen from his past life. Confused, he wondered if he had been dreaming this entire time. He remembered cleaning the fish and decided to return to work. Various knives lay on the table before him, and he chose to try the Chinese cleaver since it had been a while since he had used it. However, he couldn't pick it up. A voice told him that wasn't the one. Okay, spooky voice in my head. Cool. Because that's exactly what I need right now, he muttered. Perplexed, he wondered what it meant. He then tried to pick up another knife, but again, he couldn't lift it. The voice repeated that it wasn't the one. He asked aloud who was speaking, but the voice reassured him not to worry and to continue with what he was doing. Finally, he saw that only the sashimi knife remained, and the voice urged him to hold it. He hesitated, saying that holding the sashimi knife would hurt, but the voice asked if that was still true. He picked up the sashimi knife, surprised that he felt completely fine. In fact, he felt refreshed, holding his favorite knife without pain. The voice affirmed that this was the correct choice and told him to let go of everything else. He agreed, saying he would do his best today, unaware that he was being controlled. At that moment, the sword god's divine blessing, malign, activated. Chloe, noticing something was wrong, worriedly called his name and asked if he was all right, but he didn't respond. His eyes glared at her as he suddenly dashed toward her at high speed, slashing his broken wooden stick at her. Fortunately, she blocked it just in time. She shouted for him to wait, but he didn't listen. He struck again, causing her foot to lift off the ground from the impact. The force of his strike sent her flying into the wall behind her, and she coughed up blood. She immediately sensed that something was completely different about him. Before she could recover, he appeared in front of her, attempting to stab her with the broken stick. Luckily, she jumped away just in time and landed safely. He looked around with a vacant, unconscious gaze. Chloe struggled to stand, realizing that she had been struck by his attack and was unable to move properly. She was confused, wondering how he had changed so suddenly. But for now, her priority was to stop the sparring session. Shakily and coughing, she told him they needed to stop, but he dashed toward her again, trying to grab her. Knowing she couldn't avoid it, she desperately shouted for him to stop and come to his senses. She called his name repeatedly, and just as he was about to strike, she screamed his name with every ounce of strength she had left. Meanwhile, inside his mind, he was perplexed by the fish that seemed to be avoiding him. He thought he had never encountered fish like this before. So fast and loud. Frustrated, he decided he had to kill it quickly. But then he noticed something strange. The sound was unnervingly human. He hesitated, wondering if he had made a mistake. The fish began shouting a name, Jiameo, leaving him even more confused. Then, as he saw his reflection in the sashimi knife, it all came rushing back to him. He was Kong Jiameo. Regaining control of his body, he looked at the fish in front of him and realized it was Chloe, desperately calling his name to snap him out of it. The stick pierced the wall next to her. Missing her by inches, he had come to his senses just in time, preventing a tragedy. Chloe, trembling and in tears, looked up at him, shocked to see him smiling gently as he held her. He softly told her that they should stop for today. Confused, she asked if he was okay. He simply thanked her for helping him train and said he would be heading out first. Without further explanation, he walked out of the training grounds, leaving her stunned and in disbelief. A moment later, Chloe returned to her dormitory, heading to her room while reflecting on her earlier thoughts since the entrance exam. She had sensed that Jiameo's abilities were not just about strength, they were unusual. It wasn't about technique but raw instinct. Even though Jiameo had unconsciously activated his divine blessing, she had been no match for him. Even with only a broken wooden stick, he had defeated her. As she became lost in her thoughts, someone commented on her content appearance, drawing her attention. She looked up and saw Nox Auditor, a second-year student from the Tiger class. Waiting for her, she addressed him as her brother. But he remarked that attending the academy seemed to involve associating with people beneath their status. Chloe tried to defend Jiameo, telling Nox not to speak about him in that way, but Nox pointed out that if she continued spending time around Jiameo, their family would take steps to deal with him. Calmly, Chloe walked past Nox, stating, even if the entire Auditor family came after Jiameo, they would be no match for him. Besides, you're more likely to trip over your own ego than actually catch him, she added internally with a smirk. As she walked away, Nox began to wonder more about Jiameo. Meanwhile, Jiameo had a realization. He needed to confront the nature of the power he had been given. It was far from a divine blessing or favor. It felt more like a curse. You know it's bad when even your superpower comes with an asterisk. In an attempt to avoid relying on the sword god's power, Jiameo had sought out new weapons, yet that cursed power had pursued him, taking control of his body as if mocking his efforts. He recalled how there had been no pain, only an intoxicating sense of pleasure as the curse manipulated him like a puppet, whispering destructive commands into his mind. He had surrendered to that influence, but then he heard Chloe's frantic cries calling out the name he suddenly remembered as his own, Kong Jiameo. The sound of his name brought clarity, piecing together his fragmented consciousness. He threw the wooden stick from his hand, feeling as though it had melded with him. Note to self: don't hold cursed sticks ever again. Instinctively, he knew that if he hadn't let go, he would have lost himself completely. The girl who had tried to harm him not long ago had, in that moment, pulled him back from losing control. Though irritated at first by Chloe breaking the sword, Jiameo found himself feeling oddly grateful. Who knew nearly dying could improve relationships? He thought with a dry chuckle. He wondered why he hadn't made a bigger deal about the incident. He had left the training ground quickly to prevent the sword god's blessing from activating again, but he questioned whether he could truly keep the curse at bay for the rest of his life. Jiameo knew that the so-called blessing was more of a curse, one that took pieces of his lifespan as payment. It was something he would be forced to live with as an outsider, cast into a world not his own. He didn't want much, he simply desired a normal life. But, of course, normality is out of stock and all I got is a world-ending curse on clearance. He thought he could handle small problems as they arose, but now realized there was something inside him that sought to consume his rational mind. The power he had was no blessing. It was a curse intent on devouring him, a force that should never have been bestowed. 3 days later, in the classroom, a classmate mentioned to Chloe that something wild had happened the previous day and suggested she check it out. Chloe replied that she'd look it up later. She glanced beside her but noticed Jyoma's seat was empty once again, making her realize she didn't even have his contact information. Maybe he'll just send a carrier pigeon at this rate. She wondered why she hadn't thought to ask for it sooner. Chloe recalled going to Jyoma's dorm, but the only response to her knocking had been pained groans. Worried that he might hate her if she broke down the door, she had walked away. She liked watching Jyoma from afar, often stealing glances at him when he was lost in thought, his chin resting on his hand. It's like a romantic movie, except instead of candles and flowers, there's bruises and swords. She couldn't even count how many times she'd secretly glanced at him in a single day. Chloe was careful not to talk to him much, afraid he might think she was just some annoying girl. At first, she thought her attraction to him was because he had risked his life for her, but she soon realized that was just an excuse. She simply missed him. The following day, their instructor Lee loudly ordered the students to quiet down, angrily asking if they attended such a prestigious school just for show. "Yes, Professor, I paid for the prestigious diploma package," one student whispered, earning a glare. Lee then informed them that, since it was raining, they would have a study hall instead of training. Lee noticed Jyoma was absent again but decided to trust that he had a good reason. As a true educator would, Lee chose to patiently wait for Jyoma's return and instructed the students to begin studying. They responded with a unified yes. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Lee furiously demanded to know who had the audacity to enter during class. However, his anger faded as soon as he saw who it was. "Never mind. False alarm, carry on," Lee muttered. The entire class turned to stare as Jyoma silently walked in, emotionless, with a few strands of white in his dark hair and a scar on his face. "Oh great, he's back now, things are about to get dramatic," one student whispered, earning another glare from Lee. Chloe stood up in shock when she saw him. Jyoma calmly approached his desk and apologized to Lee for his lateness. Lee, softening, told him there was no need to apologize and instructed him to sit down, which Jyoma did without a word. His classmates whispered to each other, marveling at how he seemed even more handsome despite his changed appearance. "It's like he came back from a movie makeover but with scars," one whispered. Jyoma remained silent throughout the lesson. After class, as the students hurried out to lunch, Chloe hesitantly approached Jyoma, stammering as she called his name. She asked him with clear concern, "What happened to you?" Jyoma replied simply, "It's nothing serious." Chloe explained that since he hadn't shown up for a few days, she had worried something might have happened. She asked if it had anything to do with the duel, but Jyoma turned to her and said, "Eve just been a little sick." He thanked her for worrying, and Chloe was stunned by how different he looked up close. How can someone look this good even after being sick? She thought, feeling herself blush harder than ever. Embarrassed, she quickly stammered, "Oh, I am glad you're okay," though she found it hard to believe that everything was fine. For the past 3 days, Jyoma had endured something akin to extreme withdrawal symptoms, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. He hadn't been able to leave his room or eat, lying in bed, praying for the painful convulsions to stop. Apparently, getting cursed wasn't covered in the school health plan, he thought grimly. The pain was far worse than anything he had experienced before, his bonus price for holding and using that broken weapon. But that wasn't all. When Jyoma looked at himself in the mirror, his face appeared the same, but his expression was hollow, and streaks of his hair had turned white. It was clear this was a penalty from the so-called sword god. Chloe seemed to feel guilty, likely because the last time she had seen him was when he collapsed at the training ground. Jyoma figured it was best to let it go. He then smiled slightly and asked her, "Hey, Do you still mean that offer about dinner? Chloe's face turned even redder, and she stuttered in surprise. Dinner? Really? Jaioma confirmed with a chuckle, yeah. I'd like to try your cooking this time. Chloe, eager and excited, exclaimed that she'd do her best. Do I even have enough ingredients for something special? She panicked silently, but couldn't hide her joy. She eagerly told him she'd make anything he wanted and asked what he liked. He replied, Fish. I haven't had fish in a while then. Jaioma added casually, Last time, I tried eating at the dorm but the meal was so expensive, I ended up throwing it out. Who knew cafeteria food could cost more than my rent? He stopped speaking abruptly when he felt a sharp sensation near his neck. Startled, he immediately glanced to his side. Noticing his shift, Chloe turned to look too. When she saw what had caught his attention, her expression darkened. Standing nearby, glaring at them with a creepy smile, was Nox. Chloe was visibly shocked. Sensing something was off, Jaioma asked, Do you know him? But kept his eyes fixed on Nox. Without breaking eye contact, Jaioma approached Nox and bluntly said, If you've got something to say, just say it. Staring contests aren't my thing. Nox remained silent, continuing to glare, his eyes narrowing with unsettling intensity. Chloe quickly stepped between them and urged Jaioma not to concern himself with Nox. Addressing Nox as her brother, she reminded him that she had told him not to come. Hearing this, Jaioma quickly pieced together who Nox was. He noticed Chloe's voice was firm, but there was a slight tremble to it. She demanded to know why Nox was there. But Nox ignored her and instead looked Jaioma up and down, remarking coldly, This is the guy? Doesn't seem that impressive. You're really going to break the family rules for him? Chloe's eyes flared with anger. She shot back, The auditor family has nothing to do with me anymore. Nox smirked, You can't wash the blood from your hands. Chloe, once an auditor, always an auditor. Wow. This guy sure loves his villain speeches, Jaioma thought, mentally rolling his eyes as Nox's words hung dramatically in the air. Jaioma watched their interaction, noting how Chloe's defiance made her sound like a rebel protagonist from some epic saga. Guess him caught up in family drama now. Great. Nox, his glare returning to Jaioma, said coldly, Get rid of that thing and come back to the family. Jaioma's patience wore thin. Did he just call me a thing? Before he could respond, Chloe erupted in fury, shouting, Don't you ever call him that. A powerful wave of force burst from her, stunning both Jaioma and Nox as Chloe stood there shaking with rage. Jaioma, now accustomed to strange tensions, observed quietly, So, this is the part where things get really intense, huh? Jaioma's mind raced as everything clicked into place. The auditor family, long underestimated by many, wasn't weaker than the other heroic houses. They were just different. They didn't boast flashy powers or grand displays of strength. Instead, their power lay in silence, shadows, and ruthless efficiency. Trained from birth, every member was molded into an elite assassin, and Nox, with his cold, empty eyes, embodied that deadly legacy. His demeanor suggested someone for whom killing was as routine as breathing. Jaioma glanced at Chloe, her lip trembling with anger, biting down so hard it started to bleed. It struck him how she might have longed for an ordinary life, far away from the suffocating world of the auditors. But just like the curse that clung to him, Chloe's upbringing in the auditor clan was something she could never fully escape. Her defiance was admirable, but he knew how inescapable such a fate could be. What a tragedy, he thought. Neither of us ever really had a choice. Jaioma turned to Nox, who stood with that eerie smile, eyes sharp as daggers. He knew what he had to do. The blade on his hip seemed heavier than ever, its cursed power simmering beneath the surface. Addressing Nox, he asked, You're Nox, right? Nox gave a short nod, the sinister smirk never leaving his face. Jaioma thought about the futility of trying to escape his cursed blessing from the sword god. He had tried to run, just like in the old cartoons that said you couldn't find paradise by running away. Guess they were right, he mused, deciding to face his fate. Heedin. Jaioma took a step forward, his voice steady. Follow me, he said, I'll cut you. Meanwhile, in the faculty room, Instructor Lee sat at his desk. Deep in thought, he replayed the scene in his mind. Jaiyoma's expression earlier had been unsettling, completely devoid of any emotion. Something had definitely happened. Just then, his colleague entered with a playful grin. Lee, you look stressed, don't tell me you're finally noticing that bald spot. She teased, eyeing the top of his head. Lise, I twitched in annoyance. For the last time, stop bringing up the baldness, he grumbled, pushing some papers around. She laughed and offered a half-hearted apology as she sat down, but just then, the phone rang, interrupting their banter. Lee picked it up, introducing himself in his usual gruff tone as the instructor of the Tiger class. His colleague watched as Lee's casual demeanor quickly shifted. His face tightened as he shouted into the receiver. Subspace? Why are you mentioning subspace all of a sudden? He demanded more information, his voice growing increasingly agitated. Which cadet submitted this request? And who's their opponent? The voice on the other end replied calmly. Cadet Kong Jioma submitted the request. His opponent is Nox auditor. Lee's face paled in disbelief. Those two? His hand shook as he set the phone down, unable to process how serious this was about to get. Later, at the subspace arena, Jioma stood alone, staring at the match listings displayed on the board. His name and Nox's were side by side, clear as day. 15 minutes until the duel. Everything had moved faster than had anticipated. Funny, I wanted to avoid attention, and now look at this, he thought, glancing at the buzzing crowd in the waiting room. It seemed word of the duel had spread like wildfire, and now he was at the center of it. So much for staying under the radar, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice calling his name. Chloe. She stood beside him, shaking, tears streaming down her face. She probably thinks it's her fault, Jioma thought, feeling a pang of guilt. Gently, he placed a hand on her shoulder and tried to reassure her. Hey, it's not your fault, okay? Don't worry about it. He pointed to the small knife she had lent him. Besides, you even gave me your gear. You'll be fine. Chloe shook her head, still trembling. No, you don't understand. Nox is incredibly strong. Jioma smiled softly. I'm strong too, you know? But Chloe's eyes widened as she practically shouted. No, you don't get it. Nox is a genius. He's the strongest the Auditor family has ever produced. When it comes to the dark arts, no one compares to him. She wiped her tears, her voice frantic as she continued. At just 14, they called him the pinnacle of the dark arts. Jioma sighed, feeling both the gravity of her words and a slight tinge of disappointment. Pinnacle of dark arts? Who comes up with these names? He thought back to his own situation. How no matter how much he tried to avoid it, he was always drawn back to wielding a blade. He glanced down at the knife Chloe had given him, the rose blade. Ironic. Huh? A cursed swordsman with a blade in hand, destined to fight. As the countdown to the duel began, Jioma knew that whatever happened next, it would define him, Chloe, and Nox in ways none of them could predict. But one thing was certain, he wasn't going to lose. No running away this time. Jioma took a deep breath as the host announced the beginning of the duel. Trying to focus on the battle ahead, his mind briefly drifted back to his past life. His old master's words echoing in his ears. You were born to wield a blade. The irony of that statement was now fully apparent. In his next life, he was running into battle with a sashimi knife. Of all things, he doubted his master could have ever predicted this, but fate had a strange sense of humor, and Jioma knew that, no matter the weapon in his hand, his path was always the same. His reverie was cut short by the roar of the crowd as the duel was announced. Jioma stood and glanced at Chloe one last time, who still looked as if she couldn't bear to face him. Gently, he called her name, and when she finally looked up, he gave her a soft smile. Don't worry, he said, with a hint of mischief in his tone. There are all kinds of geniuses in this world. That's why he'll win. The light of the arena flooded his vision as he stepped out. The crowd's cheers growing louder. Almost deafening. Students yelled encouragements, placing their hopes on him. We knew the special admission student wouldn't back down, they shouted. Jioma could feel the weight of their expectations, but it only added to the surreal nature of the moment. Is this how gladiators felt? He thought, amused by the sheer intensity of the scene in the distance. He noticed familiar faces watching from the stands, Leon, Saki, Rachel, and Abel all observing intently. Abel, in particular, had a serious look, making Jioma wonder why they even cared enough to watch. Don't they have better things to do? He mused, feeling the awkwardness of the situation sink in. But then, Nox's voice cut through the noise. Laced with fury, "Are you mocking me?" he yelled, eyes blazing as he glared at Gioma. "You have no idea what you're getting into, that pathetic excuse for a blade. You dare face me with it?" Nox's aura flared, and Gioma felt the full brunt of his killing intent. But instead of backing down, Gioma grinned. "A true master never blames his tools," he quipped, his voice light yet confident. Nox's face twisted in rage, but he quickly composed himself. His cold expression returning fine, he sneered, "I'll make silencing you my first priority." With a menacing glare, Nox unsheathed his katana, the blade humming with dark energy. It was an Srank weapon, known as the Hungarian blade, and its aura pulsed with the ominous blessing of the Dark Crow, a formidable power. But Gioma wasn't fazed. He knew Nox was strong, probably one of the strongest opponents had ever faced. Still, he had no intention of losing. He glanced at the knife Chloe had given him, the rose blade. It might have been unassuming compared to Nox's katana, but Gioma had a feeling there was more to this blade than met the eye. The host called for the duel to begin, and the subspace barrier deployed. Surrounding them in an enclosed arena, the audience fell silent, anticipation hanging in the air. Both Gioma and Nox moved before the blessing was even fully invoked, weapons drawn in a flash. Gioma activated his painless blessing and the sword god's blessing simultaneously, feeling the familiar surge of power course through him. As the system's message appeared in his mind, ***, may the blessings of the gods descend upon you, ***. He readied himself for the fight. The audience murmured in confusion, many wondering if they had misjudged Gioma. Some students whispered in disbelief, questioning if the cadet they thought was just a special admission student was actually far more skilled than they'd assumed. As the clash of blades echoed in the arena, it became clear that this wasn't going to be an easy match. Rachel leaned forward, her eyes narrowing as she watched the speed and precision of the two duelists. "This is getting interesting," she muttered under her breath. Abel, watching silently, couldn't believe that the boy she had spoken to earlier, the one who seemed so weak, was fighting at this level. Nox unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, his katana cutting through the air with deadly precision. He swung from right to left, aiming to overwhelm Gioma. But Gioma met each strike with his sashimi knife, countering and deflecting the blows. Nox snarled, bringing his blade down in a vicious vertical slash. But Gioma moved with fluid grace, countering again. This time from the left. The force of the clash sent a shockwave through the arena, and Nox, growing impatient, tightened his grip and swung his second blade, only for it to slam into the ground. As Gioma sidestepped, Nox's attacks grew more relentless, his fury evident as he swung faster and harder, desperate to break through Gioma's defense. But Gioma's movements were smooth, almost effortless. In a blink, Gioma vanished from Nox's sight, slipping away like a shadow. Nox cursed, scanning the area frantically, wondering how Gioma had evaded his onslaught. "Where is he?" Nox growled, eyes darting around the arena. Just as Nox's frustration peaked, he charged forward, activating his three-legged crow technique, a technique designed to close the distance between him and his opponent at blinding speed. His blades formed a deadly pattern, a web of strikes that seemed impossible to avoid. Gioma appeared to be cornered, the finishing blow imminent. But in the moment before Nox's strike landed, Gioma disappeared again, moving at a speed so incredible that even Nox's eyes couldn't keep up. "What the?" Nox shouted, staring at the empty space where Gioma had just been. Shock and disbelief washed over him as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. Gioma, appearing several feet away, stood calmly, his blade ready. "Is that all you've got?" he said with a smirk, his voice mocking yet calm. Nox's eyes widened in fury, and in that instant, Gioma knew the real fight had only just begun. Gioma reappeared at Nox's side, locking eyes with him, his expression calm but filled with quiet resolve. Nox, on the other hand, was seething with frustration. The spectators, especially the sophomores, couldn't take their eyes off the duel, marveling at how Gioma, a freshman, was holding his own. One student whispered to his friend that freshmen usually ran from these kinds of fights. "Sophomores dominate," his friend added, but Abel, watching closely, knew they were missing the point. Though Nox was attacking ferociously, It was Gioma who was effortlessly dodging and evading, making her wonder if he was even trying to counterattack. Nox's anger boiled over as he remembered Chloe's warning that Gioma wasn't ordinary. His pride stung, especially after using the blessing of the crow to no avail. Watching Gioma's precise, almost casual movements only deepened his frustration. Every strike Nox launched was skillfully evaded, as if Gioma could see them coming a mile away. Then, Nox's rage hit its peak when Gioma did the unthinkable. He dropped one of his sashimi knives. For a moment, Nox froze in disbelief, wondering what kind of trick Gioma was playing. "What are you planning?" he demanded, his suspicion laced with anger, but Gioma remained silent, reaching for Chloe's rose blade, gripping it with both hands and leveling it at Nox. Nox's confusion turned to outrage. "Mocking me with that stance? You have no right." Nox's voice echoed through the arena as he prepared for his final strike. His blade began to morph, sprouting dark crow wings from its hilt that spread across his back. The transformation fueled his anger further as he swore to cut Gioma down in a single blow. "What can you do against my Hungarian blade?" he sneered. But before Nox could finish his thought, Gioma blurred into motion, moving with such speed that it took Nox a second to register what had happened. In an instant, Gioma was in front of him, rose blade poised for a strike. As Gioma prepared to land the blow, his mind drifted for a brief moment. All I ever wanted was peace. His life had been a constant struggle, one where he tried to follow the rules and avoid the spotlight, but it never worked. That cursed blessing, his fate, had always chased him. He had tried to hold back, to run away. But in this moment, Gioma finally gave in. If he couldn't run from his fate, he would embrace it, cutting through everything in his path with a single, clean slash. Gioma severed Nox's arm before Nox could even react. Silence fell over the arena. The students, the elites in the stands, and even Leon were frozen in disbelief. Gioma stood motionless, his stance calm, as if nothing extraordinary had just happened. The arena was heavy with the weight of what had transpired. Nox stumbled, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at his severed arm on the ground. But before he could utter a curse or even comprehend what had just happened, Gioma moved again, slashing through Nox's body with rapid precision, leaving him utterly defenseless with each slice. Nox's form crumbled, and then, without hesitation, Gioma delivered the final blow, decapitating Nox with a swift strike. The crowd gasped as the host announced that the subspace barrier had been deactivated. Smoke billowed from the stage, obscuring the view. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone anxiously awaited the result. As the fog cleared, Nox was revealed standing, unharmed, the subspace having restored his body to its original state. Gioma calmly sheathed the rose blade, and as he did, a powerful force radiated from it, sending a shockwave through the arena. The host, stunned, declared the duel over, announcing the winner, Kong Gioma, freshman of the Tiger class. The arena erupted in cheers, students in awe of the freshman who had just bested a sophomore elite. Gioma glanced at the crowd, somewhat bemused by their excitement. So much for blending in, he thought with a wry smile. He couldn't help but think that companies could learn a thing or two about creating buzz from this kind of spectacle, but deep down, he knew there was no turning back now. He had crossed a line, and the peaceful life he had once longed for was nothing more than a distant memory. Gioma glanced at his knife, the one meant for gutting fish, not for battle. Cutting people feel so unpleasant, he mused, though it was hard to ignore the ease with which he had dispatched Nox. He took solace in the fact that, thanks to the subspace barrier, no real harm had been done. As he watched Nox, visibly shaken despite his intact body, Gioma realized that Nox had been strong, just as Chloe had warned. Yet, Nox's reliance on raw killing intent had been his downfall, allowing Gioma to outmaneuver him. The duel was over, but Gioma's journey had only just begun. He could no longer run from the power that had been bestowed upon him, nor the destiny that followed. The news of Nox's defeat spread through the academy like wildfire the next day. Gioma's name was on everyone's lips, especially once they learned Nox was from the prestigious auditor family. A freshman taking down a sophomore of Nox's caliber was almost unheard of. In the midst of this, Abel sat at her desk, deep in thought. She couldn't shake the image of Gioma slicing through Nox as if he were nothing. The skill he displayed, using nothing more than kitchen knives, was unbelievable to her. Abel prided herself on her sword knowledge, given her lineage as the granddaughter of a swordmaster. Yet Gioma had effortlessly surpassed her expectations, shattering her previous notions. As she replayed their last conversation in her mind, she recalled his cryptic statement about wanting to crush the one who defeated him. Abel had thought little of it at the time, dismissing him as cocky, but now, she knew better. Gioma had likely been the top student all along, stronger than even she had anticipated. The realization gnawed at her pride. Filling her with frustration, she abruptly stood up, her voice bursting out. "What were you thinking, Gioma?" Rachel, still half asleep, blinked up at her. "What's going on?" she asked groggily. Abel, suddenly aware of her outburst, quickly apologized. "Nothing. It's nothing," she muttered, waving it off. Rachel, sensing something off, squinted at Abel. "You sure? You look like something's eating at you." Abel brushed it off again, claiming she was just feeling sluggish due to a lack of training, but Rachel wasn't convinced. "You sure that's all?" she pressed, a playful glint in her eyes. "Your face says you're hiding something." Abel deflected. "What do you mean by that?" Rachel grinned. "Maybe you're hungry? Or maybe—" She paused dramatically. "Left your gear at home?" Abel sighed, shaking her head. "No." Rachel smirked, narrowing her eyes. "Or maybe it's boy trouble." Abel froze, her cheeks flushing. "What?" "No," she stammered, much too quickly. Seeing Abel's reaction, Rachel's grin widened. "Oh, this is interesting. You're blushing. I didn't think Lady Abel was the type for romance." Abel's voice rose, defensive. "It's not what you think." Rachel, unbothered, leaned in with a sly grin. "So who's the lucky guy? Must be special if he's got you this worked up." She tapped her chin in thought. "Could it be Leon?" No. Abel's answer came faster than expected, making Rachel even more curious. Then maybe. Rachel's eyes lit up as the idea hit her. Could it be the special student from yesterday? The black-haired guy? Abel froze again, this time visibly stopping in her tracks. Rachel's smile widened, clearly pleased with herself. She grabbed Abel's arm. "Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's go see." Before Abel could protest, Rachel had dragged her off to the tiger class. "Where are we going?" Abel stammered, still trying to process the situation. "To find that black-haired fella, of course," Rachel said, full of excitement. When they arrived, the entire tiger class was stunned to see Abel and Rachel in their midst. Abel tugged at Rachel's arm, whispering that they should leave, but Rachel marched forward confidently. "So, where's the black-haired guy?" she called out, scanning the room. Ignoring Abel's growing embarrassment, a male student stepped forward, reprimanding Rachel for standing on someone else's desk. "Even someone of your status should show respect." Rachel winked at him. "Don't you think him pretty, though?" The poor student stammered. "Well, yes, but—" Abel groaned, covering her face in mortification as Rachel continued to stir things up. Then Rachel spotted Gioma sitting with Chloe at a nearby table. She raised an eyebrow, briefly wondering if Chloe was his girlfriend, but quickly decided it didn't matter. In fact, it made things even more amusing. Without warning, she strolled up to them, loosening her tie as she leaned down and kissed Gioma on the head. Chloe's laughter died instantly, her eyes widening in shock. Abel froze too, staring in disbelief. Gioma, groggy from a nap, blinked up at Rachel, his brain struggling to catch up. Chloe, her voice soft but taut with tension, managed to ask, "Did she just wake you up?" Rachel, completely unfazed, smiled sweetly at Gioma. "Song Gioma, right?" She tilted her head, taking in his features. "You're even better looking up close." Gioma's instincts flared. This was not a safe situation. But before he could react, Chloe grabbed Rachel's hand, her glare sharp enough to cut. "What do you think you're doing?" Chloe demanded, her voice low but laced with anger. Rachel met Chloe's eyes, her mischievous grin never wavering. "Oh, just checking out the competition. Is there a problem?" The tension between the two girls was palpable, and Gioma, caught in the middle, Could only sigh internally, why can't things ever be simple? Rachel pulls her hand away from Chloe, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Who are you? She asks, her voice cold. Song Jioma watches the tension escalate, his instincts firing warnings left and right. He glances at both girls, his thoughts racing, so it was Chloe. Is this the danger my instincts were trying to warn me about? He notices something unsettling. Chloe's demeanor has shifted entirely. Her usual composed personality has transformed into something darker, more aggressive. A glint catches his eye, a box cutter clutched in Chloe's hand. Her personality changed again. If a knife fight breaks out in the classroom, he realizes it'll be a combination Eve never seen before, not even in the game. Why is all of this happening so suddenly? His pulse quickens and unease washes over him. Before things spiral out of control, Abel Van intervenes. She steps forward swiftly and grabs Rachel's arm, her tone laced with warning. What are you doing in someone else's class? Abel's voice cuts through the tension. This is dangerous, you know? Rachel, however, smirks in that teasing way of hers, unfazed. Well, Miss Abel, I was just saying hello, just hello, right? She chuckles lightly, turning her full attention back to Chloe. Rachel marches over to Chloe, eyes gleaming with amusement. Hey kid, it's rude to interrupt adults' conversations, you know? She pats Chloe's head condescendingly, adding, and children shouldn't play with knives. It's dangerous, okay? But Chloe's expression doesn't falter. Her face remains locked in that eerie, murderous mode. Her eyes burn with an almost inhuman rage, glowing red, while her grip tightens on the box cutter. The entire classroom seems to hold its breath. Rachel turns away from Chloe, as if dismissing her threat entirely, and faces Kanjium. Now where were we? She says smoothly. Let's continue our conversation from earlier, and then it happens. Chloe, without hesitation, launches herself at Rachel, slashing with the box cutter in a swift arc. Both Kanjium and Abel Van freeze in shock, their eyes whitening as the blade flashes in the air. A splash of red, but it's not blood. Nearby students jump, startled, as a food container crashes onto the table, its contents spilling messily. One student yells, "Hey, be careful," when opening it. The other student, grinning mischievously, replies, "If I opened it slowly, you wouldn't have noticed I was here. You're so annoying." Meanwhile, back at the center of the chaos, Rachel, cool as ever, has Chloe's hands firmly in her grip, effortlessly disarming her. The box cutter clatters to the ground, useless now. Rachel smirks, leaning in toward Chloe. "You're too slow," she says mockingly. "I thought it was just your body, but your speed too? You really are just a little kid, huh?" Abel then steps in, urging Rachel to stop making a scene. "Rachel, enough, don't stir up trouble here," she warns. But Rachel doesn't listen. With a dismissive push, she shoves Chloe aside, as if she were nothing. Chloe, however, regains her balance swiftly, landing perfectly on her feet. The students in the class are shocked by the exchange, whispering among themselves, while Kong Jaya just wants to slip away unnoticed. Rachel, a high-class student and the niece of the Spear Saint, loves by her clan's motto, "Skills are useless in the face of overwhelming strength." She turns to Kong Jaya, her teasing grin reappearing. "Is Chloe your girlfriend?" she asks, her voice laced with mockery. Kong Jaya, caught off guard, quickly replies, "No," but he can feel Chloe's intense gaze on him, burning into the back of his head despite the awkward tension in the air. Kong Jaya clarifies, "She's just a friend." Inside, Kong Gayam is reeling. What kind of situation have I gotten myself into? As he glances around the room, he realizes Abel Van is standing nearby, something he hadn't noticed in the chaos. When did she get here? Still trying to piece everything together, Kong Jaya asks, "Why did you and Abel Van come looking for me?" Rachel smirks playfully. "Well, it seems like Abel Van here is interested in seeing your face," she says with a wink. Flustered, Abel Van quickly denies it, her face turning red. "When did I ever say that?" she exclaims, glaring at Rachel. Rachel just shrugs, her grin widening. "Isn't that why you came here?" Abel Van, now clearly embarrassed, retorts. You practically dragged me here, this was your idea. Rachel shrugs again, nonchalant. I just thought you wanted to see Kong Jaya. That's why you followed me. That's not true. Abel Van protests, her voice filled with frustration. The students in the class are now murmuring amongst themselves. Curious about the heated exchange between Abel Van and Rachel, they whisper, wondering what's really going on. Abel Van, still embarrassed and now growing shy, says, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I didn't come here to see Kong Jaya. Hearing this, Kong Jaya sighs internally. Abel Van should just leave, he thinks. Breaking the awkward silence, Kong Jaya states bluntly, if you don't have anything else to do, you both should go. Both Rachel and Abel Van are taken aback by his straightforwardness. Rachel steps closer to Kong Jaya, her eyes gleaming with amusement. You're really an interesting guy, you know that? I like guys like you, she says with a teasing smile. Kong Jaya, unfazed, responds, that's a relief to hear. But I'm far from interesting. Rachel, still playful, leans in a little. Don't be like that. How about we meet up after class and spend some time together? Chloe, who had been silent up until now, suddenly erupts in anger. Get away from my Kong Jaya right now, she shouts, her voice trembling with rage. Rachel, taken aback for a split second, bursts out laughing, unable to contain her amusement. Are you listening to this? She says, turning to Abel Van. She said, my Kong Jaya. That's hilarious. Rachel continues to laugh, mocking Chloe's possessiveness, while Kong Jaya just stands there, caught in the middle of the tension. While Abel Van, equally frustrated, begins to emit a powerful aura, her anger rising. Sensing the tension in the air, Rachel smirks and turns to Kong Jaya one last time. It was fun meeting you, I'll see you later. Kong Jaya, desperate to end the madness, says firmly, don't come back. Rachel waves him off with a grin. Don't be so cold, she says before walking away. As they leave, Rachel lovingly calls out, goodbye, Kong Jaya, which only fuels Chloe's frustration even more. Kong Jaya, on the other hand, wishes he could erase Rachel from his life altogether. As Rachel exits the classroom, Abel Van hesitates for a moment, glancing back at Kong Jaya before leaving as well. The scene shifts to the corridor outside, where Rachel reflects to herself, it's one thing to have a cold attitude, but seeing Kong Jaya face to face, there was something there. His gaze had been unsettling, and Rachel realizes he far exceeded her expectations. Kong Jaya is definitely a step above all the students I've seen since the school started. Initially, she had come to the tiger class just to tease, but now something deeper had taken root. My clan pulls no stops when it comes to recognizing only the most outstanding warriors, she thinks. In that sense, Kong Jaya might be a valuable resource. With a cheerful smile, she concludes, it's only natural that he's caught the eye of the invincible Empress. Rachel turns to Abel Van and says, I'm sorry. Confused, Abel Van responds, you should apologize to the tiger class students for causing that ruckus, not me. Rachel shakes her head. It's not about that, it's about Kong Jaya. And for the record, I'm not going to yield. Abel Van is shocked by her words. Is Rachel more serious about Kong Jaya than I thought? She wonders, her mind racing. The scene then shifts to Knox, who is recovering in the hospital, his body still weak, but his mind consumed with anger. Rage courses through him as he contemplates revenge. I've lived my entire life without tasting defeat, Knox thinks bitterly. I am the genius of the auditor family. Seething, he plots his revenge. He'll take care of Kong Jaya at night, he decides, his resolve hardening. The thought of Kong Jaya fuels his hatred, and he rushes to his room, intent on mobilizing the full force of the auditor family with their authority and his mastery of nightfall techniques. He's certain Kong Jaya will be no match. Once Kong Jaya is gone, Knox thinks, Chloe will return to the family. She has potential, maybe even more than I do. Now is the time to strike. The House of Auditor will reign supreme. However, when Knox opens the door to his room, he freezes in shock. There, casually sitting on a chair and eating an apple, is none other than Kong Jaya. Kong Jaya looks up at Knox with a smirk. You're finally here, he says coolly. The chapter begins with Chloe sitting in the classroom, nervously biting her nails and lost in thought, while still holding a box cutter in her hand. In her mind, Chloe wonders, do you like big things? She thinks about how Kong Jae is really big and her eyes widen at the thought. Yes, he really is big. Kong Jae notices her and asks, why do you look so down and why are you holding a box cutter? Then, with a smile, she says, yes, Kong Jae. What's going on is she questions him. Kong Jae gently replies, first, put down the box cutter. Then he asks her about Nox. How's Nox doing? Chloe responds, he's currently under treatment at a hospital associated with the academy. Kong Jae, surprised, asks why? Our fight was in the subspace. So how did he end up with physical injuries? Chloe explains, I haven't gone to the hospital yet to find out, but I heard he's still being treated, even though he wasn't physically hurt then, trying to reassure Kong Jae. She says enthusiastically, he'll be fine, don't worry. In his mind, Kong Jae thinks, I literally cut off his arm, but he's not the type to be that scared easily. He wonders further, is he planning something crazy? Then, turning back to Chloe, he asks, tell me his room number at the hospital. He gently pats her on the head, to which Chloe, smiling, replies, I'll tell you. The scene then shifts to the hospital, where Nox is shocked and sweating when he sees Kong Jae sitting calmly in his room. Angrily, he demands, what are you doing here? Kong Jae casually replies, can I eat this apple? Nox, startled, says, you've been eating it for quite a while now. Kong Jae smirks, asking, really? Is the auditor family truly that rich? A private room for just one person? Seriously? Nox, looking irritated, replies, what are you even talking about? Just then, Kong Jae reaches for a knife nearby, causing Nox to become more alarmed as he asks, did you come here to kill me? But Kong Jae just picks up the knife and starts peeling the apple with impressive skill, leaving Nox watching in surprise. Kong Jae places the perfectly sliced apple pieces on a plate, and as he leaves, tells Nox, if you can't eat a full meal, at least you could manage some fruit. Nox, now red with rage, thinks this jerk is actually pitying me. Angered, he pulls a knife from inside his arm, muttering, I'm gonna kill you right now. But Kong Jae stops and, with a cold expression, says, if you're planning revenge, just remember I could take down your entire auditor clan. Hearing this, Nox goes pale, eyes wide with fear, and he falls back onto the ground, stunned. As he watches Kong Jae leave, he sees the apple pieces, sliced with perfect precision, lying on the plate. Kong Jae walks away, thinking, it's like I just broke his spirit. He chuckles to himself, thank goodness my bluff worked. As he goes, Kong Jae muses, the Auditor Clan and Assassins Guild, the only one of its kind in this world, taking them all down would be ridiculous. He laughs a little, thinking, wiping out the whole clan? It's impossible. Kong Jae thinks further, at most I might be able to take down 10 of them. Beyond that, it'd be a nightmare. Reflecting on his actions, he wonders, is this what I'd become used to? Have I really grown this comfortable with all of this? He concludes, I think I might be losing it. Kong Jae then realizes he doesn't need to worry about Nox as much anymore. He's no longer such a threat. Thinking of Rachel, he tells himself, I should avoid that woman as much as possible. I really don't want to get involved in all this. In the game, Rachel was always trying to latch onto the main protagonist. But she was the most challenging heroine to win over, even more difficult than the first heroine, Abel Van. Shaking his head, Kong Jae says, forget it. I'll worry about that later. For now, I need to focus on preparing for the midterms. Looking at his phone, he says, the price for the exams is amazing, so I need to focus on studying. Kong Jae thinks of the reward. I need that weapon, something that'll let me fight for more than 30 seconds. Gazing at the screen, he says, the exams will decide it all, no matter what class it is. He realizes he needs a team of 5 to take on the magical beast in the exams. Each person's skill is important, he thinks, but teamwork and coordination during battle are even more critical. Team battles can be exhausting, but if I have the right allies, it'll be manageable. Imagining the battles, he thinks, we could end up chasing down something as bizarre as a class Fishman Merman. Those are so ugly in the game, seeing one in real life is even worse. Thinking back to his experiences, he reflects, I've fished my whole life, but this thing just makes me want to puke. He laughs, if only it were a mermaid instead. That would be easier on the eyes. Realizing how absurd his thoughts sound, He shakes his head. Get a grip, don't let yourself get carried away. He notes that the mermaids belong to the demon class, the demonic clan's strongest faction. Compared to them, magical beasts are like minor inconveniences. He sighs in relief. Luckily, our target is just the magical beast fishman merman. No need to deal with a demon. Reflecting on the month he's been at the academy, he thinks it's a peaceful night, a rarity these days. Gazing at the sky, he whispers, "What a truly peaceful night." Contemplating recent history, he notes that it's been 7 years since the humans and the demonic clan established a ceasefire, much like the periodic conflicts of the past. Recalling a story about a demon named Bamung, who broke the ceasefire to revive the first commander, he thinks of the fierce battle fought long ago, where humans sent their 7 strongest heroes to win a bloody victory at a heavy cost, losing 3 of their best warriors. It's fortunate that the battle didn't continue on both sides. Now things are peaceful again, he thinks. If humanity truly won, was it worth the loss of 3 heroes just to defeat 1 commander? Since then, the peace is held, and Kanjiyama appreciates its preciousness. Reflecting on how Valor Joaquin single-handedly defeated and sealed the first commander, he wonders, is he even human? Looking at the calendar on his phone, he realizes a great battle against the entire demon race is looming, with the Demon King himself the most powerful of all. He sighs. Just 3 years left. Deciding to put his mind back on track, he says, thinking about it won't change anything. I should focus on the upcoming midterm exams. He thinks to himself, this is such a headache. First of all, I need to find members for my group. Until now, he had lived a peaceful, simple life with barely any friends. But then, an idea strikes him. Aren't I now one of the most well-known students in this academy? Maybe I could use this reputation to put together a decent group, he muses. Forget it, he thinks, in these next 3 years, peace will be difficult to find anyway. I need to focus on finding a good team and scoring a full 100 in the exams. A week later, Kanjiyama sits in class, frustrated, thinking, it seems I'll need to change my plans. No one has invited me to their group? After everything I showed them in the subspace duel? He sighs, clutching his forehead. Did I go overboard? Does everyone fear me that much? Looking over, he sees Chloe sitting alone as well and remarks, it seems you've been left on your own since that day too. Approaching her, he asks, hasn't anyone invited you to join their group? Chloe replies, no, not yet. Kanjiyama asks, are you okay? Don't you have enough friends? She smiles softly, saying, it's fine as long as you're with me. Kanjiyama grins, let's form our own group. We still need 3 more people though. Chloe, excited, replies, that's a great idea. Thinking to himself, he realizes, Chloe is a reliable partner, someone I can trust. His focus remains clear. Our goal will be to capture the fishman merman within half an hour. My 30-second blessing feels like having 1,000 soldiers. Chloe enthusiastically adds, I can't wait. Kanjiyama notices her excitement, smiling. Chloe, you seem really happy. Just then, he's startled by someone calling his name. He turns to see Rachel running towards him, exclaiming, I came here just to see you. With a firm expression, he replies, what are you doing here? Rachel smirks. Huh? I just wanted to spend some time with you. Kanjiyama glances at Chloe, whose eyes have once again taken on a fierce, demonic look, and he senses that something bad is about to happen. Quickly standing up, he tells Rachel, I haven't been around for a while, and I don't have time for this. Rachel, unfazed, replies, don't be so hard-hearted, Kanjiyama. He warns, don't call me that. Covering her ears playfully, Rachel replies, say whatever you want. I can't hear you, nor do I want to. With that, she dramatically flops onto his desk and then asks, have you found a group yet? Kanjiyama, thinking to himself, wonders, has she ever actually listened to me? He replies, not yet. Rachel grins, perfect, why don't you join our groups? Kanjiyama found himself at a loss. Rachel, with that ever-present, mischievous smile, leaned close, brushing her fingers gently against his face. Let's go together, she murmured, join our team. He shifted back slightly, removing her hand, feeling a strange mix of uncertainty and discomfort. Why me? he asked, frowning slightly. I mean, there are plenty of others who'd love to team up with you. Rachel's grin widened, as if Head said something amusing. They're not as fun as you, she replied, her voice light but her gaze unyielding. For some reason, I just know that interesting things will happen if I stick with you. Kanjiyama looked at her, still baffled, unable to shake the feeling that there was more to her words than she let on. I've already decided to team up with Chloe, he said, though even as he spoke, he could feel the weight of the decision settling over him. Glancing at Chloe, he noticed her eyes widen in surprise. Perhaps she hadn't expected him to stand his ground so quickly. That's totally fine. Rachel shrugged, an air of nonchalance masking her intent. Coincidentally, we're two people short. She kept her gaze fixed on him, a slight challenge in her eyes, and Kanjiyama realized this was no ordinary request. If things keep going like this, he thought, it's not just the prize on the line. It's my reputation to hate the sin, not the sinner. But Rachel's gaze was unyielding, and Chloe, too, seemed to wait for his response, her expression both curious and hopeful. Taking a breath, Kanjiyama finally nodded. Then, I'll leave my pride to you, he said, the weight of his words leaving a faint sense of resignation. Rachel, clearly pleased, pulled out her phone. Okay. But no changing your mind, okay? Her energy was infectious. And for a moment he almost forgot his reluctance. Almost then a question hit him. By the way, who's the team leader? Rachel's response was nonchalant, but laced with undeniable enthusiasm. It's Leon, you know him, right? He's quite popular. Kanjiyama's expression immediately darkened. He clenched his fists, striking one against the bench, frustration bubbling to the surface. Did I commit some great sin in a past life or something? He thought angrily. I've spent nearly 30 years working as a butcher, and here I am, somehow tangled up with these heroines. His mind replayed images of Abel, Vand, and Rachel. His thoughts drifted to his current situation, his recent rise in popularity, and the confusing twists that came with it. I guess they're easy on the eyes, he mused, and that's putting it lightly. But the thought of Leon von Reinhardt brought a completely different reaction. His light seemed to shine far too brightly, leaving Kanjiyama feeling almost blinded. When it comes to him, he thought, his frustration turning into something deeper. It's like him looking at a flame that's too bright, too blinding. Kanjiyama found himself spiraling in a whirlwind of frustration and confusion. I have no idea how this story will play out from here, he thought, clenching his fists tightly. All the consequences are going to fall on me. I even tried to switch teams, but before I knew it, that damned Rachel had tricked me. She already added me to her team and submitted the form. The realization only deepened his anger as he gritted his teeth, fists tightening even more. This is the first time in my life I've ever wanted to cut a woman. His mind raced as he fumed, eyes fixed on the ground until a familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. Chloe had come up quietly behind him and now looked at him with a gentle concern. Are you okay, Kanjiyama? He didn't respond immediately, still caught between anger and confusion. Observing his clenched jaw and distant stare, Chloe pressed. Ever since Rachel left, you've been wearing that same expression. Kanjiyama finally let out a sigh, replying, being on a team with a student from the same class just feels so burdensome. Chloe gave him a reassuring smile, her voice confident. There's no one in the same class as strong as you, Kanjiyama, I can guarantee it. He couldn't help but feel a bit of the tension ease at her words. Thanks, Chloe, really, that means a lot. Inwardly, Kanjiyama tried to shake off the negativity. Yeah, I already agreed to join Chloe's team, so it'd be rude to back out now. Come to think of it, this lineup is practically divine level. Honestly, this might work out in our favor. He mused, forcing himself to focus on the positives. Let's just think positively. Turning to Chloe, he asked, so, what time is our team meeting this afternoon? The blonde girl said the meeting's at 6 at the cafe in the main building. Chloe answered cheerfully. So now she's calling Rachel the blonde. Huh? Kanjiyama thought with a wry smile. Nodding, he looked back at Chloe. Well, it's about time. Shall we head out now? Chloe nodded, her expression bright. Yeah, let's go. The scene transitions smoothly to Starbucks Cafe, where Rachel takes a refreshing sip of her avocado smoothie. "I'm so good," she exclaims, savoring the taste. Meanwhile, Kanjiyama stares at his own drink, his mind swirling with incredulity. 5,001 for that green liquid? He thinks, still baffled. The price of food these days? Seriously, tentatively. He takes a sip of his coffee, but his face twists instantly in reaction as though he swallowed something truly vile. Noticing Chloe looking his way, he quickly composes himself and forces a smile. "Starbucks drinks are pretty tasty," he says, trying to maintain his dignity as an adult. Chloe, smiling back, agrees. "Yeah, you're absolutely right." Kanjiyama grumbles internally. "Espresso's the only drink in the 10,001 range, so I bought it, but it's so bitter." Glancing at Chloe, he thinks, the vendors outside don't even take faculty cards. "I won't be coming here often, that's for sure." Just as he settles in with his less-than-ideal coffee, his phone buzzes with a message. He looks down to see it's from Rachel. "Kanjiyama, where are you? I don't see you." Kong replies, "It's been 5 minutes. Can you hurry up?" Rachel messages back, "Oh, sorry Nana. I was gathering the kids first." Sighing, Kong texts her back, "We're in Starbucks Cafe." Rachel's reply is immediate. "Ah, there it is, okay. Moments later, the door swings open and Rachel strides in, followed closely by Leon, whose blonde hair and striking blue eyes catch everyone's attention. Rachel, holding her own smoothie, waves cheerfully. "Oh, Kanjiyama-kun and the little one," she says, flashing a smile. "Sorry we're late. Have you been waiting long?" Kong glances over at Leon and I can't help but note his striking features. He looks like he walked straight out of a hero story, he thinks. Just then, he notices another person entering with them, a guy with his hair neatly clipped. "Who's that?" Kong wonders, is he some kind of delinquent? Leon extends his hand toward Kong. "Nice to meet you," he says warmly. Kong takes his hand, introducing himself in Kanjiyama. Leon's eyes twinkle with admiration. "That subspace stool you fought the other day was impressive. I feel confident having you in our team." Kong notes Leon's calm, composed demeanor and thinks, smart tone. Perfect Kong, he's just like a main character I once played. As everyone settles around the table, Leon takes the lead. "Alright, how about we start with introductions," he suggests. Rachel chimes in cheerfully, "Yeah, agree." She nudges the other guy with her elbow, who grunts and asks her to stop kicking him. Leon starts. "I'll go first since I'm the team leader. I'm Leon von Reinhardt from the same class. I somehow ended up as the leader, but I'm sure we'll get through this midterm together." Kanjiyama side-eyes Leon, muttering internally, "Damn, just look at that face, life really isn't fair." Rachel laughs, "Well, everyone already knows me, so I'll skip my part." She elbows the guy again, who reluctantly goes next. "My name is Speed Weapon," he says curtly. "I'm from the Dragon class and I like heroes." Kong raises an eyebrow, thinking, "That's it? I thought he'd explain why he was given that name. Guess he's the quiet type. Liking heroes, huh? Breaks a few stereotypes." Then it's Chloe's turn. "Hi, I'm Chloe Adetora, from the Wolf class. I'm here with Kanjiyama." Rachel's gaze flickers to Kong, her eyes mischievous as she teases. Kanjiyama van Chloe's face hardens, but she takes a deep breath and finishes. "Phew, I joined because of a recommendation. Nice to meet you all." Leon nods with a smile, impressed, while Rachel's face shifts to shock. "Oh, how patient," she exclaims. Speed Weapon adds approvingly, "That's how it should be." Finally, it's Kang's turn. Clearing his throat, he says, "I'm Kanjiyama, same as Chloe. I'm also from the Wolf class." Leon claps his hands together and says, "Alright then, let's begin." He reaches into his bag and Kanjiyama watches as he pulls out a laptop, thinking to himself, this feels so awkward. Leon opens his laptop and projects a hologram map onto the table. Everyone leans in, watching intently. Earlier today, during lunch, our class instructor handed out some documents to the team leaders. Leon begins, "This is a map of Skopje Island, where we'll be taking our exam." He points to the detailed, glowing hologram of the island and continues, "On the day of the exam, well be sent to the island through a subspace gate. But keep in mind, only the gate is in subspace. The island itself exists in the real world. So, any injuries we get there will be real. Leon gestures to the hologram as it zooms into the map's northeastern coastal area. This is the area assigned to us. 3 teams, including ours, will be hunting mermen here. The test key is simple, it's all about which team can eliminate more mermen. Given their limited numbers, any questions? Speed Weapon raises his hand. I have a question, he says. Since Skopje Island is also the home turf for mermen, doesn't that add some extra risk? Leon nods, reassuringly. Good question. The instructors have scouted the area thoroughly, so it's as safe as it can be. The real threat here is simply dealing with the mermen. Speed Weapon nods thoughtfully. Just as everyone relaxes, Chloe raises her hand. Excuse me, what about sudden attacks or fights between teams assigned to the same area? The room goes silent as everyone exchanges glances, surprised by the question. Leon, however, maintains his composure. The main focus of this exam is the magical beasts. He replies, his voice calm. Any skirmish between cadets will result in immediate disqualification. Does that answer your question? As Kanjiyama observes, he's quietly impressed. The way an assassin family member thinks is truly impressive, he reflects. Leon concludes, all right, that wraps up today's meeting. Prepare for the exam, and we'll meet again tomorrow to discuss our positions. Soon, only Kanjiyama and Leon remain, both glancing around, clearly feeling the tension. Kanjiyama thinks, somehow we ended up cornered, just the 2 of us. This is awkward. He quickly starts to walk off, but just as he reaches the door, Leon's voice stops him. Kanjiyama, Leon calls, a thoughtful expression on his face. Turning around, Kanjiyama wonders what could he possibly want. Leon's eyes meet his, calm yet inquisitive. Tell me something, he asks. Where are you from? Kanjiyama stops in his tracks, turning back to look at Leon with confusion written all over his face. His mind races as he thinks, what's this? I feel like Eve heard a similar question before, but this one feels fundamentally different. Where did you come from? Is he literally asking about my hometown? No, that doesn't seem right. He could have asked me during introductions earlier when everyone else was here. So why now? Why wait until everyone left? Kang's thoughts swirl with suspicion. Leon must have a reason for asking this after we're alone. But what could it be? Perhaps Leon breaks the silence. His voice calm yet deliberate. Sorry for popping that weird question out of nowhere, he says, his tone sincere. I just couldn't help but think that you were similar to me. Kang's eyes narrow as confusion deepens. Similar? He wonders, what does he mean by that? While it's true this world's official language is Korean because of the game, that doesn't mean other cultures don't exist here. But anyone can tell just by looking at me that I'm Korean. Leon seems to catch the tension in the air and quickly waves it off. Pretend like you didn't hear anything, he says with a faint smile before turning to leave. They'll get going now, but before Leon can take a step, Kanjiyama instinctively reaches out and grabs his shoulder. Just where did you come from? He blurts out, his voice carrying an edge of urgency. Damn it, Kang curses internally. I grabbed him without thinking. What the hell am I doing? But I can't just let this go. If I do, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Leon looks back at him, his face calm, his smile never faltering. Gently removing Kang's hand, he simply says, Germany, before walking away. Kanjiyama stands frozen, his thoughts spinning. What's up with that bastard? He thinks, watching Leon leave. His gaze drifts to his fingers and unease seeps into his mind. Am I being paranoid? Then, an unsettling thought strikes him, making his heart race. What if he came from another world too? Could it be possible? There's no rule that says only one person can get dragged into this game setting. And honestly, possessing the main character seems a lot more plausible than possessing an extra like me. He clenches his fists, his mind grappling with the implications. While the blessing of the sword god was active during that fight, my senses felt strangely heightened. Could I use it now to figure out what Leon really is? Taking a deep breath, Kanjiyama slowly unsheathes his knife, his focus sharpening. Let's test it out, he thinks. His eyes narrow as he directs his heightened awareness toward Leon, who's now out of sight. Leon's existence in this world. Is it real? The sensation hits him like a jolt. His eyes widen in shock as he clutches his head. I felt it again, he realizes. Just like before, when I activate the blessing of the sword god in focus, I can faintly hear a voice. But the strain is unbearable. Gripping his head, he groans inwardly. Thinking about, it gives me a migraine that even bypasses the painless blessing. Regardless, the Leon I met today is most definitely the Leon I played as before. No actor in the world could replicate him so perfectly. He replays Leon's words in his mind. I just couldn't help but think you were similar to me, Giamma. The phrase gnaws at him. Did he really just mean to ask what country I'm from? That doesn't explain what he said. Seeking answers, Kong Giamma pulls out his phone and opens the Como Wiki app. I should have looked at this earlier, he thinks. But as he scrolls, frustration builds. I never cared about the male characters in this game, so I never bothered to check their details. And now there's nothing about Leon here in this world either. He closes the app with a sigh. Fine. This will be the only time I let myself get involved with Leon. If anything like this happens again, I can just go to Medea for help. Medea's voice echoes in his mind. You're not coming to see me lately. When are you going to run away with me? He shakes his head, trying to clear his thoughts. I should keep my thinking straightforward without bullshit, he mutters to himself. Despite his efforts to stay grounded, a strange calm settles over him. A calm he doesn't fully understand. Is this also the influence of my blessings? He wonders, as the tension in his chest refuses to ease. Kong Giamma pulls out his phone and starts inspecting his blessing stats. His eyes scan the screen as he thinks. I'm making smooth progress. My mental fortitude and armament stats remain unchanged, but my physical fortitude has increased a little, likely thanks to the training I've been doing. A flicker of excitement crosses his face. I think my armament stat will only increase when I finally get Murasame. As for the assimilation rate, it's gone up a lot. Looks like I'll unlock something soon. He pauses, reflecting on his progress. Is it related to the fights I had with both the brother and sister? Or maybe it's just tied to everything I'd done so far. It's so frustrating not knowing exactly how this works. And it's not like I can ask anyone for advice. Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of him, catching his attention. You have reached a certain number of blessing activations. Adjustments will be made. Blessing of painlessness duration increase 30 seconds to 40 seconds, cooldown time 12 hours. Kang's eyes widen. Wow, 40 seconds? Seriously? My hard work is finally paying off. A grin spreads across his face as he chuckles to himself. What the hell? This feels amazing. He glances at his sashimi knife, holding it up thoughtfully, and time just flew by. Days pass as Kong Giamma pushes himself to his limits. His daily workouts become grueling but rewarding, each session honing his strength and focus. Chloe continues to train him in swordsmanship, her skill as a member of the Auditor, a family, evident in every lesson. Amidst the rigorous training, Rachel's flirtatious antics persist, much to Chloe's annoyance. Kong Giamma often finds himself in the middle of their subtle and sometimes not-so-subtle bickering. Rachel's teasing smirks and playful comments clash with Chloe's sharp glares and icy retorts. Despite the occasional chaos, Kong finds moments of peace in the camaraderie they share. The team dynamic slowly starts to take shape, and for once, Kong Giamma feels like he belongs. Kong begins to master techniques he once thought impossible. By now, his precision is so sharp he can even slice a droplet of water midair. Every strike feels more fluid, more purposeful. This is what real progress feels like, he thinks. Finally, the day of the midterm exam arrives. Standing before the subspace gate, Kong Giamma's eyes narrow as he takes it all in. The gate hums with an ominous energy, its swirling light a stark contrast to the training ground subspace. This feels completely different. He thinks the vibe is heavier, more intense. This isn't just another exercise, this is the real deal. Before he can lose himself in his thoughts, a voice cuts through the atmosphere. Over here, as Kangjiyama turns around, he sees Leon, Rachel, Chloe, and Speedweapon standing confidently in front of a subspace gate, each exuding an aura of readiness for the exam. Rachel, ever the outspoken main DPS of the team, teases with a sly grin. Oh, the one who always preaches punctuality is late today. Leon, the composed team leader, gestures for Kong to join them. Come over here, he says with a calm authority that makes Kong feel a little guilty for his tardiness. Chloe, the team's reliable sub-DPS, greets him warmly. Good morning, Kangjiyama. Her kind smile eases some of his nervousness. Speedweapon, the team support, stands silently, his expression unreadable but his stance showing his readiness. Kangjiyama, who serves as the rear guard, quickly apologizes. I'm sorry, I'm a bit late. Rachel, always quick to tease, smirks and says, you must pay a fine for being late. As Kangjiyama approaches the group, his eyes fall on their equipment, and his breath hitches. Rachel is holding the strength gear for Million Phoenix Halberd, a weapon radiating a fiery aura of unmatched power. Kong thinks that's insane. She's already got one of the rarest weapons in the game. Leon doesn't seem to have his signature weapon, Baoming, yet, but his composed demeanor suggests he's more than capable even without it. However, what truly catches Kang's eye is Speedweapon's gear, a recorder. Kong stares in disbelief, unable to process what he's seeing. Wait, that's his equipment. Noticing his gaze, Speedweapon frowns and snaps. What are you staring at so much? Before Kong can respond, Rachel steps in with a teasing laugh. Oh, it's actually one of the few Shrank equipment pieces that aid with healing, she explains. Kong, still puzzled, turns to her. Is that really true? Rachel nods, clearly enjoying his amazement. Yes, it is. A healing Shrank armament is ridiculously hard to obtain, even if you dump tens of millions of one into the game. Kong tilts his head, still processing the information, but its appearance also contributes to its specs. So this kinda? He trails off, marveling at the absurdity. Incredible, he finally mutters. Speedweapon, clearly irritated by the attention, steps back and growls. Don't get so close. As the announcement blares through the arena, it commands everyone's attention. Attention, the first-year midterms of 20,304 will now commence. Seeing all of your faces, you seem prepared. You all should be familiar enough with the rules, so we'll keep it brief. If there's something you cannot handle, run away. Do not forget that you are not yet heroes. You are cadets. Don't risk your necks for extra credit. Also, if you are injured or wish to surrender at any time, contact the instructor in charge. The weight of the announcement settles over the cadets as they brace themselves for what's ahead. Leon, exuding his usual composure, turns to the team. It looks like it's nearly time. Let's prepare. Don't be nervous and let's do our best. Kangjiyama takes a deep breath and thinks to himself, we're finally starting. He glances at Chloe and notices her unusually somber expression. Is something wrong? He asks, his voice soft with concern. Chloe hesitates before replying, well, I know it's weird that I'm anxious about this now, but I remembered that mermaids could appear on Skopje Island. Kangjiyama smiles reassuringly. The instructor said they've checked everything beforehand, so there's no need to worry, Chloe. Chloe nods, but her mind still lingers on the thought. Back in Sicily, mermaids were often sighted and caused so much damage. While we now have a truce with the demonic beings and they're rarely seen outside of dungeons, the fact that these rumors persist means the conditions where mermaids appear are still not fully understood before she can dwell on it further. The instructor's authoritative voice rings out again. Step inside now. The subspace gate is running. Kangjiyama gently taps Chloe on the head, snapping her out of her thoughts. Let's go inside. Chloe nods with determination. Yes, let's go. In her heart, she thinks, yeah, I shouldn't worry. Geometrician is with us. I believe in him. The team steps through the subspace gate together, the world around them warping into the exam's designated battlefield. As they enter, Chloe suddenly hears Kangjiyama's voice calling her name. Chloe, can you hear me? Startled, Chloe blinks rapidly and thinks, did I suddenly lose focus for a moment? Her senses return in full force and she realizes they are under attack. One of her teammates shouts, panic thick in their voice. You can't contact the instructor in charge. We're in a cave. There's no connection. Damn it, just how did this happen? In the dim cave light, a monstrous form slithers into view. A mermaid, her grotesque appearance, a far cry from the beauty of legends. Her scales shimmer darkly, her claws sharp, and her glowing eyes filled with malice. The team freezes in shock, staring at the horrifying creature before them. The battle has begun and survival is no longer just a part of the exam. It's the only priority on the Scopuli Island before the mermaid's appearance. They appear on the beach. As the team sets foot on the sandy beaches of Scopuli Island, the weight of the environment immediately takes a toll. Everyone but Kanjiyama feels queasy and off-balance. Leon notices this and remarks, "Geometry ma, you seem to be faring better than the rest of us." Kanjiyama casually responds, "I don't usually get motion sickness." Leon raises an eyebrow, replying, "I don't think this is a matter of motion sickness though." Suddenly, a small merman appears in the distance. Kanjiyama's eyes widen in surprise as he takes in its appearance. "They're smaller than I expected. I kind of feel like an idiot for being so serious, considering my role as the regard." He thinks to himself, glancing at his sashimi knife. He mutters internally, "I don't think you'll need to use this." Leon observes the scene and adds, "Well, find the adult merman at our assigned location. The one we saw just now doesn't score us any points. Let's head in the direction Chloe scouted." The team begins trekking through the dense forest, moving cautiously. Leon advises, "Be careful, everyone, it seems like this is the spot." With a sudden blur of motion, Chloe gracefully lands in front of the group, seemingly dropping from the trees. Kanjiyama, a bit startled, asks, "Did you really just use the trees to travel?" Chloe nods, explaining, Yes. I can move more discreetly that way." Leon interjects, "So how did your recon go?" Chloe gestures ahead and says, "There's a cave 500 meters in that direction." The team exchanges surprised glances. Rachel asks, "Here? Really?" Chloe nods confidently, "Yes, it's there." As they approach the cave, Leon surveys the area and comments, "Looks like there's around 50 to 60 mermen in there." Kanjiyama's mind begins racing. It's definitely tempting. If we defeat that many mermen, we're guaranteed first place for the midterms. However, safety has to be considered. If things go awry, we can't contact the instructor because of a lack of connection. He sighs internally. Are we going for high risk, high return, or will we play it safe and head somewhere else? That's something Leon, our group leader, will have to decide. Leon begins formulating a strategy. Chloe will scout the area and give us updates. Weapon, you'll handle buffs and healing from the rear. It's still fascinating that you're a healer. Weapon, saving others is hero basics, right? He smirks slightly. Weapon, visibly annoyed, mutters, "You don't have to say it like that." Leon continues, "Geometrima, you'll stay stationed at the rear to cover us in case of surprise attacks. I'll lead everyone from the center. This way, we won't rush in blindly. If needed, I'll also act as a dealer." Rachel, not wanting to be left out, chimes in, "What about me? What am I going to do?" Leon looks at her with a sly smile. "Rachel, you're going to?" Kanjiyama narrows his eyes, sensing Leon has made a decision. Without waiting, Leon calls Rachel forward, and in an instant, she lunges into the air with her weapon, a massive, flaming halberd with a heavy force. Rachel hurls her weapon into the cave, causing a thunderous explosion. The halberd's impact sends shockwaves through the air, leaving everyone stunned. The mermen inside the cave look up, confused and terrified. Rachel, with incredible agility, launches herself after the halberd. Landing atop the stunned merman, she grabs her weapon mid-air and begins swinging it with deadly precision. Each swing slices through the enemies with explosive power, leaving trails of destruction. Kanjiyama watches in awe as Leon's earlier words echo in his mind. "Rachel, you're going to destroy everything. You can do it, can't you?" The chaos on Scopuli Island was intensifying. Weapon, with his instrument in hand, send waves of support magic toward Rachel, who was fiercely slashing her way through the mermen. She kept a running tally, cutting down one merman after another. "That's 25. Rachel called out triumphantly, her face lit with exhilaration. Turning to Weapon, she smirked and added, Thanks for the backup. Weapon nodded but looked slightly annoyed, focusing on amplifying her energy. Kanjo Matrima, observing the battle from the rear, couldn't help but marvel. What is she made of? But as his gaze shifted, he noticed Chloe, her face tense, unsheathing her sword. A sharp purple aura radiated from the blade. Oh no, this isn't gonna end well, Kanji thought. Chloe moved with deadly precision, slicing through the merman as if she were performing an elegant dance. Each strike was swift, clean, and devastating. The battlefield was a whirl of chaos as Rachel and Chloe tore through the merman side by side. Their energy was overwhelming, and even Leon and Kanjo Matrima couldn't hide their astonishment. The hell? Why aren't they slowing down? This is just like the academy. They're about to turn their weapons on each other. Suddenly, a massive merman leapt between them, roaring fiercely. Rachel and Chloe didn't miss a beat. They launched simultaneous, powerful strikes, their weapons cutting the beast into clean, precise pieces. Rachel landed with a smirk. "Aha, you're getting faster, little kid." Chloe, her voice icy, responded. "The one that was just slain is mine." Rachel chuckled mockingly. How amusing. Chloe's eyes narrowed. Blondie, watching this tense exchange. Kanjo Matrima sighed heavily, scratching his head. "I'm glad the worst didn't happen this time." Leon dispatched a nearby merman and approached Kanjo Matrima. "It looks like you were worried about those two." Kanjo Matrima shrugged. "Well, in the end I worried for nothing." Leon smiled faintly. "All 60 mermen are now slain. We should trust the members of our team. No? Well then, it seems we're done here. Shall we go?" Kanjo Matrima nodded. "Yeah, let's move." As they regrouped, Kanji couldn't help but reflect on Leon. Incredible determination and leadership. He's unmistakably the heart of this team. No actor could replicate this. Leon ironically makes this world feel more real. Maybe he really was just curious about where I came from. Before they could take another step, a sudden beam of fire struck Leon in the back. "Leon!" Rachel screamed, her eyes wide with shock. Kanjo Matrima whipped around to find the source of the attack. Emerging from the shadows was a monstrous, demonoid mermaid. Its dark, twisted form radiated malevolent energy. Rachel stammered in terror. A mermaid? Why is it here?" Weapon's hands trembled. Wasn't everything checked beforehand? Or is this just a dream? Kanjo Matrima's mind raced. Motherfucking, I knew things were going too smoothly. Looking at the situation, do we run? Or do we fight? With Leon injured, running isn't an option. Fighting is our only chance. Rachel shouted at Weapon. "Contact the instructor and tell them a mermaid appeared." Weapon frantically tried his communicator. "It's not working, there's no signal." Kanjo Matrima graced. "All outside communication is cut off here. It's no wonder they're frazzled. I'm the only one keeping my head on straight right now." Taking charge, he barked. "Rachel, keep those fishy bastards away no matter what." Rachel gritted her teeth and readied her weapon. "Yeah, I got it." Kanjo Matrima turned to Weapon. "Dump all your healing blessings onto Leon, don't hold back." Finally, he grabbed Chloe by the shoulders. She stood frozen in fear. "Chloe, get out of here, evacuate the other cadets, and contact the instructors as soon as possible." Her voice trembled. "What about you?" Kanjo Matrima's expression hardened. "It's impossible to carry Leon and get out unscathed. Hurry, before more mermen appear." Tears welled up in Chloe's eyes, but she nodded. Okay. In a flash, she disappeared into the forest. Rachel, her hands trembling, turned to Kanjo Matrima. "What next? Do you have something in mind? What the hell are you doing?" Weapon added, his voice shaking. Are you serious? Where are you going?" Kanjo Matrima unsheathed his sashimi knife, its blade glinting in the dim light. He smirked and replied, "Rachel, Weapon, I'll leave the merman to you two." Rachel snapped, "And what the hell are you going to do, you reckless asswipe?" Kanjo Matrima closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. "I've never liked the taste of small fish." With a calm yet resolute demeanor, Kanjo Matrima reached for his sashimi knife, the blade glinting ominously as he unsheathed it. A faint shimmer of energy surrounded the knife, hinting at its deadly potential. Tightening his grip, he took a step forward, his eyes sharp and unwavering. Then, with a dangerous gleam in his gaze, He declared, "Dealing with big fish is my specialty." Kanjyo Matrima thought to himself, demons can utilize a unique power similar to humans' blessings. It's called magic. Just one normal attack with that power was enough to take down the protagonist in the original game. That alone highlights the sheer difference in strength between humans and demons. Even with a blessing of the sword god on my side, I can't confidently say that I'll emerge victorious. In the original game, it was impossible to defeat a magic-utilizing demon without a well-prepared party. And now, here I am, expected to solo a boss that would normally require a full-scale raid. How am I not supposed to curse when I'm drowning in this much shit? There's no way I can back out now. Chloe's return is still 10 minutes away. 10 minutes I only have one option. I need to cut this fugly fish down in 40 seconds. Suddenly, a system window flashed before him. Your nerves have settled upon grabbing the knife. Mental fortitude increases. Your words and actions now carry heightened authority. Adjustments are applied to the blessing to match the user's level. The blessing of the sword god is now activated. Kangima smirked, gripping his sashimi knife tightly. His eyes locked onto the monstrous mermaid, and he thought, it's been a while since Eve done some proper sashimi cutting. Another system window popped up. May the sword god's blessing be with you. Meanwhile, Rachel was still fighting the merman. Her spear slicing through them with relentless precision. When a merman lunged at her, she blocked the attack effortlessly. But more swarmed her, pushing her back. Rachel channeled energy into her spear, releasing a powerful strike that cut down all the mermen around her in an instant. Breathing heavily, she muttered, 25, that's 25 down. Speed Weapon, standing at a distance, watched with concern. He hesitated as he thought, I want to heal Rachel, but Leon's condition is overwhelming enough to manage. His wound is deep, and while it's healing, it's painfully slow. Damn it. That bastard Kangima is absurdly strong. I saw it in the subspace duel. But this facing a mermaid demon monster is on an entirely different level. There's no way he isn't crazy. Just watching him makes my bones feel like they're splintering. It's too late to stop him now. Should I even try? The mermaid monster let out a guttural roar and launched to attack at Kangima. Its claws shimmered with magic as it struck. But Kong dodged effortlessly and lunged toward the creature. His thoughts were focused. This mermaid isn't just any monster. She's a demonoid who specializes in long-distance attacks using water magic. But to me, she's just another fish with flesh and bones. The mermaid retaliated, firing a beam of water magic at Kong. He sidestepped it with precision and leapt into the air, aiming a slash at her. The knife connected, but the mermaid reacted swiftly, spinning around and redirecting her focus toward Speed Weapon, who was still focused on healing Leon. Speed Weapon's eyes widened in terror as the mermaid lunged at him. Her claws glinted with murderous intent, but before they could reach him, a scream of pain escaped her. Kong Yoma had severed one of her wings with a precise slash of his sashimi knife. Landing smoothly on the ground, Kong steadied his stance. That wasn't enough, he muttered. His grip tightening on the knife. Leaping back into the air, Kong aimed for another blow. But before his strike could connect, the mermaid dove into the water, disappearing from sight. Landing back on the ground, Kong cursed under his breath. Damn it. She really is a mermaid. Predicting her movements won't be easy. Did she deliberately target the injured? Regardless, I have to defeat her at any cost. Turning toward Speed Weapon, Kong noticed Leon's condition improving slightly. Speed Weapon, are you okay? He asked with a trembling voice. Speed Weapon replied, yeah, I'm fine. Kong Gohokman nodded. All right then. I'm relying on you, hero. Speed Weapon froze at the word hero. Memories of their past conversation flashed in his mind. Justice and bravery, one who sacrifices themselves for others, the ability to turn despair into hope despite being in the world's best hero training school. I haven't seen anyone like that. Not in the dragon class anyway. Back then, Kong had been confused. If he finds someone like that, is he going to confess his admiration or something? Speed Weapon had continued. That's why I joined this group with Rachel. I was sure I'd find the hero I was looking for in Leon. Kong Gohokman responded to Speed Weapon. You're right. Speed Weapon chuckled lightly, tilting his head toward Kong Gohokman. What's wrong? I see. Sorry to say, but you're far from being a hero in my eyes. Although, he added with a smirk, you are strong. Kengo Yuma glanced at him, a faint frown on his face. and replied, even if I was, I'd refuse it. Is being a hero an object to you or something? Not that I'm giving it to you anyway. Now, in the present, Speed Weapon whispered in awe. That bastard, he's like a true hero. The mermaid monster, now furious, unleashed a swarm of piranha-like fish monsters. The creatures sped through the air like torpedoes, aiming straight for Kong Goma leaping into the air. Kong dodged the attack, but his eyes narrowed as he noticed the fish monsters curving back toward him. But Kong cut the wall, and jumps on the wall to save himself from the fish monster. But they are still following him. The mermaid laughed wickedly. Sensing her chance, turning her focus to Rachel and Speed Weapon, she lunged at them with deadly speed. Rachel froze, terror gripping her. This is it, she stammered, we're done for. But before the mermaid could reach them, Kong Goma appeared, slicing through the air with his sashimi knife. The blade connected with the mermaid, forcing her back. Kong steadied himself, muttering, "Dat yob, damn it, another shallow cut, get your shit together, Kong Goma." The mermaid roared in pain, and swung her massive arm at Kong. He dodged just in time, causing the pursuing piranha-like fish to slam into her. Instead, the force sent her flying into the cave wall. The impact caused the cave to tremble before collapsing, and a purple light shot into the sky from the debris. Several students near the beach noticed the light. One of them exclaimed, "Isn't that Instructor Kim? What's going on over there?" Another responds, "What was that sound?" It was like a roar. The first student adds, "I also heard a loud bam. There was a flash of light before I saw the instructor, and now it's starting to rain." The group begins retreating. We should get to the wounded and move quickly. Seeing it starting to rain, you probably saw lightning and heard thunder. Where to return to the academy as soon as possible. Inside the cave, Speed Weapon continued healing Leon as the remaining mermen retreated in panic. King Goma stood firm, scanning the rubble. Crap, he thought. Could I not land a fatal blow because I was worried about Leon? She's buried, but she's probably not dead. Suddenly, the debris shifted. Rocks flew into the air as the furious mermaid emerged, her demonic eyes glowing with rage. King Goma smirked. I fucking knew it, she won't die that easily. The mermaid lunged at him, her fury unrestrained. Khan shrugs off his upper coat, revealing the toned muscles of his arms as he steps forward with purpose. Since the fish are now more or less taken care of, I'll leave Weapon and Leon in your care. He calls out to Rachel. Rachel nods, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Okay. Got it. Speed Weapon watches the scene in disbelief, his hands trembling as he continues to heal Leon. I can't believe it. Kong Goma is actually facing the demon Hedon while I thought he was just a madman before. Perhaps I'm witnessing a legend in the making. Khan rolls up his sleeves, a confident smile spreading across his face. I can finally focus, he declares. I have 10 seconds. It's now or never. I'm making up for lost time. The mermaid charges again, her movements frantic and filled with rage. Her claws swipe through the air, each strike aimed to maim. Kong Goma, calm and collected, stands his ground. He closes his eyes for a moment, focusing on the rhythm of the battle. When he opens them, his gaze is sharp and unyielding. As the mermaid lunges for him with her razor-sharp claws, Kong Goma meets her attack. Hedon. With a battle cry, he leaps into the air, his knife gleaming with the purple aura of the sword god's blessing. I will cut you down now, he yells, his voice echoing through the cave as he delivers a devastating strike. Chloe bursts out of the cave, her only thought being to run faster and faster. She can't stop, won't stop, even as her legs scream in protest. Her blessing fuels her desperate sprint, slicing through trees in her path with sheer determination. Despite the pain and exhaustion, she pushes forward, Goma's instructions echoing in her mind. She must find the instructors. Thoughts of Kong flood her mind. To Chloe, he's the strongest person she's ever known. But fighting has never come naturally to him. He only draws his blade when absolutely necessary, and even then, it's with reluctance she reassures herself that Goma made the right choice in trusting Kong with this battle, though the mermaid's strength unnerves her. Chloe wishes she were stronger, capable of lending a hand, but her doubts are interrupted by a distant explosion from the cave. She stops briefly, glancing back at the blast. Her eyes welling with tears, she whispers a desperate prayer for Goma's safety. But there's no time to linger with renewed urgency. She sprints forward, dodging obstacles, sliding through mud and shouting for anyone to help. Her voice cracks as she cries out, rain mixing with her tears. But her sharpened senses detect something, a merman presence to her right. Acting instinctively, she leaps and attacks, only for her strike to be parried. The defender is none other than Abel, the main waifu, who meets Chloe's gaze with equal surprise. As Chloe lands, she gasps out an apology for the attack, relieved beyond belief to have found someone. Merman overtakes her and she collapses to the ground. Abel's group, busy fighting off Merman, accuses Chloe of being insane for ambushing them. They prepare to retaliate, but Abel halts them, recognizing Chloe's face. Barely conscious, Chloe begs for their help, explaining that Gioma is in grave danger. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon is awestruck by Kang's battle against the demonic mermaid. Watching him fight is like witnessing a master chef skillfully handling a live fish on a cutting board. Speed Weapon realizes Kang isn't just holding his own. He's overwhelming the enemy. Each move is precise, each deflection calculated. Using his severing technique, Kang slices the mermaid's tail into perfect sashimi-like cuts, a display so clean it almost makes one hungry. Even Rachel, heir to the Spear clan and no stranger to power, is stunned by Kang's skill. Speed Weapon, noticing her amazement, begins to think the mermaid might actually die at this rate. But their moment of awe is shattered when Rachel spots an attack headed their way. She pushes Speed Weapon aside, angrily scolding him for daydreaming in the middle of a fight. The destruction from the attack reminds them of that they aren't facing an ordinary fish, but a demonoid mermaid with devastating magic. Kang and Speed Weapon share a moment of doubt, wondering how they'll handle the mermaid if she uses magic too powerful to counter. The mermaid, now infuriated by Kang's resilience, unleashes her needle squall technique, transforming raindrops into acid-tipped spikes. Kang moves swiftly, dodging and parrying as best as he can, but the acid begins corroding one of his knives. Without hesitation, Kang hurls the knife at the mermaid, slicing her cleanly in half. The mermaid freezes, stunned, her expression one of disbelief as she processes what just happened. Kang, looking more like a demonoid himself, steps forward, ready to enter, but before he can land the finishing blow, the mermaid summons a grotesque tower of mashed mermen from the pond, using it as a shield. Kang's slash lands, but instead of striking her, it cuts through the writhing mass of mermen. He stares in shock as the mermaid, still alive, screams in rage and pain. The mermaid grins wickedly and digs her claws into her own stomach, ripping out her demonic core. Without hesitation, she swallows it. The core begins to radiate power, swelling in her throat until it looks like she's got a grotesque goiter with her glowing throat aimed at Kang. She prepares a devastating magical beam, her desperate Alornithing final attack. Speed Weapon, watching in terror, screams at Kang to get out of the way, but it's too late. Kang freezes, unable to evade, and the beam hits him directly. The scene shifts and we see Kang standing in a vast expanse of water, bewildered in trying to piece together what just happened. He touches the water, realizing he's not alone. Surrounding him is an endless blue ocean under a sinister, demonic red sky. A voice calls out, "It's the system." The system begins to explain something, but Kang cuts it off, declaring, "I already know." Finally, we're back in the fight. Instead of dodging the mermaid's magical beam, Kang had spun his knife midair, catching it in a reverse grip. With rain pouring and chaotic sheets and death bearing down on him, Kang had calmly severed not just the mermaid but her magic too. This is the truth of his blessing. Whether it's magic, tangible or intangible, if Kang slices it, it gets cut. The rain pours relentlessly, drenching the battlefield. Kang stands over the lifeless body of the demonic mermaid, his knife and her corpse drenched in blood and rain. The mermaid's twisted, wrinkled form lies motionless, her head at an unnatural angle. Kang looks absolutely monstrous, his expression cold as he gazes down at her. A faint bubbling noise emerges from her body, and Rachel and Wetpen exchange worried glances. Is it really dead? Wetpen mutters nervously without hesitation. Kang raises his knife and delivers another slash. Severing the mermaid's head, he kicks it into a nearby crater without a second thought. Wet Pen stands frozen in disbelief. He did it in Jayama. A freshman defeated a demonoid on his own, he whispers. Rachel and Wet Pen are still reeling from what they've witnessed when blood suddenly pours from Kang's wounds. His body falters as he drops his knife and collapses to his knees. Rachel rushes to his side, cradling him as she calls out for help. Meanwhile, Wet Pen notices movement near the cave's entrance. His hand instinctively moves to his weapon as he braces for another attack. But instead of the merfolk returning, he spots familiar faces. Abel and her group, carrying an unconscious Chloe. Relief washes over Wet Pen. It's about time they showed up, he mutters. One of Abel's team members shouts. What the heck is that? Their eyes land on the wreckage and the mermaid's mutilated body. Rachel clings to Kong, tears streaming down her face. Why is a mermaid here? And why is everything destroyed? Abel demands. The students gather around, taking in the scene. Abel's sharp gaze lands on Kong, her annoyance growing as she notices Rachel holding him close. Jealousy flickers across her face. Abel takes a moment to evaluate the situation. Despite the chaotic battle that left Kang's team battered and bruised, he seems relatively composed. Though gravely injured, Abel thinks to herself, how can someone this young achieve so much? When she asks what happened, Wet Pen doesn't hold back. You expect me to believe the Academy scouted this island properly? What a joke, he says bluntly. Abel tries to rein him in. Explain properly, she insists. Wet Pen narrows his eyes. You don't have to believe me, but hey, race the truth. A demonic mermaid appeared out of nowhere and Kong defeated it, alone. Abel listens intently, but skepticism clouds her expression. A freshman killed a demonoid on his own? That's absurd, she mutters. Though the evidence lies before her as she processes Wet Pen's words, Abel reflects on her own prestigious lineage, descended from legendary heroes. Yet compared to Kong, she feels ordinary. The sheer gap in their ability stirs a mix of admiration and dread within her. Finally, Abel orders her group to start healing Kong. The guy is dying here, Wet Pen grumbles. Rachel continues to hold Kong tenderly, marveling at his strength. He's my age. Yet he fought a demonoid alone and won. It's unbelievable. Abel, both impressed and irritated, watches silently. Wet Pen interrupts her thoughts, asking, you contacted the Academy, right? Yeah, Abel replies. Wet Pen hesitates before continuing. Don't tell them everything. Something doesn't add up. What do you mean? Abel asks. Wet Pen explains. If they scouted this island, how did a demonoid just appear in a cave cadets could easily find? It doesn't make sense. Abel stiffens, glancing toward her unconscious teammate. Suspicion creeps into her mind as Leon, standing nearby, speaks coldly. You think there's someone from the demon faction within the Academy, don't you? Wet Pen shakes his head. That's not exactly what I meant. But the uneasy tension lingers, and Abel's sharp gaze suggests she isn't ruling anything out. The demons rule out the possibility of a spy, and it's undeniable that this cave isn't easy for cadets to miss. As Wet Pen points out, if it weren't for Kongyama, Leon's group would have been slaughtered by the demonoid. But the question remains, how did this even happen? The story reveals that, despite conflicts during the 700-year truce, demons had never dared to target cadets of the Joaquin Academy. There was even a clause in the truce stating such an act could justify war. Abel begins to comprehend the potential gravity of the situation. This could be a spark for war. Wet Pen notices Abel's frozen expression and snaps her out of it. I know what you're thinking, he says, but we're jumping the gun here. Sure, it's wise to be cautious about the possibility of a spy, but it's way too soon to assume that's the case. Leon nods and adds, if there really is a spy in the Academy, Kong will become their prime target as soon as word gets out that he defeated a demonoid alone. Wet Pen agrees but expresses his concern. I don't think it's fair to keep all of this under wraps after everything Kong did for us. Abel steps forward with a plan. You should talk to my grandfather, the Sword Emperor, she suggests. He's outside the Academy's authority and can keep this confidential. The scene shifts to a sunny day. A light breeze flows through an open window as Kong wakes up in a hospital bed. He stares at his hands in disbelief. I'm alive, he thinks. His mind flashes back to the battle, recalling how the mermaid fired a magical sphere before its death. He couldn't dodge the attack but managed to see it clearly. In a beautifully illustrated moment, Kong remembers how his sashimi knife cut through the sphere like a straight line. It felt as though the magic itself had a thread he could sever. When he slashed, the magic split in two before bursting. The sensation was unlike anything had experienced before, almost as if he had sliced through water itself sitting up. Kong wonders about that feeling after activating the sword god's blessing. He felt things he can't quite describe. As he contemplates the blessing, he opens his stats window. He notices his mental fortitude has increased by 1 point. Reflecting on how he didn't feel fear facing the mermaid, he attributes it to the stat boost. His assimilation rate has also risen from 68 to 7.2, and one of the conditions for something has been met. The next will unlock at 15. Kong speculates that cutting the mermaid's magic might have triggered the increase. While lost in thought, an ominous figure enters the room. It's the principal. Media. She rushes to Kong, crying and throwing herself at him. Her large chest smothers him as she hugs him tightly. "I was so worried something terrible had happened to you," she exclaims. "I swear I was ready to deal with every one of those damn instructors who explored that area." Kong, flustered, tries to push her back. "Principal, please stop." Media laughs and apologizes, claiming she's just relieved he's awake. Suddenly, she remembers something and begins searching through her magical purse. "Where is it? I know I put it near the top," she mutters. "Is that a dimensional pocket?" Kong asked. Finally, Media finds what she was looking for. Pulling out an elegant sword, she presents it to Kong. "Here it is, your midterm reward," she says, showing off her thick thighs as she hands him the blade. "This is the Mori same." Kong examines his new sword. It's level 25 and scales more with strength. Its name, which means rain shower, reflects its edge, said to glisten like dew. Media hopes Kong likes it and apologizes for giving it to him informally. He should have received it officially. Just then, someone calls for her from outside. Annoyed, Media turns, showing her irritation and her curves. She yells at the old geezer, telling him to hurry up and come in. It's Zeke who retorts that she shouldn't call him that. Standing next to him, Media rolls her eyes and asks if he thinks she's acting too young. Kong, observing the scene, feels a strange sense of déjà vu. Kong asks why both Media and the Sword Emperor are there. Media apologetically explains they've heard everything from his teammates. On behalf of the Joaquin Academy, she bows her head deeply, with Zeke following suit, asking for Kang's forgiveness. Kong is stunned. He never imagined the principal herself would apologize. Media, still bowing, expresses her shame that the Academy is to blame for everything that happened during the midterms. She vows on her honor as director to uncover the truth. Zeke thanks Kong for saving the cadets. Kong, unsure of how to respond, humbly says he only did what he could. Media smiles but turns serious again, emphasizing that they need to keep the incident under wraps until the full truth is revealed. She admits, as the Academy's director, it's shameful to say this, but the mastermind behind the incident is within the Academy. Media then lightens the mood, telling Kong he should act more like a teenager and throw a tantrum sometimes instead of being so mature. Kong, slightly amused, stays quiet after the conversation. Media and Zeke prepare to leave but pause by the door. Media reminisces about the day she and Zeke first met. "You were lying on that bench after enrolling," she recalls with a chuckle. "I told you to shove it and you drew your sword without a word. What was it you said? Something like, 'Don't order me around?' Typical 8th grader syndrome." Zeke doesn't remember any of it. Media sighs, stating it feels like just yesterday, even though she's been at the Academy for 60 years. Reflecting on the Academy's ancient history, she marvels at how small her time there feels compared to its legacy. Zeke, deep in thought, agrees. Despite the occasional major or minor incidents, the Academy has nurtured and protected cadets for 700 years. Media, now surging with green aura, becomes furious. The glass around them shatters as she creates a protective barrier for herself and Zeke. Angrily, Media recalls that before the midterm she had received reports that the instructors had completed multiple surveys of Scopula Island. Even though mermaid sightings were rare, every precaution was taken, yet things still went horribly wrong. Zeke places a calming hand on Media, pulling her out of her anger. Apologizing for losing control, Media shifts back to her more relaxed self. Praising Kong for his incredible feat of defeating the mermaid alone, Zeke acknowledges Kang's extraordinary talent. Reflecting on the countless so-called geniuses who burned out, Zeke admits that Kong is different. If anyone deserves the title, it's Kong, whose potential seems limitless. Zeke wonders just how far Kong might go, questioning if he could reach the pinnacle Zeke once dreamed of. As they leave, Zeke seriously advises Media to stay at the academy for now. Media smiles at him and asks if he's not going to help her clean up. Zeke, clearly confused, doesn't remember agreeing to anything like that, to which Media teasingly asks if he's gone senile. Zeke simply responds, "I don't remember." The scene shifts back to the wolf class, where Kong is now back in class. He reflects that the fact he severed the demonoid's head on Scopula Island seems to have been kept quiet, likely due to the headmaster's instructions. Although it feels a bit awkward to say, he wonders if his classmates are so carefree because of his role in stopping the mermaid. Kong tells us that after his discharge, the first thing he did was visit the school's forge to reshape and enhance his new sword. He muses that his school never had a forge. Did anyone else's? Honestly, to Kong, the sword was just a metal rod, given the sword god's blessing. So reforging it was a necessity. The blacksmith, Vollander, was full of enthusiasm, especially with it being the 700th anniversary event. Vollander didn't charge him anything, instead telling him to come back in a week. Kong feels lucky, hoping for a successful enhancement. Just then, someone calls his name and Kong turns around to see Chloe, now using crutches because of her injured foot. She can't believe Kong has been discharged and asks how he's feeling. Kong asks how she's doing and Chloe smiles, showing her bandaged leg. She explains that her injury happened thanks to Speed, or whatever his name was, and the doctor said she should be able to walk without crutches in a week confidently. She adds that as an auditor, she'll recover even faster. Apologizing for getting a bit too excited, she smiles at Kong, who's glad to see she's doing better. He then asks if anything unusual has been happening, to which Chloe tells him she's heard that Director Media and some elders have been at odds. Kong thinks about how, although it's true that he alone defeated the mermaid, it wasn't solely his effort. Everyone had a part to play. Chloe's rescue call, Rachel clearing the merman, Wetman's healing and blessings, and Leon, who did absolutely nothing. Kong wonders how Leon could possibly defeat the Demon King if he was so passive. He considers that maybe it's because Leon got injured first. Suddenly their instructor enters the class and orders the students to stop what they're doing. He tells them to quiet down and sit, as there are a few announcements before the training assembly. The instructor then informs the class that for the time being, someone will be co-instructing with him, and he introduces them. The whole class wonders who it could be, only to be shocked when the Sword Emperor Zeke walks in. Dressed to impress and looking serious, Zeke walks in front of the class. The students are in awe and even the instructor bows to him. Zeke, with his glowing eyes, focuses intently on the students, while Kong, now worried, thinks, what is this old geezer doing here? The scene shifts to what appears to be an abandoned house, where an old man is being beaten. He tries to apologize but is struck across the face by the sexy pink-haired instructor, who was clearly behind the mermaid attack. The old man is truly sorry and apologizes to Instructor Kim, but she mutters something in demon tongue, her demonic aura radiating. As she looks at him, she coldly states, "The 5th Corps commander is enraged." Instructor Kim, holding a worm or perhaps a candy worm, asks the guy she's beating why he didn't cooperate when he had the chance. With a seductive look, she eats the candy worm and comments that he really has a knack for annoying people. The guy attempts to apologize again, but she slaps him across the face. Sucking on the candy worm, she tells him to repeat himself. Annoyed, she mumbles that this is becoming too much. The guy, bleeding, mumbles an apology and Kim kicks him, saying he still isn't taking her seriously. He curses her, calling her a mere instructor and questioning how she dares hurt him. Kim is irritated, disgusted by the blood on her shoes. Cleaning them off, she remarks that it's ridiculous a mermaid was taken down by a group of first-year students. If there were new students this year, she wouldn't be surprised if they could do anything. The guy then tries to explain that the mermaid was defeated by just one cadet. Kim asks if it was Leon, but the guy shakes his head. She demands to know who it was, and the bloody guy reluctantly reveals that it was this year's top student. Kong Jiama. Kim recalls Jiama, realizing he's the special admission student holding and burning the candy wrapper. She understands the situation and finds it exciting as the wrapper disintegrates. She enters her seductive demon mode. The scene shifts to cadets running and counting after their instructor, signaling the start of training. The instructor yells at them to shout louder since he can't hear them. All the students are running and counting, but one student is sitting on a bench. Chloe, the injured cadet, cheering on the others. Kong looks at her and smiles, feeling jealous from behind. Someone yells at him to pick up the pace. It's the old sword emperor Zeke in a tracksuit. He asks Kong if he's still injured from the midterms, and Kong responds that he's fine now. Kong wonders why the old man is running alongside him, thinking about Zeke's identity. Zeke is a descendant of the first Sword Saint and the right hand of Baylor Wakeen, the Sword Saint Aaron Nebulum. Kong knows that Zeke would later become one of the greatest forces in humanity's coming war, and also Leon's swordsmanship master during the Second Demon War. Kong wonders why Zeke is here now and just wants him to go back to Leon, as the main story is falling apart. Despite his annoyance, he's impressed by how fast Zeke is, realizing that this old man is faster than he is. Kong remembers from the game wiki that Leon never actually received the Sword Saint title, which was a major issue in the game community. He wonders if it matters since Leon could still inherit it, but it still feels uncomfortable. Other students are impressed with Kong and Zeke, with Kong noting that Zeke's speed seems almost poster-worthy, like master and pupil running together. Zeke states that the foundation of any warrior is physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented someone is, it's useless without the body to support it. Conditioning is key to growth. He tells Kong not to cut corners and keep up. Kong, out of breath, shouts back, "Yes, sir?" Zeke is pleased and urges him to keep up, dashing forward quickly. Kong struggles to keep up, wondering if Zeke is aging backwards. The cadets are then informed that, unless it's for field training, personal weapons are strictly prohibited. Instead, they must choose from a pile of rusty old farming or training weapons. Zeke tells them to pick one and master it. Some students can't believe it, as they have family heirlooms they'd rather use. Kong looks at the pile and notices a sashimi knife. One student raises his hand to ask Zeke if it wouldn't be better in the long run to get used to the weapons passed down by their families. When asked why personal weapons are prohibited, Zeke responds that it's a good question. He explains that mastering the basics is more important than relying on high-grade weapons. The more someone depends on superior equipment, the more they risk neglecting their training. A good warrior shouldn't rely on their weapon alone to make up for shortcomings. A student argues loudly that learning how to use these weapons is even more important. The other students get annoyed, sensing he's just trying to get attention. Zeke responds firmly, saying that no matter how well-equipped you are, if your skills are lacking, your weapon will be like a pearl necklace on a pig. A true master never blames their equipment. These words hit Kong like a truck, and he agrees, saying it's 100 true. Zeke taps his cane on the ground, stating that once they master the basics, they'll become comfortable with any weapon. He adds that cadets who handle basic weapons well are likely to receive higher scores in the class promotion evaluation at the end of the year. Hearing this, all the students rush to grab their weapons. Kong thinks Zeke knows how to motivate people, and the other students are completely inspired. He had always thought of Zeke as a punching bag for the media, but now he's seeing a different side of him. Kong notices the sashimi knife among the fallen weapons and knew this would happen. Quickly he grabs it. Zeke immediately locks eyes with him, and Kong senses something is up. Zeke tells the students that today, they only need to get accustomed to their weapons. He announces a unknown sparring session for training. Some students worry they might get hurt without the subspace, but Zeke reassures them. They enrolled in this academy to become warriors worthy of carrying on the legacy of their ancestors. A warrior can only truly grow through combat and the risk of being defeated. However, if they fight recklessly, they might accidentally harm or kill each other. Therefore, before pairing off, Zeke will demonstrate proper sparring. The students are excited to see Zeke's skills as they've only ever watched him on YouTube. The instructor yells for them to quiet down, reminding them that no talking is allowed during lessons. Even the instructor is trembling, thinking that this is the biggest crisis of his life. He fears facing the Sword Emperor, even in a demonstration. He apologizes to his mother, fearing this is the end for him. As he stands there, Zeke stops him and calls out Kong. Everyone moves aside as the two lock eyes, and Zeke orders Kong to come forward. The situation unfolds with the sword master, standing tall and serious. Calling Kong Jayama to step forward, the background students are amazed, whispering among themselves about how sharp Zeke's sword looks and how intense his demeanor is. More importantly, they are buzzing with excitement because they will be witnessing a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself. However, the students have no idea who this Jayama person is, and the fact that Zeke personally called him out makes them even more curious. Kong Jayama can hear all the chatter around him, but he keeps his focus. Zeke addresses him directly, asking if Jayama's bones have healed completely. A little hesitant, Jayama replies that he is fine now. Hearing this, Zeke gives a curt nod, takes a fighting stance and instructs Jayama to pick up his sword. Now the two stand face to face, creating a tense atmosphere. Kong Jayama feels a wave of unease. He wonders to himself if this is really just a sparring match. He acknowledges that while his body might be in perfect condition after a long rest, his opponent is none other than the Sword Emperor. If the two of them cross swords, it's clear that things won't end easily. Someone might lose a hand, or, if fate is cruel, a head might even roll. Jayama ponders whether this overwhelming situation could be the influence of divine power. His instincts scream for a fight, but this feels entirely different from what he's used to. When he considers the disparity between himself and the Sword Emperor, he realizes just how much weaker he is. Weighing the consequences, he speaks up and asks Zeke to lower his sword. The background students begin to mock Jayama. Some laugh, saying they knew he would say something like that. Others sneer, calling him a coward. Yet Kong Jayama pays no attention to their ridicule and stands firm. Zeke, however, doesn't take this lightly. His expression darkens as he demands to know if Jayama has any pride as a swordsman. Zeke questions how long Jayama thinks he can live while suppressing his power. He scolds Jayama further, pointing out that extraordinary talent is wasted on someone cowardly. The words cut deep into Jayama. Pride is not a foreign concept to him. It's something he has carried in his heart ever since he earned the title of the greatest swordsman in his homeland. It's a title he gained alongside those who had been his rivals and his motivation. He realizes Zeke's provocative words are not just insults but a deliberate test of his resolve. Even the class instructor and Chloe are taken aback by Zeke's approach. They watch as Jayama processes the situation. Jayama understands that if he falls for Zeke's provocation, he might regret it for the rest of his life. However, the fire within him refuses to be extinguished, and the craving for a fight intensifies. The class instructor rushes forward, intending to stop Jayama before he can intervene. Zeke steps in, blocking the instructor's path. Zeke confidently declares that Jayama has already made up his mind. Jayama steps forward, equipping his Sashimi blade. The act summons the blessing of the sword god, manifesting a faint divine aura. This marks the start of a clash between the sword god and the Sword Emperor. Zeke observes Jayama's movements closely, while his mind drifts to memories of his youth. He recalls an encounter with a one-armed wandering knight, whose swordsmanship left an unforgettable impression on him. Even now, Zeke feels the same clarity and determination as he did when he first witnessed that knight's skills. Returning his focus to the present, Zeke initiates the fight with a powerful slash. Jayama reacts swiftly, dodging the attack and moving to counter. Zeke anticipates the move, changing the trajectory of his strike mid-swing to target Jayama's new position. Despite the shift, Jayama's reflexes allow him to evade the attack once again. The fight intensifies as Jayama boldly charges forward, displaying a sword style reminiscent of a swallow in flight. Zeke notes the peculiar nature of Jayama's techniques. While parrying each strike with precision, Jayama doesn't let up, launching a series of attacks in quick succession. Zeke eventually lands a counterattack, disarming Jayama and sending the Sashimi blade flying from his grip, but Jayama reacts immediately, catching the blade midair and slashing at Zeke once more. Zeke blocks the attack, though it forces him to take a step back. The Sword Emperor acknowledges that Jayama's physical strength has significantly improved. Starting to end the fight decisively, Zeke unleashes his full power, summoning a blue demon-like aura that radiates throughout the room. The students around exchanged uncertain glances, their faces filled with confusion. None of them seemed to understand what was happening. One student observed the two combatants standing still, their gaze locked in intensity. He questioned quietly why there was no movement, no action. Another student muttered his frustration aloud, questioning why the Sword Emperor wasn't taking the opportunity to humiliate Kong Jayama with a clear and decisive lesson. The murmurs spread among the rest, who eagerly anticipated a crushing victory for Zeke. Their expectations for an overwhelming triumph grew with each passing second. Amid the chaos of speculation, the instructor remained silent but attentive. His expression betrayed an understanding of the situation that others had failed to grasp. The instructor had already deduced the truth. He recognized that the confrontation was not unfolding in the physical realm but in a far more dangerous place, the mental realm. He recalled Zeke's prior words, explaining that there would be no real crossing of swords. This battle would be fought in an entirely different arena, one where only those with exceptional mastery could enter. Zeke stood amidst the confrontation, his gaze sharp as he observed Jayama. His initial doubts had dissipated, replaced by a sense of amazement. The rapid development of Kong Jayama's skills had surpassed all expectations. Determined to bring the duel to an end, Zeke unleashed his power. A brilliant blue aura burst forth from his form, materializing into the shape of a demonic entity. The sheer pressure radiating from the aura bore down on Kong, who struggled visibly to maintain his footing under the immense weight. The intensity of the aura rippled outward, penetrating even beyond the confines of the mental realm. Those watching from the physical world felt its presence, their faces marked with disbelief. None could comprehend the magnitude of what they were witnessing. Without warning, the mental realm shattered, the boundaries of the ethereal plane dissolved as the two combatants returned to reality, standing face to face. The instructor's expression changed instantly, his calm composure replaced by alarm. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. Realizing the danger, the instructor moved in haste to intervene. However, before he could act, both Zeke and Kong launched forward with unrelenting speed. Their strikes were set to collide, the air charged with the promise of an unstoppable clash. Before their blades meet, a massive surge of energy disrupts the battle. The ground trembles as media poison arrives, her fury palpable. Her veins bulge with anger and her glasses fly off her face. She shouts at Zeke, demanding to know what he's doing to his student. "Have you completely lost your mind?" she yells, her voice echoing through the battlefield. Hours later, in Medea's office, Zeke stood with a deeply remorseful expression, apologizing for his actions. Medea, still visibly irritated, found his behavior unusual. Her annoyance grew as she recalled the effort it took to place Zeke as an instructor in Kong's class, only for him to take such reckless action. The outcome of the battle could have been disastrous had Medea not intervened. Zeke, reflecting on the events, admitted that causing such chaos was never his intention. He acknowledged losing complete control during the battle, leading him to unleash his aura to its maximum. Medea, recalling her arrival at the battlefield, muttered in frustration, trying to regain Zeke's attention. Lost in thought, Zeke apologized once more, surprising Medea. She emphasized how uncharacteristic it was for the Emperor to express regret. In 50 years, she had never seen him apologize, and now it had happened twice. Medea pressed for an explanation as to why Zeke used his aura against a student. Zeke explained that without doing so, he would never have gained the upper hand in the battle. Medea, taken aback, realized the gravity of his words. For someone as proud as Zeke to admit inadequacy against a student was a rare show of vulnerability. Zeke then revealed that Kong had achieved control over the mental realm. Medea was struck with disbelief. A young man of only 17 years mastering such a skill seemed unfathomable. Zeke had no answer for how this was possible. Medea recalled her brief encounter with Kong at the conclusion of the battle. His gaze had emanated an intimidating aura. His resolute expression exuded an unshakable determination that left her unsettled. The fear she felt mirrored an encounter from her youth with a commander named Vaesen, yet the source of her apprehension toward Kong remained unclear. Imposing herself, Medea questioned whether Zeke considered himself defeated. Zeke, incensed, rejected the idea outright. Despite Kang's exceptional talent, he could never compare to Zeke. Medea chuckled at Zeke's exaggerated reaction and teased him, remarking that it was unlike him to make excuses. She joked about the Emperor blaming his equipment, finding the notion almost comical. Zeke responded with playful irritation, masking his fondness for his old friend. The exchange ended with an affectionate reconciliation between the two. The scene transitioned to a flashback of the battle. The intensity of their clash replayed in Kang's mind. He woke suddenly in his room, relieved the battle had concluded without catastrophic consequences. Despite Zeke's hot-headed nature, the presence of Medea had clearly prevented things from escalating further. As he tossed in bed, Kang pondered whether what he experienced during the battle truly was the mental realm. The sensation was peculiar. The mental realm could only be accessed by mastering a weapon and required specific conditions to activate. Only those with unique weapons and mastery could enter it. Even heroes struggled to use the mental realm freely. Kang reflected on Leon, who had spent 3 years training as a hero to achieve access to this skill. This thought gave Kang pause. How had he managed to achieve it so quickly? The answer was clear. It was the knife in his previous life. Kang had spent over 2 decades perfecting its use. Each time the spirit of the blade was unleashed, Kang reached new heights. He contemplated how events in this world intertwined with those of his past life. Realizing the futility of avoiding challenges, Kang resolved to address his problems head-on. Rising from his bed, he decided to strengthen his control over the mental realm. With his knife in hand, Kang focused intently, attempting to enter the mental realm. As he succeeded, an unfamiliar energy began to draw closer. The force intensified until it collided with him, causing the realm to shatter along with his knife. Dazed, Kang struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Meanwhile, a heated discussion unfolded at a grand table. Members of a clandestine group deliberated their next move. Some proposed dispatching demons, sworn enemies, to handle a certain individual. One member, resembling an elderly woman with green hair, questioned if Leon, the aspiring hero, was the real issue. Another member, appearing like a vagrant, dismissed the notion. He argued that Leon barely managed to manifest his blessings, and insisted the true threat was the student ranked first in the academy. This was the one who had defeated the twins during the entrance exams. This student had garnered Medea's protection, which only confirmed his importance. The group agreed this individual posed a significant threat. They concluded that Kang, the very student who had drawn the emperor to the academy, needed to be eliminated. The vagrant muttered that Medea's leadership as director had weakened their influence. He worried that the emergence of a disaster for their plans. A hero capable of challenging the Demon King must not be allowed to exist. Privately, the vagrant reflected on the urgency of his argument. He dreaded the consequences of meeting the fifth commander again without satisfactory results. The meeting concluded with the family auditor tasked with hunting Kang. Elsewhere, in a weapon artisan shop, Kang stood seething with anger while the craftsman cowered on the floor, pleading for mercy. The reason behind the heated argument quickly becomes clear. It was about Murasame, which had now dropped to rank E. Kang blared furiously at the blacksmith, who scrambled to explain himself as if his life depended on it. He confessed that in over 30 years of his craft, he had never encountered such an issue. It seemed like the blade outright refused to be forged. With utmost care and technique, he did everything possible to shape the weapon, but with a single strike of the everything fell apart. Kang, recognizing the blacksmith still managed to deliver decent results, tried to maintain an air of strictness. The blade met the blessing's requirements perfectly, but Kang didn't want to lose his upper hand in the negotiation. The blacksmith then revealed that, despite its low rank, the weapon had the potential to grow to rank A with future reinforcements. It could become exceptional. He even offered to perform these enhancements free of charge. Kang, however, remained stern, questioning whether the weapon would break again during the process. Desperately, the blacksmith explained that reaching rank A enhancements would require an unbreakable material, a resource that never fails. However, obtaining such material required battling dangerous monsters from the demon army. These rank A monsters were equivalent to the ones Kang fought during his examination, making him weigh the risks. After all, lower-ranking monsters could also yield upgrade materials, and his funds were limited. Kang ultimately struck a deal with the blacksmith, who promised the plan would succeed. Nevertheless, Kang demanded compensation for the loss caused by the weapon's degradation. Shocked, the blacksmith protested that he had delivered precisely what Kang had requested, and even promised not to charge for future improvements. But Kang emphasized that a rank B weapon had been reduced to scraps, and in market value it was now severely devalued. The blacksmith wondered how Kang dared to outweigh an adult like this. Threateningly, Kong hinted at testing the weapon's usability if the merchant kept hesitating. In desperation with nowhere to turn, negotiations began. The blacksmith countered with 500. Then 1,000. Finally, they settled on 800, acknowledging that even scraps of a rank B weapon held significant market value. With the deal closed, a wave of relief filled the room. The scene shifted to Kong seated on a bench checking his current stats while savoring his meal. He noticed increases in his weapon points and the unlocking of additional options. Reflecting on the intense pain caused by using the blessing, he realized the pain had lessened and acknowledged the need to improve this stat further. He recalled how unbearable the pain had been when he first tested the blessing. If he could significantly enhance this stat, perhaps he could use the blessing without suffering. Moreover, by mastering his weaponry, he hoped to grasp the full extent of the power granted to him. As he enjoyed his anchovies and pondered who might have sent him to this world, someone approached him. Chloe startled him by calling his attention. After calming down, they greeted each other. Chloe asked why he hadn't finished his meal, and Kong claimed he had lost his appetite. Kong noticed Chloe had removed her cast, prompting him to question whether she was fully recovered. Chloe assured him she felt much better, though she still needed crutches. She even joked, asking if her bones had strengthened after healing. Kong thought to himself that bones don't work like muscles. Out of nowhere, he removed something from Chloe's face. Catching her off guard, it turned out to be a grain of rice, but this small gesture was a critical hit to Chloe's heart. She was so overwhelmed that she fell. Kong helped her up, and during the process Chloe noticed the blade on the bench. Observing its simplicity, she enthusiastically remarked that it looked cool. She added that even though it was ranky, it seemed pretty good. Kong recalled that detail and began to reflect. Chloe, thinking her comment might have sounded offensive, tried to apologize, but Kong was preoccupied. He responded that the blacksmith would compensate him for leaving the weapon in this condition through refunds and free services. Chloe praised Kong, saying he was already strong without an exceptional weapon and would become even more formidable with one. But Kong, deep in thought, saw no reason to become stronger. He already handled powerful monsters. What he truly desired was to eliminate the pain caused by the blessing. Chloe, once again apologizing, assumed Kang's silence was due to her words. Kong reassured her it wasn't the case and told her to relax. Chloe then began to radiate her Yandere tendencies. Anyone who wronged Gyoma or his precious weapon would face her wrath. She declared she would kill them all. Kong snapped her out of it and she regained composure. Suddenly he felt something strange and turned his gaze toward a tree. Chloe, however, seemed unaware of anything unusual. Both moved toward the tree and Kong delivered a powerful kick to the trunk, revealing the source of his concern. Nox fell to the ground, exposing that he had been spying on them. Kong looked at him in disappointment while Nox, now on alert, lamented being caught. Simultaneously, Chloe recognized her brother and Kong armed himself. Both stood ready, anticipating trouble. With Nox's arrival, Kong observed that Nox's behavior lacked any intent to fight and demanded to know the reason behind his actions. After a brief silence, Kong reminded Nox of the consequences he faced if he reappeared. Nox admitted his intentions were different this time. Kong insisted on knowing what it was about. Nox revealed that he could have informed Chloe, who in turn would tell Gyoma, but he chose to deliver the message personally. It was a matter directly concerning Gyoma. The Academy elders wanted to get rid of him. Kong acknowledged the existence of this organization and was shocked they were targeting him. Chloe asked why Nox had come for this. Nox pointed out that she had been away for so long and lost her privileges. Alerted, Chloe demanded Gyoma stay behind her for protection, but neither Kong nor Nox felt it was necessary. Nox joked that she was still as feisty as ever. To conclude, Nox stated he had no interest in Kang's actions but found the elder's obsession peculiar. He added that it wasn't just him but the entire auditor family that decided to delay the extermination request. This request had been made secretly without anyone at the Academy knowing. Eliminating a student was, above all, against the auditor principles. However, it was hard to ignore for long as the demand came from the elders. If pressured, they wouldn't have a choice. Nox also told Chloe she needed to know since in any case she was family. Kong realized Nox's actions were driven by principles, though his true concern was for his sister. As Nox bid farewell, Kong stopped him to ask about his final remark without hesitation. Nox said Chloe was happier in Kang's company. Not even he as her brother had ever seen her like this. This left both Kong and Chloe deeply moved. Nox concluded that Kong must not let her get hurt. Leaving Kong stunned facing one another, Kong tried to discern the meaning behind Nox's words. His request for Kong to ensure he wouldn't allow her to get hurt puzzled Kong. Seeking clarity, Kong asked why Nox would make such a request, noting that the only time Chloe had been hurt, it hadn't been Kang's direct fault. Nox studied Kong for a moment, realizing he hadn't grasped the true intent behind the statement. This left Kong even more confused as he observed both Nox and Chloe, trying to piece together what he might have missed. Trying to change the subject, Nox prepared to ask a question that seemed important to him. Looking at Kong, he asked how Kong had managed to become strong. The question shifted Kang's demeanor. Instead of answering directly, Kong replied with a question of his own. Could he truly be considered strong? The question led Kong into a moment of reflection. He thought about the concept of strength and the Emperor, whose immense power served as his standard. To Kong, true strength meant being capable of handling any threat, no matter the situation. By this measure, Kong saw himself as lacking. With his limitations, he could only act effectively for less than a minute each day. Despite his past accomplishments, he didn't see himself as truly strong. As these thoughts passed, Kong also realized that Nox had used Chloe as an excuse to share something personal with him. This made Kong wary, as he considered it risky to share anything too significant about himself with someone who might misuse the information. Redirecting his attention to Nox, Kong decided to turn the question back on him. Instead of explaining how he had become strong, Kong asked how Nox planned to grow stronger, adding that he lacked a sense of desperation. Nox, clearly caught off guard, asked what Kong meant by that. Kong explained that Nox's experiences as a member of the Auditor family and a student at the academy were too limited, confined to those controlled environments. If Nox wanted to grow stronger, he would need to push himself beyond them and face the challenges of the real world. With that, Kong turned and walked away, leaving Nox standing in confusion. His words lingered, unsettling Nox, while Kong questioned whether he had expressed himself correctly. Still, he believed there was truth in what he had said. Later in the classroom, the instructor began a lecture about the many gods that ruled over creation. Despite the detailed discussion, Kang's mind wandered, preoccupied with the ongoing pursuit of the elders that loomed over him. The elders are direct descendants of 5 out of Baylor Hogan's 7 disciples, an elite group celebrated for their enormous influence not just within the academy's halls but across the entire world. Their legacy casts a long shadow, shaping history and power structures for generations. Kong recalls their notorious role in the game, where these elders earned infamy for constantly hindering the protagonist. Their actions, driven by a ruthless desire to preserve their own authority and status, lend them the grim moniker corrupt remnants among players. Yet, despite their notoriety, Kong cannot grasp why they seem to have turned their attention toward him. Seeking clarity, Kong begins listing the pivotal events he has been part of since arriving at the academy. He jots down the academy's rigorous admission exam, where he emerged victorious over the twins, showcasing his skill and resilience. Next, he notes the subspace training session, where his confrontation and triumph over Nox stood as a defining moment. Lastly, he recalls the midterm exams during which he saved Leon, an act of courage that further distinguished him. As he examines his notes, Kong is struck by the realization that his actions have been far from ordinary. Time and again he has found himself at the center of significant events, inadvertently attracting attention. However, this self-awareness only deepens his confusion. None of his actions fully explain why the elders would single him out. His thoughts drift to Scupley Island, replaying the events following his victory over the mermaid and his rescue of Leon. A troubling pattern begins to emerge. Kong comes to a chilling conclusion. The elders aren't truly after him. Their real target is Leon. Kong was simply an obstacle in their path, a nuisance they were forced to deal with. Despite efforts by the media to suppress the Scupley Island incident, Kong knows that news of his defeat of the mermaid must have reached the ears of the noble elite. This realization leads to an even more disturbing thought. The elders' actions suggest a sinister motive. By targeting Leon, a hero candidate, they reveal their willingness to conspire against humanity's future. Kong cannot ignore the implications. Someone among the elders, or perhaps all of them, may be colluding with demons. The betrayal shocks him to his core. For these elders, individuals entrusted with safeguarding humanity and guiding the academy to prioritize their power over the survival of the world crosses every conceivable line. The fact that they would go so far as to try to eliminate Leon, a mere student, is beyond reprehensible. Kang's anger simmers. He briefly entertains the idea of barging into the elders' chambers and confronting them head-on. But he reins in his impulse. The time to act hasn't come yet, and he knows he must bide his time. When the moment arrives, Kang resolves to ensure the elders face justice for their treachery. A sharp voice cuts through his thoughts as the teacher instructs the class to take notes. Kang blinks, realizing he has been distracted. Refocusing, he reminds himself of his immediate goal, acquiring a weapon enhancement. For this, he knows he will need to venture into a dungeon. However, he understands that clearing a dungeon solo is a near impossible task. He needs a party. Kang considers his options. Chloe comes to mind as someone who would undoubtedly assist him. Yet, instead of relying on someone with overwhelming power like Rachel, he decides a more strategic approach is preferable. This train of thought brings Speed Weapon to the forefront of his mind, and Kang resolves to seek him out for help. The scene shifts to the bustling dragon class. Kang's presence immediately draws attention, with a student stepping forward to confront him. This isn't a place for someone like you to come and go as they please, the student snares. Kang eyes him, unbothered, and thinks to himself, who is this two-bit extra with an overinflated ego? With 2 decades of experience in the food industry, dealing with all sorts of difficult customers, Kang finds the situation almost laughably familiar. He calmly warns the student, "Don't waste my time or I'll deal with you myself." Enraged, the student lunges at Kang. To Kang, the attack feels sluggish, almost comical. He notes how easily he could counter it, but before he needs to act, a figure intervenes. Speed Weapon steps in, delivering a decisive punch that sends the aggressor sprawling. The commotion draws a crowd, with students gathering to witness the scene unfold. Kang's confidence remains unshaken as he exchanges a glance with Speed Weapon, silently acknowledging the start of their next collaboration. Kang reflected on the situation, considering the unique abilities he had encountered. The thought of its strength healer struck him as unusual, something beyond the norm of strength mages. As he pondered this, Speed Weapon interrupted his thoughts, asking if Kang had come to find him. Without waiting for an answer, Speed Weapon suggested they move their conversation outside, and the two stepped out to talk in private. Kang outlined his plan, explaining the need to form a party as quickly as possible. Speed Weapon agreed, emphasizing the importance of teamwork in tackling the challenges ahead. He proposed a straightforward deal. The rewards from the dungeon would be shared among the team, while Kang would have sole claim to the magical beast materials. After explaining the arrangement, Speed Weapon turned to Kang, seeking confirmation with the question, "Did I get that right?" Kang responded honestly, stating that if he were to attempt to recruit a party on his own, the only person who might agree to join him would be Chloe. He added that Speed Weapon's connections to the dragon class could make the process significantly easier, or so he thought. Speed Weapon quickly corrected him, pointing out that academy rules required a party to have at least 4 members to secure dungeon clearance permits. He went on to remark that if not for these restrictions, someone like Kang could easily handle 5 or 6 dungeons alone. Kang countered immediately, denying Speed Weapon's claim with, "I can't even clear 1 dungeon by myself." Speed Weapon smirked, accusing Kang of downplaying his abilities. He reminded him of his solo victory against a mermaid, a feat that was far from ordinary. "Your false humility is starting to get annoying," Speed Weapon added with a hint of exasperation. As Kang listened, he realized that Speed Weapon genuinely believed he was being modest. Before he could say anything further, Speed Weapon observed that Kang seemed to be recovering well. Kang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the rest and care he had received had significantly improved his condition. After some deliberation, Speed Weapon accepted Kang's offer. He saw no reason to decline and was intrigued by the prospect of working alongside him, anticipating it would be a unique experience. Grateful for his support, Kang shifted his focus to selecting an appropriate dungeon for their team. The C-rank Buffalo Dungeon in Cho-Win stood out in his mind, a classic challenge that seemed fitting for their current composition. Speed Weapon immediately recognized the dungeon Kang had in mind and noted their existing lineup of 3, himself, Kang, and Chloe. However, he reminded Kong that they still needed a fourth member to comply with Academy regulations. Kong expressed his preference to avoid including either Rachel or Leon in their group. Speed Weapon reassured him, explaining that Rachel was currently in seclusion, recovering from injuries sustained during intense training, while Leon was occupied with preparations for upper-grade dungeon raids alongside senior students. Relieved by this information, Kong agreed to proceed with Speed Weapon's plan. Speed Weapon then mentioned having someone in mind for the fourth slot on their team. As their conversation progressed, Speed Weapon suggested they take a detour to the cafeteria to pick up something before heading to the person he had in mind later that evening. They arrived at a modest house nestled within the academy grounds. Kong surveyed the area, noting how unfamiliar the location felt to him despite his extensive experiences. Even as a Japanese cuisine chef in his previous life, this hidden corner of the academy struck him as something unique. Inside, the house was cluttered with archery equipment, arrows scattered haphazardly across the space. It was clear the resident had an affinity for precision and skill, though the disorganization suggested a more carefree attitude. Speed Weapon navigated the clutter with ease, locating a young woman fast asleep in the middle of the room. Approaching her, Speed Weapon attempted to rouse her by gently shaking her shoulder. When that failed, he leaned closer and mentioned her favorite treat from the cafeteria. At the mere mention of it, the girl's eyes snapped open, and she bolted upright with startling speed. She spotted Kong holding a bag and rushed toward him, her movements so swift that she collided with him, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Kong found himself momentarily stunned as the blue-haired girl hovered over him, clutching the bag with a triumphant expression. Inside, as she eagerly opened it, she discovered chocolate. Her face lit up with delight, and she immediately began enjoying the treat, oblivious to the awkward position they were in. As Kong tried to process what had just happened, the girl looked up at him with sparkling eyes, her expression filled with anticipation. It was clear she was already hoping for more chocolate, her joy at the moment seemingly boundless. Kong, still on the floor and taken aback by her energy, realized this was the person Speed Weapon had in mind for their team. Kong then recalls the time when he was at work and rushed to hide in the bathroom to check the game. Excited after spending his hard-earned money, he smiled at the possibility of obtaining the heroin in the game. Kong, tired of being surrounded by men everywhere, thought he would finally find some relief right after making the game's payment. However, the RNG betrayed him and reality was far from joyful. Instead of Abel, the character who was supposed to be one of the game's main leads and the reason he became obsessed with it, the system rewarded him with Saki, yes, the oddball who threw herself at him for chocolate, the cursed Yangguang. Kong was in shock at the outcome. Reflecting on the game's narrative where Leon was the protagonist surrounded by waifus, there was one standout among them, Abel highlighted as the primary heroine while various heroines possessed and demonstrated their unique abilities throughout the game. Abel was the one who, in addition to her skills, also embodied the overcoming of adversities and challenges. Such a bond could only result in a romance. The story left Kong so captivated that it drove him to invest 149,000 in an attempt to obtain Abel. Her prominence also rendered the other waifus less significant when it came to relationships, reducing them to mere weapons. Among these lesser-valued waifus, there was one who was the ultimate champion of failure, the strong contender for diabetes. Now inside the game, Kong once again found himself face-to-face with the chocolate fanatic. His first rank as Kong was still deep in thought as she asked for more chocolate. When she didn't receive a response, she became frustrated at how lost in his thoughts Kong seemed. Kong then realized why Speed Weapon was so confident about choosing the fourth member, knowing the character. She was in fact one of the best DPS characters with long-range capabilities, thanks to her skill-based attacks which differed from Leon's. Finally, one very important point stood out. Since she was a failure in terms of narrative importance, her participation in the group wouldn't heavily impact the story's plot. Or would it? Kong then wondered if everything would work out. Shifting focus to the scene, the future diabetic approached Speed, asking why they had come to her house. He stuttered and she, impatient, demanded he spit it out. Speed then introduced Kong, asking if she remembered him. She ate a piece of chocolate again as if to activate the part of her brain responsible for memory, and only then responded that she did. Speed explained that they had gathered that afternoon. He stammered again, and she once more urged him to hurry up. Speed continued explaining, this time recounting how he had arrived in class and been approached by the big guy. Once again she hurried him along. Finally, Speed declared that they had come to recruit her for the group that would be tackling the Buffalo Dungeon the following week. Perplexed by Speed's absurd lack of clarity, Kong reflected on how fitting his nickname was. He explained a story at the same speed as a turtle. Speed continued detailing the mission, explaining there would be a division of spoils except for the horns. As soon as he finished, she shifted her gaze to Kong. It didn't take long before she began walking toward him with a determined look. She then asked if it was Kong who had fought him in training. Kong, hesitant, responded that it was. She observed him with a suspicious gaze. Meanwhile, Kong, apprehensive, waited for Saki's next move. She then turned and remarked that although she had no reason to refuse, given that the rewards would be divided, she wouldn't accept because of the lack of determination she had expected. Kong was surprised by her lack of sense in judging someone who had just woken up. He watched as she added that she didn't want to work with such unmotivated people. Speed then tried to argue that it wasn't possible for her to make such a decision after seeing Kang's duel against Nox. She then suggested that his victory was only possible because the opponent was weak. Speed became irritated and emphasized that the opponent was none other than an auditora. In his moment of heightened emotion, he almost let slip a situation that not everyone was supposed to know about from the island. Realizing this, he immediately held himself back, leaving Saki confused. Meanwhile, Kong observes with a look of someone who has completely lost patience for all this back and forth. Speed, somewhat composed but still shaky, tries to explain himself, using the chocolates he brought as leverage. Saki counters, retorting that she's not his pet and questioning why she would be obligated to accept his request. Kong watches the argument between the two, trying to decipher what kind of deal Speed imagines in his head simultaneously. He's amazed at how someone can be both greedy and rude at the same time. In his view, the worst-case scenario should only allow for one of those traits, not both. There's no plausible reason to keep insisting on this pre-diabetic individual. Deciding enough is enough, Kong interrupts Speed, declaring there's no need to waste time on someone unwilling to cooperate, as it would harm the team's performance. The priority now is finding someone better. Hearing this, Saki challenges Kong, questioning whether the urgency of the raid justifies his attitude. Kong, without saying a single word, looks at her calmly before opening his vest and pulling out a knife. Both Speed and Saki are stunned, unable to figure out what Kong plans to do. Then, with the knife in hand, he swings it laterally, not to attack but to throw it. The blade flies swiftly toward its target, landing precisely in the center. This surprises Saki, but she has no time to feat before being caught off guard by a second throw. The second knife lands so quickly that she barely has time to track it. Before she realizes it, the second blade is lodged right in the same spot as the first. Her morale now hits rock bottom. Recognizing her shaken state, Kong delivers an ultimatum, asking if she will join the team or not. Perplexed and struggling to comprehend the situation, Saki remains deep in thought. The scene transitions to a Starbucks, spelled with two S's. The first to arrive, waiting for the others, is none other than the troublemaker herself. Now her demeanor is entirely different. Speed, surprised, comments on how early she arrived, while Chloe greets her warmly. Kong, as usual, simply observes as Saki takes the initiative to greet him. She responds while internally reflecting on how persuasive a sashimi knife can be. Speed, astonished at how quickly Saki prepared for the meeting, hears her nonchalantly say it was easy to manage before she formally declares the start of the meeting. Speed rises and begins explaining the mission details, preparing a precise drawing to illustrate the task. He elaborates that the enemies are rank sea monsters known as water buffaloes. They have the ability to charge long-range attacks, making close combat risky. Thus, the best strategy is to attack from a distance. Kong and Chloe marvel at the impressive drawing, while Saki focuses intently on the explanation. Speed then outlines a critical rule. There's a gate at the dungeon center that must not be opened. Curious, Chloe asks what happens if the gate is opened. Speed admits he doesn't know the exact consequences, mentioning only that there appears to be a seal, though it's merely a hypothesis. Saki, however, emphasizes that the academy mandates the gate remain closed, and there's no reason to disobey that order. Kong listens and agrees aloud not to disobey, but his expression betrays his true thoughts. Everyone notices his reaction, and it doesn't take long for Kong to realize he's let slip his curiosity about opening the seal. He finds himself the center of attention with everyone staring at him in confusion. Speed Weapon, unable to contain his curiosity, presses Kong for an explanation, asking if he knows anything about the seal. Kong denies it, but deep down he knows something. He silently concludes there's undoubtedly a boss behind that gate while outwardly stating it's obvious no one should touch the seal. He begins contemplating the conditions necessary to open the gate. Satisfied with Kang's answer, Speed relaxes, relieved he misunderstood Kang's earlier reaction. Kang's mind, however, remains occupied, analyzing the dungeon's potential scenarios for unlocking the gate. Meanwhile, Saki watches him with curiosity while indulging in her favorite pastime. Kong is baffled by how much she enjoys those sweets, and she responds that intelligent people need them. Kong jokes about her barely being able to talk while eating until he notices something strange. Chloe is on high alert, her knife in hand, prompting him to become vigilant as well. They are being watched. Chloe is confused and asks what is wrong. Kong then tells her to stay calm and wait. The observers will reveal themselves at the right time. Gemnoldo Kerwan was where they had to travel by bus. The gloomy and dark hero sat in the bus, seriously pondering his predicament. In his previous life, when the main fellow had gotten discharged from the army, he had promised that he would never return to the city of Kerwan. Not even to urinate in it. Fate sure was having a good laugh in his face now, because here he was on a bus straight back to Piss City. Gioma had never thought that he would return like this. The tires of the car skidded to a stop, and a voice said, mentioning that the bus belonged to Hawken Academy, and the voice inquired how they could help. The protagonist looked out of the bus window and saw a man dealing with some strange-looking barriers outside. That is when he observed that there were civilian limitations around, and he was curious if this was due to the fact that the border was a dungeon area. Security was indeed tight in that region. At the same time, Gioma again observed that the elders were observing their every step. Speed Weapon hollered out the back of the bus and inquired as to whether his idol wanted eggs. The boy's Oreo-haired head came up short, so surprised at being offered the unexpected snack, but he demurely refused and asked whether this was still being done at random on buses in the present age. The healer with orange-colored hair questioned whether his captain was getting spooked over an insignificant Serenk dungeon, and commanded the boy to relax. Gioma nervously laughed and accepted that he should be calm. Then, the healer asked his friend Saki if she wanted any eggs. The sulking brunette wanted no eggs, and Chloe was dozing with her katana pressed close. Speed Weapon thought it was their loss since the eggs tasted so good. Abruptly, the brunette looked up, her blue eyes following the main character and observing as he chatted lightly to her friend. He saw someone staring and looked back at her, just in time for her to be caught staring. This was naturally something that Saki did not enjoy, so she turned away with an irritable huff and scowled. Unbeknownst to her, the poor hero had greater fish to grill. He already felt observed, having known that the elders were after him. He did not require Little Miss Blue to look at him and compound the feeling. The bus eventually stopped and the teammates alighted. The redhead was amazed at their new destination, relieved that they had finally arrived. The weather was also just right and sky was bright. Nevertheless, Geometry Ma felt a bit anxious, as this location used to be where ancient demons would nest. Today, it had been brought down to just a simple farm dungeon. The orange-haired healer couldn't help but question the main character as to why Head brought so much baggage, as if he were moving into his bridal home. The protagonist simply grinned and asked Weapon whether he was interested in that. Banded grinning, the black-haired boy unzipped his big heavy bag and flaunted his enormous pile of deadly weapons. It was this huge bag full of sashimi knives. Bro had more sashimi knives than he could ever use. Speed Weapon was perplexed and could not help but ask whether our guy had traveled so far just to sell knives. Nevertheless, the MC grinned and said that it was better safe than sorry. The healer chuckled with amusement and said the dark-haired youth spoke like an old man. Yet he thought the hero had his motives. Chloe jumped into the discussion with glee that she would take the lead as always in this team. Geometry Ma relied on her as always. Therefore, it was time for them to advance, and the students moved forward and came near the dungeon. The gate to the dungeon was closed when they arrived, since security was in top-notch and the guards in the vicinity were about to open the gates for the students. The guards turned around, immediately looking up once the students began to arrive. The protagonist and his crew also stopped for a brief moment to look at the rocky dungeon in front of them. The security identified them as students from Hawken Academy, and they told them to simply sign all 4 names on the visitor log before they proceeded into the dungeon. The class became busy and signed their names in no order whatsoever on the page they had been provided. The security, however, stiffened after Geometry Ma signed his name and the MC caught wind of it immediately. The healer called out to their captain and demanded to know what he was doing, also encouraging the boy to hurry up. The dark-haired boy concurred with the healer, and the group approached the gates as they creaked open for them. Right away, the orange-haired boy griped about the smell and warned them to mind their step as they walked in. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still pondering about the guy whose eyes trembled upon seeing his name. Looking back over his shoulder as the door closed, the Oreo-haired boy hoped that this incident would be all right. The door closed with a last bang and the team moved further into the dungeon. They had been moving for quite some time when they saw some rather silly doodles on the cave wall. Some of them were doodles of couples signing their names and drawing hearts in between them, and others were simply random words. It was like seeing the walls of a middle school bathroom. The main character couldn't help but wonder when dungeons started becoming tourist attractions. Nobles actually did abuse their powers. They'd been walking for quite some time when someone suddenly pulled our guy by the elbow. It was Saki in the blue net, complained about how tired she was. The boy with the white streak in his hair looked back at her and he had to agree that she did look tired. The girl sulked that if only she had something sweet, then everything would be better immediately. Then she asked if their team leader had some sweets that she could munch on. As our man began searching through his pockets, the blue net smiled eagerly as she anticipated her sweet treat. Suddenly, he produced a small sweet and handed it to her. The girl was bewildered, informing him that sweets were not for her, and asked if he had younging instead. Jaimama did not want to bother with all that and he snarled, inquiring whether she thought he was her mom and whether she should bring her own snacks if she wanted them so badly. The girl had the audacity to reply that she was saving her own snacks for later. Fed up enough, the dark-haired boy turned away with a scowl, wishing the girl would concentrate. The blue net was to make do with the sweet he had offered her when the redhead abruptly brought them to a halt. She had sensed 3 monsters approaching. They were charging from a distance of 200 meters, and the team would need to prepare to engage in combat right away. Speed Weapon addressed the girls and instructed them to follow the plan to reduce the risk that would result from confronting the arriving beasts. He then summoned Chloe and Saki, telling them that he would buff them sufficiently so that the girls could battle, and he warned them not to disappoint him. There was a commotion and the Japanese girl removed the cloth from her massive bow as she prepared herself for battle. Jaimama had to admit that he was impressed by the powerful weapon. It was an inscribed weapon known as the Crimson Bow, and with this it would be easy to clear the dungeon. The blue net creaked that it had probably been too long since she had used her strong bow, and now it was a bit stiff. She should take better care of her weapons. The main character questioned whether he could actually trust her. Then, the blue net suddenly said they should wait. Then, she pulled out her favorite sweet treat and took a big bite out of it. She gasped with delight at how completely scrumptious the snack was, and the MC once more wondered if he could actually trust this clown to save his life. The monsters were already on their way and they had no time to waste worrying about matters such as that. The members of the team prepared to battle and prepare themselves. The hooves of the oncoming beasts pounded hard on the rocky surface as they drew near, and our guy shouted for them to attack. Saki readied her bow and Chloe readied her intimidating glare. Their healer drew out his recorder and began to play, buffing the lot of them with power. The monster buffalo burst forth from the shadows, roaring and lashing their tongues. The redhead was the first to meet them, charging out to greet the enemies. Ahead of the other team members, the girl sprinted off, springing from the ground, and she charged at the bull in front of her. The bull bellowed as it was struck, moaning in agony, and it crashed to the rock with an anguished cry. But that was only one of the attackers, and the other monster bulls charged. The redhead was a bit annoyed at the relentless charge and ready to take out the others. She said she was going to slow them down in front and reached for her sword. The orange-haired boy shouted for the assassin to drop that idea and fall back as they had practiced. At the same time, somebody else was certain that she had the monsters right in front of her eyes. Saki suddenly materialized, standing there with her hair streaming like a river behind her as she set her sights on her target and called the arrow. The arrow shot from her magically empowered bow. Tendrils of smoke and air swirled around her as it shot. The arrow shot out like rays of light and they flew directly into the stampeding charge of infuriated black bulls. Chloe was amazed as those arrows cut right through the creatures, annihilating them as soon as they hit. The creatures were ripped apart in hues of red and gold, and Chloe's eyes went wide as the animals disintegrated before her. The Japanese girl smiled at having triumphed, believing that destroying the monsters had gone much smoother than she had anticipated. She even said oops in play before returning to crunching on her delicious snack. Our favorite gremlin gazed at her for a second, believing it would be severely bad if they destroyed all the horns they had traveled to gather. Nevertheless, a win is a win, and he could not help but grin, impressed at the huge number of targets that he had destroyed. A good DPS could not be prevented, and the archer was quite talented at her craft again, though. The horns were for geometry moss upgrade materials, and he could not risk losing them just because Saki was so talented. Weapon questioned whether they should delve even deeper into the dungeon. It seemed like a good call. Suddenly, a piece of rock broke from a formation, alerting them to the charge of one more raging bull that ran independently of the others. It jumped right in the path of the archer as she was munching her sweet treat. It was one of the bulls that had fallen earlier, and it was annoying to see it back on its feet. The Japanese girl got ready to run, but somehow she stumbled and dropped her weapon. The giant beast loomed over the surprised girl, and for a moment it looked like it would be lights out for Saki. The girl raised her arms in preparation for the incoming attack, but no harm came to her. The blue gnat instead opened her eyes to find a marvelous sight. She was cradled in the arms of the dark-haired talented student. Geometry Ma had rescued her from death, sending the beast flying with one swift cut of his sashimi knife. The knife was so sharp it cut the beast right to two halves. His face was stern as he looked at his opponent, a halo of awesomeness and cool aura surrounding him. For a moment, Saki found her breath stolen away. The beast fell apart before them, each side crashing down with a heavy thud, and great winds swept the girl's hair back. Then Geometry Ma asked if she was okay, and the blue gnat was speechless at first. A blush came upon her cheeks, and she hiccuped at how absolutely cool the main character had looked in that moment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, somewhere unsafe, a phone rang. One of the guards who stood guard outside the dungeon gate answered the call, and as the MC had dreaded, he confirmed details that the man he worked for sought to know. Geometry Ma was too busy. He was a man with an agenda, and his agenda was to gather as many bull horns as he could, so he set to work. It was such a large component of the reason that they came to this dungeon in the beginning. Buffalo horns were a common crank reinforcement material to use for weapon grades and elsewhere. He was just considering the fact that they should grab as many as possible to carry away when the blue gnat suddenly appealed to him. Saki gave him some of her favorite snack and told him it was thanks because he saved her previously, and providing him with the item that she valued most was her way of expressing thanks. The somber lead just looked at her as if he had received a huge ike from her act of kindness. But Geometry Ma was actually really confused by the raging fire that he could smell emanating from Chloe. Because he had the courage of helping out the blue gnat, he spun around and shouted to the redhead, who appeared surprised to have been suddenly summoned regarding the staff member beforehand. The dark-haired boy had some things that he wanted to whisper about, and he whispered all his thoughts into the redhead's ears. The girl obeyed his commands, and the two continued to talk to one another. Meanwhile, the orange-haired boy suddenly inquired of the two classmates whether they were dating, because that would somehow make a lot of sense to him. Of course, this totally provocative question sent the little killer off on a gushing and blushing rampage that someone actually thought that she was dating her crush. But the dark-haired boy merely laughed and stated that assuming all male and female relationships were romantic was a pretty narrow-minded thing to do. Wypen was brazen and explained that he was positive they were definitely a couple because he always saw them together naturally. This led to Chloe glaring in great disappointment, and her classmate couldn't for the life of him understand what put her in a bad mood. Now, incidentally, the redhead asked if there were always these few mobs to battle in the dungeon. They had been waiting around for a hole, and no other monsters had appeared. Suddenly, courtesy of Red jinxing the situation, the team heard a seriously ominous thud emanate from far within the pit. They fell silent for a moment. Then, the healer pointed out that no matter how well-liked a dungeon was, it was unnatural for it to be this empty. He inquired from his Japanese friend what she thought, and she seriously considered the situation for a hot minute, concurring that the buffaloes they battled also felt a bit off. The rest of the team was somewhat surprised and inquired how the buffalo were off. Well, Saki confessed that it appeared as though the monsters had been fleeing something. Buffaloes did not tend to act that way as a rule, so it did not make sense to her. Wypen acknowledged that the monsters were quite often very tame, and locals even made use of them for agriculture. That meant something was seriously awry. Still, Jaima felt the really wrong event was demonic buffalo being used for farming. Something was evidently amiss with the general population. Well, there was more than a one suspicious thing, but they all wished that it was probably nothing regardless of whatever the case was. They still had a signal and could call for help whenever they needed it, so they were certain that the situation was fine incidentally. Jaima wondered how the healer and the archer had met. Saki boasted with pride that she had come top in the written exams and the healer came second. The boy had bragged about it for weeks, and the healer now growled that she shouldn't sully his name. The girl smiled and posed, telling her for the record, she had been third in placement tests, and she was quite proud of that as well. In the meantime, the protagonist was amazed that the healer somehow finished second on written exams since he had assumed the orange-haired kid was merely a loudmouth speedweapon was shocked to learn that his idol believed him to be a loudmouth. Rachel was his distant relative as well. Now, the protagonist considered the case of the healer being relatives with the violent hyena girl. It was understandable why Jaima as a character had not been aware of the healer's associations with the main characters. The orange-haired kid clarified that his people were a line of the Changseong family, Rachel's primary lineage. The kid was about to say something else, but he stopped and instructed them to just forget it and that there was no use for even speaking about it. The dark-haired male was quiet for a second and the healer softly punched his shoulder, inquiring as to why their teen leader was glaring. The healer stated that he was living the dream. The protagonist was the phenomenal one and Weapon requested our male not to forget him when he became famous. The dark-haired boy assured that would not be the case, so the healer did not need to worry about that. Weapon moved ahead with his hands in his pockets, and explained that their lead could even end up becoming part of one of the 7 heroes. The redhead agreed with Weapon that the Jaimos future was possible. The dark-haired boy remained quiet and continued to think, his gaze wandering to the quiet Japanese girl. The blue net did not say a word and continued to move on. The blue net then informed that she happened to despise the 7 heroes. It was a very outspoken claim that surprised the others immensely. Even Weapon did not know what her issue was. Regardless, it was time for them to leave and they had to clear this dungeon quickly and return. The main character suddenly stopped when he saw some peculiar-looking cuts on the wall. The healer pointed out that they required 20 kills to clear the dungeon, but the MC's attention remained on those weird purple gashes that reeked of bad news again. The orange-haired boy shouted at Jaima and asked him what he was doing, informing him that they had to move forward. The dark-haired boy concurred and continued walking, disregarding the weird purple rocks that dropped to the ground. In the meantime, outside the dungeon, the gate guard told someone that everything was prepared as ordered. The students must have already met the angry buffaloes by then, so there was nothing to worry about. The one making demands told the guard that it was simple for him to save and then asked the guards if they had done anything else. Of course, the security had obeyed all the instructions. Nevertheless, the security personally felt that they would all be handled by the furious buffaloes. His boss screamed at him, laughing and warning the security man not to sound arrogant. His boss happened to be the cheating teacher who was a hidden demoness. She inquired from the security if he would take blame if it did not work, and he was filled with fear. Well, the lady was certain that the man at the gate had done a good job, and he was only to call her with the outcome as soon as the task was accomplished. She wished him luck, and the man gave his confirmation for the issue. The man sighed because regardless of how it went, he was dead. A very ominous aura was oozing from the gate of the dungeon that opened ahead of him. As a precaution, the security had pushed the gate open. The possibility of the students surviving the dungeon he had imprisoned them in was zero. Yet still, the main lead's eyes kept haunting him. It was as if the boy saw right through it. It was creepy, and the security moved forward, deciding to investigate inside for a brief moment. Way down at the back of the cave, the walls of the rock had changed from concrete to soil. They ventured in further when Chloe cried out to the dark-haired boy. The girl confessed that she could feel magical beasts charging towards them from behind, and he inquired about how many were heading towards them. The girl scrunched up her face and mentioned that the blessing sensed about 50 monsters charging towards them straight on. The boy was amazed, and the healer inquired what was wrong. The thud and rumble of the monsters closing in increased louder, and the students stiffened as their foes were closing in on them. The nearer they got, the whiter the pupils grew as they saw the power of the enemies whom they may have to encounter. The thudding sounded closer, and then the buffalo demons broke out, running in unison in a single and deadly charge. The students stood as ants compared to them, and the orange-haired kid swore. Buffaloes never crowded. That was not the case. and they weren't even sure the incoming enemies could be called buffaloes. The maddened and enraged monsters bellowed as they charged at the frightened group. Their eyes blazed red as if they yearned to shed blood. The healer shouted that the monsters were supposed to be harmless. And even Gyoma was speechless at this turn of events. A stampede of buffaloes was more than he bargained for, and he was determined to call his knife out at once. However, the boy stopped as he remembered that every blade had its use. His master from his previous life had told him that one couldn't use a chicken knife to kill an ox, just as sashimi knives were used for fish. Then, the protagonist had teased about beef sashimi. After all, it was ridiculous to cut up an ox with a sashimi knife. His master's hand had moved and the boy winced, already apologizing. Then the young boy hesitated when his master's hand did not descend. He opened his eyes wide in shock and noticed that the fish had been cut to perfection as usual. His master smiled upon his magnificent work and conceded that what his pupils were saying was true as well. Abruptly, our fellow had been made to think of his own history, and he tittered uncertainly as the enemy moved upon him. They would apparently be cutting cows up with a knife. Alert, Gyoma instructed Chloe to lead the herd off on a distraction. She was not to charge directly in, and she was to go left and right quickly to break up their formation. She did not need to attack since all she had to do was just to get their attention. The girl answered that she knew, and the dark-haired boy turned to smile, inquiring of the healer if he was ready. The orange-haired boy was shocked, but he was reassured by his leader's casual stance, and informed him that he was born ready. The Japanese girl did not know why the dark-haired boy was so calm when confronted with 50 buffalo, but the leader summoned her, much to her astonishment. The Oreo-haired boy instructed her to cover the front and to halt anything that came too close. She was startled by the decree, but she complied, still puzzled as to why the strange boy was so calm. The healer grinned as he removed his recorder, instructing the blue net not to be surprised. Saki looked bewildered at the strange crowd as they prepared for combat. A buffalo herd and a sashimi knife. The protagonist told himself not to think too much. It was safer to err on the side of caution, and that is why he had arrived prepared. No matter what lay ahead of them, no matter how many, he would slit them all. So, he took out his sashimi knives and he drew out a lot at once, holding them between his fingers as if they were miniature daggers. Then, Gyoma channeled the scorching blessing of the god of the sword. The buffalo howled as they charged at him, but the boy confronted them head-on, and fearlessly the dreaded beast slept with nothing but carnage and devastation on their minds. The boy, on his part, let loose his sashimi knives right at the charging bulls. The archer stood by in amazement as the healer worked tirelessly to buff them all. Saki's baby blue eyes grew wide in shock to behold our guy accomplish what she thought was impossible. Saki's delicious treats splat on the ground. It was unusual for her to leave her favorite snack unfinished, but the blue net was in wonder as she gazed at Gyoma. The girl believed that he seemed mad because he stood before them surrounded by the red light that was the blood of their enemies. The young student stood over their corpses as he looked towards the danger ahead, undamaged and unfazed. He seemed like a dark night as the shadows moved around him, his dark, hooded eyes looking into the abyss. Blue Net's eyes widened in shock, and she was left without any words in an instant. The boy standing in front of her had hurled himself forward, and he had employed his special blessing to obliterate the enemies who had emerged in front of them. Those buffalo who had charged only had a slim chance, and that too with the added attack from Chloe, who employed her feline's blessing to fire her own attack. The buffaloes had stormed, but they were no match for the redhead's lethal ability, and she dispatched them quickly with Schrodinger's cat. The little girl had blazed with speed, dancing as she annihilated the enemies that came before her. The buffalo were wiped out, and they dropped to their knees in defeat. Of course, Chloe did not fight by herself, and his shadow trailed behind her quickly. It was Geometry Ma, and he initiated his own spinning attack, knocking anyone she missed down. Dark demons did not even have a chance to process what hit them, because in an instant they were ripped to shreds by Geometry Ma, whose eyes flashed white. It was a fight unlike another, with the youth flashing between beasts as he ripped them to shreds. All the roars and screaming seemed to have happened in the space of one split second. The bulls snarled out their fury, and Geometry Ma held back. When one approached a little too close, he raised his knives to defend against the attack, protecting his face from any serious damage. The other two towards the rear were shocked to witness him being trapped, and there were a number of buffalo raising at him with the intent of bringing him down when he was distracted and left alone. They heaped themselves on top of one another as their sole desire was to push him under. The buffaloes were raging with fury, and they formed a dense muscular stack, resolved to drown him under their bulk. Saki freaked out seeing such an attack and she gnashed her bowel, finding that the amount of attacks was more than Geometry Ma alone could manage. But before she could even discharge her bowel, her eyes broadened in surprise to see a spatter of gore. Muscles were being ripped asunder and the foes in front of her were fragmented into a million pieces before their knife-clawing leader. He had ripped those buffalo to pieces without so much as breaking a sweat, and he even seemed faintly annoyed that Head had to deal with them in the first place, but girl couldn't help but whisper a silent prayer of disbelief. She hadn't known they were commanded by such a beast. Their foes died around the space in multiple pieces, and their victors towered over them, brave and powerful. His blades radiated in the darkness, and a dark red aura frothed about him due to the insane stunt that he had pulled off. Geometry Ma looked down at the bodies on the ground and was busy contemplating that Head collected all of the materials that he would require. He thought that this amount of enemies would do just fine, and he gladly picked up all the horns that he could manage. With the blessing of the 42nd Painless, he was able to kill 50 buffalo like a walk in the park. It was an enormous blessing, finally, because his strength had become a curse to him for too long. Chloe, his #1 fan, was by his side within seconds, proudly welcoming him and explaining to him that he had just killed it that day again. Naturally, he did acknowledge that he had progressed thus far with the assistance of the party. He smiled and said to Chloe that she had been good and they had had a clean ride. The girl was over the moon with delight at this praise. Of course, the two classmates babbled carefully, as if they were not encompassed by a sea of blood, and the other two ordinary people stared at them in awe. The blue net watched in admiration as she saw the other two debate. The orange-haired boy grinned at Saki and boasted that he had informed her that no surprise could bring them down. The blue net continued to shout, wondering how she was not supposed to freak out over that. The orange-haired kid smiled and laughed that she was left speechless naturally. The healer had expected that their leader would always be able to shock them. The archer was still confused and stared at their leader with bewilderment, asking out loud what the boy even was. She did not think he was normal, and to be honest, neither did Weapon, but he also had no clue what their leader was. Weapon smiled, thinking that their guy was the stuff of legends, and wondered if Gioma would mind live streaming. The public would not mind much. Saki was lost and did not know what he was saying. Their leader's name, the healer told with awe, and the blue net remained speechless and in awe. She didn't have any idea of what was happening. The four made their way deeper into the dungeon. They had succeeded with their objective, so now it was time to relaxedly walk their way back home. The obvious state of the dungeon was 20 buffalo, but their leader had soloed double of that just for the heck of it. Gioma replied it didn't matter because he didn't do anything on midterms either. The healer smiled and looked like he had something else to say to the leader, but he looked at Saki and decided against it. Honestly, they had screamed their way to near death back there, and the healer half-jokingly mentioned that the Lion King had almost perished the same way. The archer was perplexed that they had just brought up Lion King out of nowhere. Then he wanted to know if their leader was also under someone else's control. Chloe suddenly stopped and asked their leader why everything had been so quiet all of a sudden. It was creepy, and the farther they went, the creepier it became. The pillar-looking structure was suspicious. Suddenly, the archer yelled that they needed to wait. They all stopped when they saw gigantic dark purple chains draped across the dungeon gate. They appeared to be deadly as heck, and the students gazed at them with alarm. It was a gate, and the team gazed at it in shock. It was chained shut. That was highly uncommon, and it gave shudders to the main character. Within the dungeon, the traitor guard at the gate discovered the butchered remains of the buffalo that he had sent on the children. He could not accept that they actually succeeded in beating the enemies that he believed they would perish facing. They actually killed all of the monsters, and the man gasped in horror just looking at that. It was crazy. There was 20 billion in debt on Kiowan land. Some woman who said she was a Hawakin instructor came up to the guard the other day. It was the purple hair highlights traitor demonist teacher, and she had requested that the man do one favor for her and she would clear his debt. The guard was appalled at this request. The woman had asked him to tame the buffalo first, and then he was supposed to frenzy them using the demon stone which she gave to him. He was then supposed to let the frenzied bulls loose as soon as Kong Gioma arrived. He was then supposed to open the stone gate down below. There were a lot of rules, and the guard couldn't tell if he was more surprised by her attire or that Shed appeared out of nowhere with a grocery list of demands with an unbelievable proposal. The guard was unable to believe that the witch was offering students as sacrifices. Not pleased at being judged, the woman asked him if he was not interested. She didn't mind that because she did not like wild bets either, and she was content with simply discovering someone else to do it for her. Bad luck for the guard, however, As he was desperate and he took hold of her hand and begged to not go, he smiled and told her that he would be happy to do it and he was eager to assist. The woman smirked and informed him that he was doing nicely for a money-getting fool, mocking the poor bloke even when he agreed to do the task. She told him that she would call soon and his task was to answer any unknown number. The stupid moron was panting with happiness. His only thought was that his gambling debt was going away, as if he would not gamble himself deeper into a pit unfazed. The lady bid him goodbye and he gazed at her in awe and wonder. Benny smiled at the promise of 20 billion. He could do so much with all that money, and already the fool was thinking about gambling again because fools never learn. The man paced through the dungeon with rage, cursing anything that would stand in his way for his 20 billion. He had already figured out how he was going to spend it anyway. He had nothing to worry about because the stone gates were open and he was certain that there was no possible way that they would live through what they encountered inside. In the meantime, the students found themselves standing in front of that very gateway. They could not believe it and they questioned whether they had gone through the stone gate now. Guillaume glanced around and assumed it accounted for why everything had been so simple. They walked straight into an ambush. He should have followed his instinct since that guard glare was his tip because it seemed extremely off to him. His gut feeling could have been relied upon by him at that moment. This gate could only open using the demon stone of that giant. And that was the mid-game quest item. Those bits they had glimpsed previously were sections of the giant's mana stone, and the kid hadn't expected the door to remain open following the game. If he did, the reward for this level's defeat would be fairly nice. First, however, there was survival. Guillaume could observe as he gazed at the weighty door before them, bound by yet more heavy chains. One red lion was cut into the supposedly unbreakable stone gate. The boy has employed all of the 40 seconds of painless blessings in battling the buffalo, but he hoped Murasima would last a little longer. He had to cut the gate and escape before it broke. That was the plan. The ground started bubbling purple miasma and thick smoke, as the students nervously held each other, anxious. The miniature assassin hollered for its leader, curious about what they were experiencing. The team had no idea as they could not comprehend what happened around them, but the atmosphere did feel very ominous. Rumbling went on before something took a shape out from the veil of white light at once. A giant creature holding an axe had materialized, and it far above them by several feet. The students couldn't understand what they were witnessing, and the healer stupidly asked if this was a buffalo. Naturally, the beast wasn't a buffalo, and Guillaume cursed their fortune as he looked at the beast in front of them. The menacing creature, which was towering high above them, had come bursting out from the gate before they could even flee. The evident reward was the transition blessing. The reward would relay and compound the owner's blessing to a specified target and was one shot only. To in some way obtain that blessing, they had to conquer the Agrade demon, Inatoros Minotauros, or the Buffalo King. The wind howled hard in the darkness of the cave, carrying with it the presence of the crazy powerful beast standing before them. It was a towering giant of a creature with swooping black horns, illuminated by the fiery glow of the blazing torch. The monster glanced to the left and right as the torches flared. Two bodyguards stood beside the dominant monster that stood high above the four small students standing before it. This was a boss monster that they were never to battle. The left-wing battle formation and the right-wing battle formation were already deployed. Chloe estimated they were then confronting a demonic creature within the stone gate. Even the two smaller enemies were a nuisance, even when the group attempted to cut the gate and flee. When the larger beast stirred, it would not be possible to flee without injury. This was not the case with the midterms. Guillaume did not know anything about the mermaid but had encountered minotaurs previously. He could fight 3 alone at maximum strength, but he had exhausted all 40 seconds of the painless blessing. Any fight he engaged in now would be suicidal. The team had to move strategically, and he went inside his jacket for his concealed sashimi knife. The main character asked the healer if he could give him a boost with some pain suppression. The Carrot Top was taken aback but informed that he could. Then the lead guy wanted to know for how long he could do that. Weapon could only give Guillaume 2 minutes at best, but that was sufficient. He asked the healer to maintain it active while he battled one misstep and he would be done for sure. The healer was a bit hesitant, but he too was encouraged by Guillaume's smile. He agreed that he would do it because his idol was asking him to. Saki and Chloe were going to take care of the little fries. The big one belonged to the main characters to attend to, and he instructed them not to interfere. The Japanese archer was amazed at how swiftly Guillaume Ma had adapted to a trying moment. The boy told them all to adhere to the plan, and the beast let out a loud roar. Spitting everywhere, he was like a wild animal. Concentrating grimly, the dark-haired student drew out his weapon and activated the blessing of the sword god. The agony was brutalizing as it deluged his body with silver-blue energy. Guillaume Ma had not experienced the harsh realities of his curse for a long time, and it was a mind-bending experience to feel as if 1,000 knives deluged through his veins. Attempting to remove his nervous system, the young student spat pain and blood. Yet, he suddenly felt a balm calming the effects he was able to move. Weapon was blowing his recorder for all it was worth. The blessing of the healer had paid off after all. Guillaume Ma had to do this, even with blood oozing from his lips. He had to move. They would only have one chance at this. The giant golden-horned beast charged at the young Sashimi wielder, and the main character charged at him with haste. The blessing of the god remained with him, blessing him as he attacked his opponent. The underground fires burned as the students battled for their lives, racing quickly like the wind. Guillaume Ma charged forward and flew directly towards his opponent's leg. The blessing of the sword god was so painful that he could vomit blood. But he held firm as the giant beast produced its first slash. The murderous arc of its sword barely passed Guillaume Ma, and he deflected the first and then again the second assault. He blocked the next kick that the Minotaur flung in his direction, though he did not have time to halt and maul over wounds. The MC acted quickly. There was a slash, and he had to pull back after having made his first cut. Even the feeling she could not experience with the painless blessings was beginning to stir within him. He stood in front of the giant warrior, and the beast lifted its massive sword. Guillaume Ma charged forward, diving between the beast's legs. Its red eyes tracked his movement, rotating in its furious attempt to bring down its foe. Growling and slicing, the boy was moved and counterattacked, its blade inches from the face of the main character despite the pain pressing down on him with cruel, wicked intent. The dark-haired boy knew that he felt liberated. He sprinted forward, running like the wind as his foe charged at him with the purpose of killing him. The monstrous creature destroyed the terrain with every swing of his sword. He was a brawny beast, an enemy worthy of being encountered by the great protagonist. The pectorals of the beast strained as it prepared to swing his sword once more. The Oreo-haired kid took in the wind. The beast's blow fell like the deafening sound of lightning and thunder. It incinerated as it fell, scorching anything that was foolish enough to get in his path. Smoke rolled over the ravaged landscape, obscuring everything from view. The beast stood tall amidst the cloud of its ruin, looking for any indication of his opponent's survival. It smiled in evil triumph, red eyes shining with glee, but stopped when it caught something, the imperfection of its attack. DM gathered in front of it, eyes shining blue, sashimi knife still clutched. Saki looked over at the fight going on behind them, wondering it was nuts that a human could even move like this. Their tiny fries they were working with were essentially generals of the beast, and the archer sprang into the air with her bow. Muscle control, stance, using kinetic energy, a warrior's sense that shattered the enemy's soft gravity with little motion. But theory and practice were two different things. The archer was aware that as she released her bow, the creature howled since it got hit by her firm arrow that was shot with unwavering determination even on the threshold of death. This kind of combat truly reminded the blue net of somebody. She snarled for the pesky creature to move out of her path, and she released her golden arrow. The energy-charged bolt flew forward, ripping through the creature and collapsing it to the ground. Yes, Saki understood that DM was reminiscent of Siegfried the Sword Emperor. The latest rumors circulating the school was that the Sword Emperor employed his aura against a special admissions student. The giant creature now confronted its special admissions student, its eyes bulging in shock and horror as it gazed down at DM Ma. DM Ma stood before it unflinching, a dark, ominous blue aura blazing behind him, warning even the giant creature of the threat before it. It continued to struggle on, throwing a fist at the boy's face with the intent to catch him off guard. With a blinding flash of light, DM Ma wielded his sashimi knife, slicing the monster before him into ribbons. He smiled wickedly, eyes aglow with a malevolent as the monster's arm fell, cut off from its body. The creature shrieked in agony. Its massive arm had been lopped off and his opponent strode calmly behind him. What initially seemed to be an uneven battle had soon turned into a beating for the giant creature. While the dark-haired boy battled, the others battled alongside him, Weapon playing his recorder for all he was worth, and the girls took care of the two little bulls. The orange-haired boy was tense and trembling, but he maintained his steady gait as Chloe completely slaughtered the beast in front of her. The bull collapsed to the flood and the redhead snapped her sword to remove the bloodstains. At an even gait, she stalked back to the healer, wiping the blood from her cheeks. It had been a tough battle, but she was still vastly inexperienced when it came to combat with demonoids. The more human the monster, the deadlier it was to fight. That is why the fishmen were not even comparable to the bulls they'd been fighting. It could be different from individual to individual. But if a demon behaves like a human to such an extent, then the redhead feared that her crush would struggle. The giant monster howled in agony and fury at being sliced by the little student, and it held its massive weapon in its other hand. It raised the battle axe with a battle cry, surrounding itself with a dark aura. The students were shocked and appalled at seeing a demonoid who could cast magic. Its veins pulsed in its arm, and it clamped its teeth with madness and strength. The archer started to perspire as she realized that the beast was consuming life force for mana. She was unable to believe that a demonoid could perform such an act. The wind hit all of them when they saw their impossible enemy standing before them courageously and performing something that they could not possibly do. It was difficult to even get close due to the unchecked magic power. But even now, Kong Jioma would not retreat. Blood started oozing from the healer's mouth, but he recalled the command not to falter, and he continued playing. Praying for a miracle, the orange-haired boy trusted his hero, and the dark-haired boy gazed ahead facing the giant bull before him. Even the protagonist spat blood, looking up in shock to see his rival bulk up in brawn and magic. The moment was tense, with little hope of them getting away. The beast then swung once more, and he swung with all his might. That swing was one of fire and vengeance and fury, burning like glinting as he cut his arm through the air towards Jioma, who cowered below the Minotaur's axe seeded with dark magic. That magic extended from its arms, veins spreading around the axe in front of it. It was fueled by the beast's determination to kill Jioma for good, its anger powering it. The protagonist spilled blood from his lips, looking in disgust at the muscle-enhanced foe in front of him. The atmosphere was heavy and charged with blood and sweat, and the black taint of hate as the monster swung its blade towards the MC. The dark-haired youth stepping into the path of the blow, drawing out his blade. The Oreo-haired youth sprang forward, and there was a burst of blood, a flash of light and a shock through the space as their blows clashed. The axe hand against the radiating sashimi knife. The fury of the beast against the determination of the student to live and survive. They stood before one another, aware that a death match lay before them and only one would be left alive. Jioma instinctively pushed forward because to give up would not only take his life, but the lives of all the members of his team as well. The magic was too thick, and the boy laughed because he knew he could not cut through the Minotaur's magical defense. If the main character dodged now, the students behind him would be the victims. The monster growled as it thrust its attack at Jioma, and the boy started to bend to the pressure of the power bearing down on him. Golden cracks in the air, and the talented student winced in agony. His feet scraped against the hard ground, and he knew he was being pushed back. This was not a fight to be easily won, and he had already begun to lose. He could not believe it. But before he could think of a solution, a golden bolt shot from behind him, piercing the beast in the eye. The MC was surprised to get an assist. He turned and saw the blue archer, her hair flying in the wind shed created with her arrow. The girl shouted, asking the Oreo-haired boy what he was waiting for now. He was to seize the opportunity which she had provided and cut. Sensing this, Jioma came forward with his sword. The creature growled and howled to see the boy receive an assist. The dark-haired boy closed his eyes and concentrated his power. His eyes turned dark with perilous thorns, a red glow shining in his eyes. Red light swirled around the boy in the darkness as another part of his blessing was triggered. There was red on the floor, and it was deep and dangerous, tinting the landscape with a dark and ominous foreboding hue. The red pulsed like a living, breathing animal, and from it something white reached out. The red beat like a pounding heart, and the white inside it expanded, creating the pointed tip of a perilous weapon streaked with white and metal in red. A red perilous Oreo was heading for Jioma, and the dark-haired boy drew out his long blue knife. It was a blue blow that Chloe knew, and she gazed in shock. The blue light collided with the red, piercing through, and it would cut neatly. Gioma, his white irises blacked out about his eyes. The eyes of the monster widened in shock as the blue light started cutting. The light became blinding as the MC pushed forward, and the monster screamed with rage and pain as it was being cut, this time cleaner than before. It was as if its cord of life was cut off because Gioma kept pushing ahead. The special student swung his arm and cut that monster into two halves. The beast broke into two halves and Gioma fell from the air. The Minotaur fell into two halves, the upper half and the lower half. The beast's assault had not even approached the ideal slide that the dark-haired kid had executed. The others looked in awe at such a fine cut. The kid staggered forward and the pieces of the beast dropped on the floor. Gioma remained motionless for a moment. His back hunched as he stood between the two bloodied pieces. He still held the knife in his hand and he panted hard, gasping in huge breaths. The dark-haired youth looked ahead in relief, blood caking on his lips as he felt the satisfaction of victory. He had been able to cut down his enemy. Saki gazed in awe, her eyes fixed on Gioma. Meanwhile, a blue countdown went on. The healer collapsed to the ground in relief and he gazed in awe. His idol broke common sense every time the healer observed him battle. The blue blow which had shone so brightly to light up the cave had emanated from Gioma, who was miraculously still on his feet. At his age, the dark-haired prodigy was already developing an aura. The orange-haired boy was curious about what the boy even was. The healer leaped in surprise as Saki put a hand on his shoulder, chastising her friend and reminding him to catch his breath. He was still on edge from their frightening ordeal, and the boy stared up at her in surprise. The girl smiled and told her that she sort of got what Weapon had said before. The boy was perplexed and the Blue Knight clarified that she meant the mythical event. The orange-haired kid was taken aback that she was bringing this up. Saki smiled because she finally grasped why Weapon kept tailing the guy around. Gioma was rather intimidating. The healer protested that he was not doing anything of the kind, but she rolled her eyes, telling him that the academy rules would not permit Kong Gioma to transfer into their class that year. The healer's lips were purple and swollen and he looked at his friend in shock, wondering if she had hit her head or been possessed by a demon. The girl simply smirked and said the other way around. There was, of course, no rule against that one. Now that the healer thought about it, he realized there was no rule against it. The Blue Knight grinned and replied that that was fine, because now she felt like riding alone with him as well. Kong Gioma had also turned into something interesting to them. Meanwhile, the subject boy was actually enduring as he fought to catch his breath. Despite Speed Weapon's grace, rest was inevitable. At least the main character managed to stay alive. Nevertheless, combat without the agony of the blessing was advancement, and this was the first time had ever done it. Suddenly, someone yelled out his name and launched themselves at him. It was Chloe, naturally, and his resident Yandra was concerned about him. She put her arms around him, much to his shock, as she sobbed and demanded to know if he was injured anywhere and if he was all right. All of her concern and hugs were somehow exacerbating his already present wounds, and he shivered in her arms, complaining about how he was still injured, and he would prefer it if she waited a minute. The girl gasped and retreated, nervously fidgeting with her hair as she apologized. The poor boy leaned back as he wished he'd have just died instead. The pain he felt now was huge. The boy blinked while he looked up at the sky and noticed an enormous system notification. It congratulated the MC, for he had unlocked yet another blessing. Initially, this battle was meant to be Leon's. The MC did not plan on taking it away, especially since the spirit rank was one of the most uncommon in that world. It was a blessing whose potential came only through combination with another. Gioma had achieved the blessing of transition, through which he was able to impart an own blessing to a living organism or a thing. Direct physical contact by the user, however, with the target was required. It was a mandatory blessing in using the dual-natured Bauman. Well, the dark-haired boy had won it now, so he might as well make the most of this. Abruptly, the door to the dungeon creaked open and the weakened student lifted his head. The dark-haired boy reminded Chloe that he had requested a favor. The girl was taken aback, but she automatically agreed to whatever favor he was asking for. The guard poked his head into the dungeon, his eyes scanning around. He then evaluated the situation and gazed in dismayed horror. The stunned guard was unable to fathom the devastation before his eyes, but before he was able to, Chloe attacked him and pierced him with the dagger in the leg. The guard shouted in agony, whimpering and wriggling about on the ground like a pitiful caterpillar. The assassin told him to remain motionless. Her eyes were menacing and the guard screamed in terror to behold her. Weapon was somewhat perplexed and inquired what was happening. So the team leader told him that he had requested the girl to do him a favor. Previously the guard cursed and screamed at the students, demanding why they were attacking him and what he had done to them. The dark-haired boy explained that that was what they were attempting to discern. After a brief explanation, the guards were amazed that the rampaging horde of buffalo and the open stone gate were all due to the evil guard. The archer confessed that it had all seemed a little fishy. There were no spy cameras within the dungeon, but the guard just happened to have arrived in time just when they killed the beast. The healer did not know why the guard would be attacking them anyway. The archer laughed and said that was precisely what they were still attempting to determine. Then they approached the guard. There was no manner in which this was done by a small fry like him without any external assistance. The blue net inquired with shining blue eyes, inquiring who was supporting him. The man was already extremely afraid. He stuttered while attempting to talk, but the blue net grew impatient and asked whether he would speak or if he would like them to loosen his tongue. Even Gioma was amazed at her ferocity. Then the dark-haired boy went on to say that if the guard would not reveal information about his boss, things would become very sinister indeed. The guard panicked and offered to talk. A few days before, a Hawakan Academy teacher approached him and they told him that they would settle his gambling debt if he simply followed their instructions. Weapon was infuriated to learn that a guard was selling out students for gambling debts, and that he had swapped more than lives for a few dollars. Even Saki could not believe his skewness. The guard panicked and stated that it wasn't a few dollars. The individual had promised 20 billion. The guard initially refused, but Weapon did not want to hear it. He believed that the guard was a total scumbag. In any case, Saki calmed Weapon down and then inquired of the guard how the instructor appeared. The fellow admitted that it was a woman with violet hair and eyes, and she was quite tall too. The archer pondered over this description and concluded that it resembled the class assistant instructor. She was certain, since she never forgot a face. Furthermore, the teacher's eyes were so piercing that she stood out. Gioma muttered that this was true. The healer was puzzled and queried whether she was behind the midterms fiasco as well. The blue net inquired what happened during the midterms because she had not been a member of the team. Then the dark-haired boy then used the time to disclose that they had encountered a demonoid mermaid during the midterms. The blue net was stunned by this, as they understood that Leon had wound up in a hospital due to fighting a demon. Weapon was pleased that they were able to discuss that now because he was so happy to have the opportunity to share that Gioma had actually soloed the giant female fish naturally. The archer was shocked when she heard it. She had been going to object, but considering what had transpired recently, it stood to reason. Well, they had gotten all the information they needed from the guard, and the boy looked at the time on his cellular phone gadget. The others gasped and moaned when they saw how late it had become. They had spent more time inside the dungeon than they had anticipated. There was a sudden tearing noise and blood splattered everywhere. The guard yelled out in pain and terror as blood appeared on his uniform. A dungeon that was never meant to open had just opened. The timing could not have been more perfect to wipe someone off the face of the earth. The guard flustered and wanted to know what the student was talking about. The dark-haired boy, however, looked at his fellow student. She was the killer in this place, so it was up to her. The girl nodded and took a step forward. Raising her sword, the sword was leveled at the greedy wicked guard who pleaded for mercy. But mercy was lost when he attempted to have them brutally killed. The guard hoped they were playing games, but Chloe was going to kill him. He was not given much time to scream as Chloe was quick. Hoken Academy seniors and teachers. One of them was aiming for Jaya Ma. The kid already had enough on his neck, but now he was furious in his mind. He instructed the teacher to get at him because he would wipe them out all.